try. The pain unveils through genocide. Until we're gone, nothing can matter at all. When you're gone, nothing can matter at all.
Hey everybody, tonight we're going to be debating Flat Earth. And to start us off, our Flat Earth side, we're going to kick it over to Witsit and Karen for their up to 12-minute introductory statements. The floor is all yours, guys.
Awesome. So I share my screen. Thanks for having us. Slide.
Yeah, it's up on the screen now.
Okay. I had audio. All right. So let's do it. So I'm gonna cover a very basic thing. Let me start the timer. Hopefully this audio good. Oh, I may not have shared with sound. Sorry, I gotta reshare. We're off to a great start. Yeah. So share sound.
All right.
All right, here we go. All right. Just to cover some basics here. People claim that we live on a ball. We got that once also, which is embarrassing, but
according to the globe model, there is a point on the globe where the alleged curvature of the Earth begins to obstruct distant objects. Under the globe, this point is referred to as the horizon and is marked by an X on the diagram. One can determine the distance to the alleged globe horizon in miles by taking the square root of the observer's height in feet and multiplying by 1.225, or you can simply use an online calculator like this one or this one. According to the globe model, there is a point on the...
Very simple stuff. People say that boats disappear over the curve of the Earth. That's how people discovered thousands of years ago that the Earth's a ball. We were all told this. We looked into it. That wasn't the case. Now, the globe claim has changed since then, which is pretty hilarious. So let's define horizon. It's the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. So it's an appearance. It's an apparent location. Horizon. Now, on the globe, there's a physical, tangible, real horizon called a geometric horizon. It's the curve of the Earth. Now, we were all stupid flirts, and we can just go out to the ocean and watch that the Earth's a ball because things go behind this physical curve. But once we started seeing hundreds of miles further than that, the claim changed to, oh, we never see the actual curve of the Earth. We can never see the geometric horizon. We only see the apparent one, but I promise there's a real one there. And if you deny it, you're crazy, which is convenient. So let's look into this. We're zooming in on a boat here. As you can see, the bottom of that boat is partially obscured. Of course, it's in water, and you can see the horizon is behind the boat. Isn't that interesting? So obviously that the part of the bottom of the boat is obstructed doesn't have anything to do with the Earth being a ball. The horizon is behind the boat. Okay. Here's this magical Earth curve again, looking at a boat. And there goes the boat. So, of course, you're changing your aperture as you zoom in and out, your optical limit. And then you see a horizon relative to that, and you see objects relative to that. You could look at your naked eye and be like, oh, I saw that boat going away. It must go over the curve of the Earth, which is what Aristotle allegedly did without a telescope or anything, mind you, of course. And that proved the Earth was a ball thousands of years ago. So basic stuff. The sky is ramping down to your eye level, converging into the horizontal vanishing line that people call the horizon. That's actually where the word horizontal came from, is the word horizon. And the ground's ramping up to eye level, converging into this horizontal vanishing line. The horizon is merely an apparent location. The horizon is defined as, again, where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, of course, the sky doesn't actually converge into the ground. It's just an optical location. So we have a limit to how far we can see relative to optical angles and atmospheric conditions. And the atmos conditions also move the horizon back and forth, closer to you, further away. Specific angles are called the propagation angles. And these are going to be reception and propagation angles relative to your resolution limit. For example, for the human eye, if it falls down below 0.2 degrees, you can't see it anymore. 0.02 degrees. So anyway, the optical diffraction line mirroring zone there, if you see this picture, obviously the horizon's not physical. It looks like the boat's up in the air, but the horizon appears to be down here. That's not the curve of the earth. The boat's on the water above it. So here's something called diffraction. This is looking at Rayleigh criteria from Harvard University. They did an experiment where they showed two lasers actually begin to converge as you change the aperture. Now, people claim that sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth. They're going to continue to say that until they die, probably. But this is actually for the honest people that aren't going to lie about the evidence. Here you can see, you can look at the left picture and say, well, let's say that's the sun, the circle that is the sun. As we change the aperture, the bottom of that sun begins to disappear and merge into that line in the middle. It's called the diffraction line because you're changing the aperture. This is exactly what we see with the sun. So if the Earth was actually round and specifically a sphere that's curving at a specific rate, then the horizon we see would drop while we gain altitude. But that's not what we see. As you can see right here, we're going up and the horizon's going up from its original point. So that's an optical effect based on perspective, that the Earth is supposedly curving down away from us, but I'm going up and the horizon is going up. Again, as you see here, the horizon's going up and down throughout the day. It's just an optical effect. It's an apparent location. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. When it's clear outside, you can see further. That's all there is to it, which is why flat Earth exists. We went and tested the globe claim, and it isn't real. So that's all I really want to cover because I feel like no one ever really seems to want to address this. The globe claims there's a physical geometric horizon that blocks things in the distance. But what we see in reality is that the horizon is just apparent. It just goes up and down. It changes based on atmospheric conditions. And we have a limit to how far we can see. Believe it or not, contrary to the claims that are absurd and popular nowadays, we cannot see forever. You are not Superman. And you know this intuitively, that you can't see forever, because that's an insane claim. Now, I do want to cover this part again, because this will certainly come up. People claim that sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth. This is just absurd. Again, this is an experiment done by Harvard showing the Rayleigh criteria based on the diffraction line. So you have an eye level, you have a diffraction line, and then the angles relative to that diffraction line is what causes it to disappear because it can no longer be resolved. And when you lose resolvability, you can no longer see what it is that you're looking at. And it's specifically relative to the reception and propagation angles of what you're observing. And that's in relation to the eye level, which is why, again, this circle here, the position of these lasers that are perceived as circles did not change in the experiment. What changed was the aperture. So again, it's just an optical diffraction line. The horizon's not physical, it's just apparent. And if you're going to claim that there is a real physical, tangible geometric horizon called the curvature of the Earth, you're going to actually need to tangibly and physically prove that, not just beg the question. So that's what happened. The globe changed and moved the goalpost to claim like, oh, you're so stupid. You don't know we see the curve of the Earth every day when things disappear. They changed it to, oh, we never see the curve of the Earth, but I promise that it's there. So that's pretty much the basic tenets of this discussion. That's a little over half my bad, Karen B, but hopefully this clears some stuff up for you guys because it seems to be a hiccup. But there you go. That's all I got.
Awesome. All right, we'll end the screen share there. Thank you so much for that, Witsit Gets It. And we're going to kick it over to Karen for your up to 6-minute introductory statement. Thanks for being here.
Alrighty. Thank you so much for having me. Well, what I can say in addition to what Witsit said, because I agree with all of that, and those are all wonderful observations and good points, and but one thing that we have done as flat earthers that I haven't really seen globe earthers do is actually go out and try to physically measure the curvature of the Earth which they do give us a given size. Unlike the lights in the sky that we cannot see, we cannot actually physically go measure. Like that is just beyond anybody's capability to basically go and verify whether or not that's true. We all are here on the face of the earth, and we all have the ability to put those numbers to the test. And while the globe math that they give you for the lights in the sky does work out because they put everything so far away, you know, it could be anything up there. You know, the numbers don't really mean that that's reality, but they do give us a size and shape for the globe Earth, and that is what we like to put to the test because that is what we actually are physically standing on. So if I could get a screen share, let me see. Share my second desktop here. This is actually a PDF. It's a 120 page PDF that was put together by FE Core, which is a group of people who were questioning the shape of the Earth, and we all went and spent a lot of money and a lot of time and bought equipment and documented very well where we went and we tried to measure to find curvature. Every time we did this, we found none. So, you know, this PDF right here is just basically an outline of the measurements we took over Lake Balaton in Hungary. That is like the largest lake in Europe. So there was plenty of positions there for us to get multiple measurements over over the week that we were there. They also, the team went and did the same thing in the Netherlands. And at each time that they went and measured, they were able to observe things on the opposite side of the lake, the source of the laser light, and things that they shouldn't see, things that should be beyond the geometric curvature of the Earth. So if you believe that the Earth is a ball and you believe that the water conforms to the outside of the shape of this ball, that should be the place where there should be the most obvious curvature. But alas, there is none. I don't really have time to go over the whole 120 page document. It is there for, I can give anybody the link who wants to read it, but all of the surrounding data was taken, temperature, humidity, distances were well documented. We even have a video of it where we took video observation of all of this stuff that was taken. And we found that that the measurements were inconsistent with the WGS 84 ellipsoid model that they supposedly say that the Earth is. So that is why I am a staunch flat earther. I have seen it, proven it, measured it with my own eyes. So there it is. That's really all I have to present at this moment. How long is that? Do I still have more time?
Yeah, I was gonna say I looked at the clock just before you began. I think you still got another 2 minutes about if you wanted to vamp, but if not, we can kick to the other side.
Yep.
Yep.
I guess that's good.
All right, let me say one thing. Can we please not use fallacies when we just talk about the intellectual aspects of the conversation? And fallacies are inadmissible in intellectual form. They lack sound reasoning. They are invalid arguments. Let's not ad hom, interrupt, use straw mans, use poisoning the well fallacies, or begging the question fallacies, or affirming the consequent fallacies. Hopefully, we can be honest and not use fallacies. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll definitely try to make sure there's no mudslinging for sure. If we want to end the screen share for now, and what we'll do is we'll kick it over to Ozien for our globe side. Bittar actually just got here. I messaged him about 10 minutes before we started, and like a champ, he said he would come in here and be the hero of the evening and fill in. So we really appreciate you being here, Bittar, and helping us out here tonight with this conversation. So we'll kick it over to Ozien for up to 6 minutes, and then we'll kick it over to you. So thank you, Ozien, for being here as well.
All right, I'm Ozien, and I'm here today to talk about the evidence for a curved Earth. And I am going to do a screen share also right here. And it is of drone footage. Hopefully that's sharing. It looks like it is.
Sure is.
All right. I'm going to be using drone footage to demonstrate how this footage is evidence for a curved Earth and against a flat Earth, and how you can see curve at an altitude as low as 150 feet above sea level. I'm not arguing for horizon curve, but for curved bodies of water. So check this out. I got this drone footage of a ship that's a few thousand feet away. As the drone ascends, the ship appears to get narrower and taller. This is because the surface of the Earth curves away from the drone as it ascends. If the Earth were flat, then the ship would appear to get shorter and narrower as it ascends. But it doesn't. It gets narrower and taller, as you can see in the footage. Why? Because the Earth is curved. Let me explain. On a flat surface, if you have a side view of a ship and the observer are at the sea level, the side view will always have the same ratio of angular size and height and width, no matter how far away you are from the ship. However, as you go up in altitude, the angular size of the height of the ship will change at a greater rate than the angular size of the width of the ship. This would mean the ship will appear to get shorter and narrower as you ascend in altitude on a flat surface. However, on a curved surface, the ratio of the angular size of the ship's height and width will not be the same at all distance. This is because the surface of the Earth curves away from the observer, blocking the bottom of the ship as the observer gets further away. As a result, the ship will appear to get shorter as the observer gets further away. But in the image you're seeing, you're actually going up in altitude, up to 150 feet with my drone. And as you can see, the ship is getting taller, and it's actually not changing very much in width. It changed very little. In summary, if a ship is 2,000 feet away horizontally, I'm not sure exactly how far away it is. I think it's probably at least 1,000 feet away. As we raise the camera from sea level to an altitude of 150 feet, the ship would appear shorter and narrower on a flat surface, but taller and narrower on a curved surface. As you can clearly see when the drone ascends, the ship appears to be taller and narrower. This is consistent with the predictions we made about how the ship would appear on a curved surface. The pixel measurements of the ship's height and width at sea level and 150 feet in altitude confirm this. As you can see, I put the measurements I used in Adobe Photoshop. The ship's height increased by about 20% as the drone ascended, and the width decreased by about 2%. The fact that the ship's width barely changed is because there is a curved body of water blocking the ship that vanishes when the drone rises in altitude, and the drone is maintaining a similar relative distance to the side of the ship facing the drone. And I encourage you all to do the same measurements on your own to compare. A flat Earth hypothesis would predict that the ship would appear to get shorter and narrower as it ascends, but the fact that the ship appears to get narrower and taller as it ascends contradicts the flat Earth hypothesis, because the only way for the ship to appear to get narrower and taller is if the surface of the Earth is curved. In conclusion, the footage I've shown you is evidence for a curved Earth and against a flat Earth. I have experienced curve, and I've tested curve and refuted the flat Earth model. I know that the Earth is curved and it is not flat based upon my own testing and my own evidence. So the questions for you guys when we get to that: why did the ship appear to get narrower and taller as the drone ascended instead of shorter and narrower as the drone goes straight up, which would put it further away from the ship overall? And I'm going to conclude my opening there.
A1. Well, thank you for that. I'm going to say it wrong again. Ozien.
Okay. Sure.
Like ozone. Like ozone. I got to try to remember that, okay? Thanks for that, Ozien. Anyways, everybody, I just want to remind you that Modern Day Debate is a neutral debate platform where we host debates on science, politics, religion, you name it, we will host it. We have our 6-minute intro over here for Bittar, who is new to Modern Day Debate. And like I said, we just pulled him in a couple minutes ago. So, depending on your interactions in the past, you might have a lot to say here, or you might want to have a skeptics talk. It's okay. But we're just happy to have you here. So we'll kick it over to you for up to 6 minutes, and thanks again.
Yeah, so I just want to remind everyone that I was invited like 10 minutes ago, and I study software engineering. I don't study like in the same campus as I frequent. We have our space engineering, other engineerings, but software engineering, we only have physics 1. So I don't know much about physics, okay? as somebody else from the same university I frequent, which is Brasilia's university, that could be here and know more about this stuff. But I know some basics, which is enough to prove that flat Earth false. And that's why I took this object right here. This object actually is a twisty puzzle, and it has 12 sides. And if you take let's suppose this is a ball, okay? And let's suppose this is the moon. And here's the flat Earth, okay? So if you have somebody, so can you see that? No, you can't see that. But yeah, like imagine somebody who is on this side and somebody who is on this side, okay? They're on different sides. And then the moon, which is a ball, is over here. Then the person who is on the right of the paper and the person who is on the left of the paper, they would see different faces of the moon. The truth is we always see the same face of the moon, and that proves the Earth is not flat. If the Earth was flat, we should see the moon from different perspectives. Oh, but maybe the moon is not a three-dimensional object, which is what would happen with three-dimensional objects. Maybe the moon has two dimensions. Let me find a two-dimensional object here. This will do. Okay. If we have a two-dimensional object, people watching it from this perspective, as the object moves, they would see, imagine just this is a ring. So they would see from the different perspectives, they would see different shapes if the moon is two-dimensional. They would see different shapes. We don't see different shapes of the moon, of course, during the same time. Of course, I'm talking about the same time, simultaneously, someone here and someone here. The moon, we see the moon differently over different times. When I'm talking about simultaneously, from different perspectives, you should see something different. So this proves that the Earth is not flat. If the Earth was flat and the moon is three-dimensional, then we should see different faces of the moon. If the moon is two-dimensional, then we should see simultaneously. I'm talking about the same time. We should see different. Can you warn me, please, when I have like 30 seconds left? You're muted, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
yeah,
it's all right. No, usually I just keep the loose eye on the clock there, but
sure.
Yeah, you got like 2 minutes and 2.5 minutes here.
Yeah, something else that I want to talk about is that we actually proven on a lab with something called the Cavendish experiment. I would share my screen to show it to you, but we don't have, like I didn't separate the material before. But yeah, we've proven on a lab that mass attracts mass. And what this would, the consequence of this in a flat plane is that the further away you move from the center of mass of the object, the more mass you'd have behind you. So imagine as you move towards the ice wall, you'd have more mass behind you attracting you. And it would feel like climbing up a hill. And that, of course, is not what we experience. I'm in Brazil right now. Buildings here are not built sideways because we are supposedly closer to the ice wall. So yeah, because we've already proven on a lab with the Cavendish experiment that mass attracts mass, we also don't see on the world what we would expect. And also from the Cavendish experiment and from uniform circular movement, I think that's how it would be called in English, we can conclude, if I'm not mistaken, the third law of Kepler. I hope I did the math right, if I remember my high school days, but it's period square over radius to the third would equal a constant, which is 4 pi square over the gravitational constant times the mass of the object. So that's a law, from the Cavendish experiment and from circular linear movement that should happen, from planets orbiting the same thing. And okay, you guys don't believe the Earth is orbiting anything. So why is it that when we look at Jupiter and its moons, like Europa and Ganymede, that we can clearly see with telescopes, why is it that their periods and their radiuses obey this law as they should if the gravitation was true? That's where Kepler laws are taken from. So yeah, that's all I had to say.
All right, excellent. Well, everybody's had their introductory statements there, so thank you everybody for that. We're going to kick an open discussion in a moment here, but I want to remind everybody in the live chat to keep it friendly. That's what we're trying to do over here at Modern Day Debate. And also, we're doing a Q&A at the end of this conversation, so if you have a question for any of our speakers here tonight, get them in now so they can be asked nice and early. So let's kick it into the open discussion, everybody.
Yeah, Kepler's laws
concede.
had nothing.
Let's kick it over to
Kepler's
Witsit.
laws had nothing to do with that. Literally, gravity didn't exist at all. Nothing to do with it. He actually thought that the sun was singing, and it was an acoustic orbit. It was based on acoustics, so it didn't have anything to do with gravity, and it just watched the relationship with the stuff in the sky, and so that's just not true. Cavendish, the guy that did it, didn't account for electrostatics, which is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity is even claimed to be. You can't eliminate that variable. And actually, whenever you do it, it's consistently falls outside of the margin of error. And you have like 10 kilogram balls. You're trying to measure a force equivalent to like part of one cell. And it's far beyond the margin of error. And then, of course, you're just begging the question because you're not controlling the variable of electrostatics. And Ozien, what I want to know from you, because I'm not just going to take over the whole debate, but I want to know this, right? You saw my intro, right? And I showed that we took the drone, we went up, and the horizon rises with the drone.
Yep.
And in your video, you showed that the horizon rises with the drone.
Yes.
Even though it should be dropping down away from me. And we saw
No.
the horizon was behind the boat. And and you said that it shouldn't get taller as you get higher, getting further above the waves in the water in front of the boat, so that now you can see from above the water.
No, the water was
shouldn't
smooth.
happen on
The water was smooth. It's Lake Huron during the summer. The waters were very, very smooth. There weren't waves.
Okay, first of all, there were waves in the water. If you want to show the whole entire audience again, we all saw the waves, but it's not even just waves. It's basic perspective, bro. I don't know what basic perspective. Yeah. So like as you're lower to the ground, things ramp up from that point. If you go higher,
why?
Because of perspective, it's called reception angles and propagation angles.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm on mute.
He's like, no, he's still talking to me. It's okay. Keep going. What's it?
You realize that things ramp up optically due to perspective? Yes or no?
Ramped. So as you get closer to them, they look bigger. As you get further away from it, it looks smaller. Yes, and depending on the refraction you have in the air, it can affect it too.
Non sequitur. We're not talking about angular size.
And I'm not talking about going very far from the object. It went up to 150 feet. The object was close in. So why did it get taller? So I predicted. So I did my own experiment. Forget the whole body of science. Forget Kepler. Forget Newton. Forget everything you know. So if I just go basic perspectives, right? Basic geometry, basic surfaces, basic shapes. If I was to go up, right? That when I look if the object is flat, like two-dimensional, if I go up, it's actually going to look narrower, faster than it would, or it'd look shorter, faster than it would look narrower. But my drone footage, when I go up, the ship appears to look taller, faster than it looks narrower. So what explains that phenomenon?
Okay.
On a
so you
flat
just went on
Earth.
this big rant, not answering the question. I'm just going to ask the question again. You brought up angular size. That was weird. That wasn't relevant. Due to perspective, as
Ratios,
things are, bro, please answer this question. Due to perspective, as things move away from you in the distance, does the ground appear to ramp up? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So this is the problem. You're denying basic reality. So you can go look at anything. You can go look at from street lights down a street. What happens is the top starts to go down and the bottom starts to go up. It's a fact that due to perspective, it's a fact.
No.
What about when you look at a picture of railroads? Like if you look at a picture of someone standing in a railroad and the picture is straight to the horizon, what are the railroad tracks doing?
They go away to the horizon. So if I have an elevation too, so it's coming up to my eye level. If I lay down flat on the tracks and look down, they don't raise up. I actually can't see that far when I'm at the altitude of the tracks, right?
Yeah, I
Denying
wanna.
basic perspective now? Is this what we've regressed to?
I am arguing for my footage. That's it. So if you want to deny that my footage doesn't show that just more of the ship is exposed because the waves were not blocking the ship, that's fine. So they were not waves either. The water was not blocking the ships. You're trying to claim the waves were 20 foot tall. The waves were not 20 foot tall. The waves were maybe like 6 inches tall. So there weren't many waves. It wasn't on the ocean. It was on a lake.
Okay, can I share my screen real fast?
I wanna go back to what you said about Kepler laws. You said, oh, Kepler was about.
No.
You said Kepler was about
Kinematics.
sound. Sorry.
It's called kinematics, which is
Yeah.
how bodies move in relation to each other, not gravity, which is
kinematics.
dynamics. And he thought that there was like a
For sure.
heavenly song of the spheres that was played, and that the acoustics caused everything to move around each other. And he used kinematic equations to describe the ratio in which the bodies move in relation to each other. Real fast, since I'm sharing the screen. Hey, Ozien, can you tell me, do these streetlights look like they're going down in the distance?
The street lights, no, they actually look like they're the same elevation.
Okay. So now now all of these streetlights are the same height.
Yes.
But obviously, due to perspective, it looks like they're dropping down as they get further away. Everyone, all 800
based on my
people that are
elevation,
here can see it.
Based on my elevation, yes, it looks like it's dropping down, and it
Okay,
looks like the ground's coming up based upon my elevation.
Okay, so
Yes.
things above our eye level look like they're coming down. Things below it look like they're going up to a convergence point, and things get smaller and compress to that convergence point, right?
I'm going with my foot. Are you denying that something would have that the water is not blocking the ship? Was the water blocking the ship? Why was the water blocking the ship? Why was the water? Why was 20% of the ship being blocked by water? It wasn't. It was underneath the water because that was there normally floating. So 20% of the ship. 20% of the ship became exposed as my drone rose to only 150 feet in elevation. Why is that? This doesn't explain it. This doesn't explain it.
20% is a stretch.
It sounds like you're not being.
I measured it. I measured
it.
It was 20%.
You're not being super honest, because when I asked you, does the bottom look like it's ramping up? You said no. Now I had to go share my screen and show the whole audience.
So you're seeing that. Wait. You're seeing the. Well, you're pointing out. Are you seeing the cars in the distance appear like they're taller than they should be? The taxis in the distance.
No. Will you please be honest? You said that the ground doesn't look like it ramps up due to perspective. Everyone heard you say that. I had to go get a basic picture of streetlights. This is day one perspective.
They don't go up.
Dude, the top of the lights look like they're going down. The bottom look like they're going up, and it's getting smaller, converging to the middle. So yes, the ground looks like it ramps up just like I laid out in my opener. So would you like to not avoid it? Don't avoid it. Will you acknowledge?
You're avoiding my evidence. It's nothing to do with my evidence at all. You can't explain why the lake was blocking 20% of the height of the ship that was actually above the water.
Yeah, we can't even get there because
that has nothing to do.
Yes, it does.
With what you're describing. No, it doesn't.
Literally does. That's why I brought it up. But you can't even be honest about it. You can't even be honest and say, oh, I misspoke. Yes, due to perspective, things on the ground look like they ramp up. So can you please concede?
Depends on my elevation, how much it prospectively looks like it changes. Irrelevant to my argument. So we're addressing my argument or your argument. If you want to address your argument, that's fine. We can poke at that. But my argument had nothing at all to do with that. So why was the water blocking 20% of the ship?
Water is below the observer. So it begins to ramp up as you increase your elevation. Then it changes how much it's optically ramped up, because you've changed your eye level, thus your diffraction limit relative to the reception and propagation angles of the object that you're viewing. This is basic Rayleigh criteria of resolvability and angular resolution. Can you please acknowledge that you were wrong? And yes, due to perspective, things ramp up from the ground.
No, has nothing to do with what I showed in my video. Nothing at all to do with what I showed in my video. So it has. So you still can't explain why 20% more of the ship became exposed when my drone went up in elevation, right?
I literally
Can you
just
explain
did.
that? You did not.
I literally did.
Yes, he
Bro.
did.
No.
Yes, he did. Also, when you raise
maybe
up
we'll
the
kick it
drone,
over to
you're
Karen to
raising the
explain.
angle of.
Yeah. So if the ship was flat, right? So
Wait, let Karen be finished, man.
Yeah.
She's gonna dunk.
well, I
on
was. You were speaking. So, anyways, go ahead, Karen.
When your drone goes up in elevation, it increases the angle your viewing angle, so more of it is visible.
Yeah, like on that topic, you said
Very
that
simple.
you said that when the ship goes away, what's it? You said that we don't see anymore due to refraction. That's what you said, right?
No, diffraction, not
Diffraction.
refraction. Diffraction. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know the difference between diffraction and refraction?
Why are you asking me when you just conflated them? Yeah, of course. So refraction is based on change from one medium to another, how light travels, which it doesn't, by the way, from one medium to another. And then you have diffraction, which is actually about the dissipation of the light, right, relative to obstruction or limitation and aperture.
Diffraction happens when you have an object like that famous Pink Floyd album, for example. That would be diffraction when the light goes through, and when passing through an object, the light changes. It's
refraction. Also, that's two different mediums. Yeah, but diffraction is based on, if I look out to my eye level, so say I'm looking at a mountain that's 100 feet. Now I'm standing 10 feet above the ocean. If I look out, my eye level's at 10 feet. So that means that the ocean is going to reach my eye level before the top of the mountain, because they're going to converge down to what's called the diffraction limit or a diffraction line. That's where the eyes can no longer resolve the information because of the reception and propagation angles relative to your angular resolution limit.
Yeah.
So that's diffraction and Rayleigh criteria relative to perspective. I would love if we can just cover the basics, honestly. Like, yes, perspective makes things look like they're going down from above you. It makes things look like they're ramping up from below you, and they go to converge. It's like railroad tracks, like Karen B tried to explain to you, but flip them on their side. They would do the same thing. This is just basic perspective.
Depends where you're at, what your elevation is, all types of things. But were you saying that I am below the horizon? Are you saying that I am below the horizon? I am physically below the horizon. Were you saying that? Am I
The
physically
horizon's not physical.
Was I physically below the ship? Physically below the bottom of the ship?
I don't know
My
where
video.
you are. No, he went above it. You went above it. That's the whole point.
It started at 0. It started at the surface of the water, or like an inch above the surface of the water, where the drone height is, right?
Okay.
And then it rose to 150 feet in altitude. So did the drone start below the bottom of the ship?
Below the bottom of the ship? I mean, it would be really close. It would be really close, right? Because if the ship is on the water and then your drone's on the boat, then it's pretty much the same height. But do you agree that, well, let's talk about the drone sitting on the beach. Do you agree that due to perspective, the water is going to look like it's ramping up from the perspective of the drone? Yes or no?
To the drone at 0 altitude? No, it did not look like it was ramping up. So when I'm at the surface of the water, it does not look like it's ramping up. It doesn't.
Okay, so, things in the distance.
As I go up in altitude, it does. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
I don't get it, man. I don't know why you guys deny basic perspective. You can go out and look at a street. It shows like a real state of despair. To be honest, like you're denying like basic perspective. We should be able to get past this. It's basic perspective, dude. Things look like
you're avoiding my video footage. You're avoiding what I saw with my own eyes.
We're not avoiding it. That's all we've been talking about.
Okay, so I experienced curvature. I experienced where 20% of the ship became exposed, not because the ship was going away, but because my drone went straight up in altitude in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, did you change your angle of view when you did that?
No.
Wow. So you don't understand basic things, bro. You don't like. Come on, bro. Like.
So
You know
when
what
the
angle
car
of view-
changes
apertures-
altitude, you're not changing your angle of view.
Up and down it is, yes, but no, the angle of view is the same. The angle of view is the whole thing's the same. The
Dude,
angle of view
are
of
we
a
talking the
camera
same
doesn't
language?
change unless you change the aperture size, if I remember correctly.
I have
Anything
to
about
share my
cameras.
screen again,
So are you
dude.
saying the angle of view of the camera changes? Or are you saying the amount of land that becomes exposed changes as the drone goes up in altitude?
Yeah,
That
your
would be
angle of-
correct. No, the angle of view doesn't change. The angle of view stays
relative
the
to the
same.
ground? Relative to the ground.
I didn't change the angle of view of the camera at all.
Dude, does your angle of view get wider relative to the ground as you get higher? Yes or no?
No, the angle stays the same.
Oh my
The
God.
angle stays the same. The amount of ground I see, the square footage of ground I see changes as I go up in
Bro.
altitude. The angle, the aperture doesn't change of my camera.
Angle's not the same as aperture.
Whatever. The angle of view, my field of view with the camera, you see it's 150 degrees or whatever that is, doesn't change. The field of view doesn't change on my camera as it goes straight up in altitude.
That's
the
a straw
amount
man. It's a straw man. We know that your lens has a certain predetermined angle. No, you're not listening.
It's not a straw
So-
man.
Yes, it is. Listen, dude, if I'm like 10 feet tall and I'm looking at a really tall building, so there's an angle coming out from my eye. Okay. Now that the bottom of the angle is going to hit the ground first, thus be cut off. Thus, the angle of perception, the viewing angle that is perceivable, resolvable, is smaller on the bottom than the top. It's smaller. As I get higher, that angle gets bigger. This is basic perspective.
No, it doesn't change. So the angle
Just
of view of
deny
your
science.
eyes, it's not
Deny
denying
science.
science. So you
You're a
if you
science
sit,
denier.
if you go sit in space, your angle view is not being blocked by anything. So you're seeing it because you stand on the ground. Your perspective of the field of view, your angle of view that you experience is less because you're standing on the surface of the ground. Sure, you experience
science.
less. It's not science denying.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to show a video.
Go ahead.
It's crazy. But like this is probably the problem. This is why Karen and I brought up Horizon and then I slid in Rayleigh criteria. So what I found out is people that have debated this for 7 years or whatever, they don't they don't grasp perspective. Yeah, I gotta find the video real fast. I'm just like this is a basic part of it. The globe thinks the horizon is a physical location that blocks things in the distance.
No, I
It's
don't.
physical intent. Is there a physical geometric horizon?
I don't believe so. No, it's sort of an optical illusion where the sky and the ground converge.
Yeah, well, that's the apparent horizon, which is painfully redundant, but the
Yeah.
globe claims there's a geometric horizon called the curve of the earth.
Okay.
Right.
Okay,
Like
I
you
agree.
can see around the corner.
There's a
of the
curve of the
house.
earth. You can call that the horizon. Yes, they do call that the horizon. What's your point?
Okay. So you do believe there's a geometric horizon.
I believe there's a geometric curve. If you want to call that an horizon, they can.
That's the official definition of it from your paradigm, called the geometric
What's my
horizon.
paradigm? My paradigm was the video I showed. The evidence I showed is my paradigm. What's my paradigm?
That you believe the earth's a globe?
Am I arguing for science? Did I once argue for science? I think that was Bittar, right? So are you
you
arguing
believe-
for science? Are you arguing for the globe? Okay, go ahead.
I thought you were defending the globe model.
I'm defending that the earth is curved and it's not flat.
So you're not defending the official globe model. You have your own version of it.
Oh, I accept testimonial evidence from experts, so I'm okay with that too. But what I have actually tested and experienced is that the earth is curved.
Yeah, I've been speaking muted. Sorry. Yeah, but I
Go
still
ahead.
want to go back to what he said about Kepler's laws because I don't necessarily disagree. Kepler's law have to do with cinematics. I specifically, I even said it. Taking gravitational law and a circular uniform movement, we get to the third Kepler law, which is time squared, period squared over radius to the third should equal a constant. And that's exactly matching. And those numbers should only match if gravity works. Like 4 pi squared over gravitational constant times the mass of the object. And then you went on to say, oh, Kepler didn't know about gravity. Kepler only knew about cinematics. Look, bro, I don't know the history of physics. I know physics. I don't study history. I know sometimes people don't necessarily find out people that things that have their names. For example, Newton didn't know much about Newton's fractals, like we do today, because today we have actually computers to put the formulas on Scilab and calculate the Newton's methodology. Which is basically you take the derivative of the function in that certain point and project it, and that leads us to Newton's fractals. So Newton didn't know about that, but because it comes from Newton's methodology, it has his name. I don't know what Kepler knew or what he didn't know, because I'm not a historian, for sure. Good for you. I know.
Well, that's why we don't believe in it, bro, because we studied.
Yeah, I know that this law should only work if gravity is true. Period square over radius to the third should only equal 4 pi squared over gravitational constant times the mass of the object being orbited. Should only work if gravity is true. Why does Ganymede and Europa orbit Jupiter at this rate? Why does this work? Why when putting the numbers on this formula, the mass of Jupiter come out? Why is that?
Well, that's how you got the mass of Jupiter, so you can't really invoke it as if some standard of accuracy to verify your prediction or interpretation.
Sure. I agree. Why do the period of Ganymede and Europa then to the square equal their distance to Jupiter to the third? Why is that? Why does that work? Go ahead.
Why is a dynamic question. Okay, the current model claims it's gravity. I'm correcting the idea that Kepler had anything to do with that. He didn't. We couldn't, just like Kepler did.
It's just the name of the law, bro. It's third Kepler law.
I know. I'm just trying to explain to you. Just like Kepler did, we can use acoustics. You can literally say there's a vibrational resonance of the bodies that creates this ratio and relationship of the bodies to cause them to move around each other, seeking equilibrium due to pressure mediation of acoustics. And that's what he said it was. And he described it. He was basically spiritual and said that the sun was God and that he was singing a song to the rest of the heavenly spheres, and it caused the acoustics to make it orbit. Now, the ratio is accurate for the local scale. The question is, what causes it? And why do you think that somehow throws the Earth in it? Doesn't make sense to me. Where's the evidence?
Why is the Earth not thrown towards the sun? Is that what you're asking?
Well, no. Like, what makes you think the Earth is somehow the same thing as Jupiter?
What do you mean?
Why do you think the Earth is the same thing as Jupiter? You're saying like,
Earth is a different planet. What do you mean?
No. That's what's in contention. It's not a planet. The Earth is in the center, and it's never been measured to be orbiting around the sun. The current model says you can't do that. This is impossible.
So my point with that was try to prove that gravity exists. I was not using that to prove that the Earth is not flat, because I believe that one of the steps towards proving the flat Earth false is actually proving gravity exists. If you're not denying gravity exists, then great. Then we can go to Earth.
Sorry, what is gravity? Yeah, can you define it for me before I have to accept or deny that?
Basically, what I want you to concede is that mass attracts mass.
It doesn't, though. Like, even your own paradigm doesn't claim that.
Of course, we have more modern understanding where gravity is actually the bending of the four dimensions. Of course, I get all of that, but in practice, okay, I'm talking about in practice. And when you put mass, there is a field that attracts mass, other mass in that field. You deny that.
Well, I deny anything that's pseudoscientific nonsense. I don't want to take over this whole debate like I did last time. I really want Karen B to talk. So let me explain this one more thing to you, and I want to kind of fall back. But okay, I like science. So that means I don't like people making up made up stories or ideas. I want to do something scientifically. And what I can do scientifically is I can use electrostatics to make things levitate, to change their weight, to change how fast they go up or down. I can make things orbit with quantum levitation. You can change their weights by introducing electrostatics.
Why not lead, and why does it affect different material in different ways? Gravity affects all material in the same way. We can predict how heavy something is based upon 9.8 meters per second squared, right?
That's another talking point that's
Well, no,
probably wrong.
it
So
doesn't matter. Like we can
immediate
predict
interruption
it.
because you know I'm about to dunk on you.
No,
No.
it doesn't matter if gravity exists or not. Are you denying there's a 9.8 meter per second squared downward acceleration at all?
I was in the process of rebutting it. You got nervous, but actually gravity isn't constant. So when you guys claim that it's a constant, it's provably not a constant. We use that value as an average that's close enough. It's provably not a constant. In fact, it changes at the same location during thunderstorms or lightning storms or rainfall. So we know it's not a constant. Different elements fall at different. Yeah, I have many papers.
Okay,
Yep.
in what scientific journal was that published on? I'm interested.
Cambridge University published that paper.
Cambridge University.
Yes.
Gravity changes according to
During thunderstorms in a gravimeter, which is a vacuum chamber that's sealed inside of a building. When thunderstorms approach or lightning storms approach, the little BB inside of the interferometric gravimeter changes the rate it falls. In fact, other elements change how far they fall with the drop tower in the UK.
What's the conclusion of that paper?
The conclusion is that they couldn't explain it with just mass alone. That's all they said. They said that we don't know, but we definitely checked all the boxes. Gravity rate changes. But the point is, it changes just a little bit.
Okay? I can explain why.
No, you can't.
I
can explain what they claim why. They claim why it happens.
No, you're going to say the mass of the clouds?
The mass of the rainwater. That's what they claim is causing.
This was not. This was void of rain.
Wait,
then I have to see that paper.
Exactly.
But,
so I told you couldn't know.
Okay, so the atmosphere's average of 400,000 volts, right? I think it's something like 400,000 volts from the top of the atmosphere to the
I don't want to
ground.
take over the whole debate.
But that
take forever.
But that changes too. That changes too, and it can invert. So when the electrostatics invert, when you get lightning strikes if go the other way, why don't things levitate? And why can't you levitate lead? Why can't you levitate lead?
But this is the thing, right? You guys don't understand it yet.
Why can't you levitate lead?
It's like almost embarrassing.
Why can't you levitate lead?
I've explained it so many times. Why can't we bend space-time and levitate lead?
We don't have the tools to do so. But
but it's okay when you can't do it. So I can levitate lead.
Well,
do you want to bet money on it?
But we know lead falls while using electrostatics. You're claiming.
Yeah, do you want to bet money I can levitate lead using electrostatic?
I'd love to see that. I don't bet money. No, I don't gamble.
Okay.
But
so you can levitate any object with electrostatics.
Hutchison effect.
You can levitate any object with electrostatics.
I'd love to see that because you have to magnetize the object to get it to levitate with electrostatics.
No, you don't. No,
yes, you have to have an electric charge that's in opposite polarity to the field to get it to levitate.
You said magnetize, and then you started talking about polarity of field.
Yes.
Electric.
Yeah. So it collects negative electrons on the top, not positive electrons. I'm stupid, but a negative charge on the top that causes it to float in an electric field. Right?
It's if you flip the polarity of the field, the electrostatic induction or transference of the medium in the object will cause it to levitate. Yeah.
Lead.
Yes. You know what's crazy is you guys just don't understand it. So basically, you're like, oh, Witsit so stupid. He thinks electrostatics pulls things down to the earth. Well, you could change the charge of objects, and why don't things levitate? It's because electrostatics, although 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be, is very weak overall. In fact, to levitate an object, you have to introduce a good amount of charge. Like when I do it with my Van de Graaff generator, iron filing, styrofoam, hair, paint chips, any object I can think of that's small enough, I add like 200,000 volts within these two Gaussian surfaces, and I can make things levitate. So in order to make something heavier levitate, you would have to introduce a ton of electrostatics, but that's how physics works. Once you establish the principle of physics on a small scale, it's assumed due to physics and laws of physics that can be scaled up.
Yeah,
you realize that?
I have a problem with that because my computer, for example, I was getting shocks when touching it. I still have them when I touch them. It will fall.
You got a carpet, maybe.
Yeah. But when I put my flip flops on, then it stops. The thing is that that actually is a demonstration that my flip flops isolate me from the ground. So if I touch the ground without being isolated, then the electrons from me and from the ground would equal themselves, and eventually I would stop being pulled down and I would start levitating.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to explain it, and I really want to fall back. So just give me a second to explain something. I want Karen to talk, and you guys to talk to her because she's going to duck on you too. But this is the point I'm trying to make to you, okay? Electrostatics is significantly stronger than gravity's even claimed to be, but it's overall weak. Every object that exists, all matter that exists, is electrostatic. All matter that exists is intrinsically electrostatic. This is a fact. Why are you shaking your head no? Can we name one piece of matter that's not electrostatic?
So you're denying the electromagnetic force, you're denying strong and weak nuclear force, and you're denying gravity. You're saying
Strong
everything's
fallacy.
electrostatic.
Now you're saying I'm denying
Well,
unrelated things.
Well, I'm saying
okay, so then I should have ignored you. You're
no,
shaking
because
your head no,
I
but you
reject it because I reject your claim. So we don't all believe that.
name
So
one
fundamentally-
object in the world that's not electrostatic.
Like
It doesn't
everything.
have electrostatics involved in it.
Correct.
Well, everything has electrostatics
Thank you.
involved
So don't
with it,
shake your head.
but
Yeah.
everything's not made of electrostatics. That's just
Literally
not true.
all molecular
No.
and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Purdue University.
Electromagnetics, first of all, not electrostatics. Electromagnetics,
No, electrostatics. Electrostatics. Do I have to pull
electromagnetics,
it up?
strong
I'll
and
pull it
weak
up.
nuclear force,
I'll pull it
and
up.
gravity. Four
I don't have
fundamental
to do-
forces. It's
This
four
is, like,
fundamental
annoying to me.
forces. Electrostatics fall under the blanket umbrella for electromagnetics.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's 10 to 36 power stronger than gravity's claimed to be on the smallest scale. Purdue University. It doesn't matter if you deny it. You can measure it. You can test it. It's a fact. My point is that it's very weak overall, okay? So the real thing is objects, this case right here falls down. It's more dense in the air, okay? Whenever things are less dense in the air, it goes up. Now, the question is, what's the cause of density? Well, density is defined as volume over mass, the compactness of matter. So the question is,
It's mass over
what
volume.
causes compactness of matter? Well, whatever allows it to have a certain compactness is what's holding it together. That's electrostatics. So that causes electrostatic. You have a density relationship with the object in the medium. That's an electrostatic interaction, giving you the buoyant force, which is pressure mediation, which is way stronger than the downward electric bias. So in order to make things float, you'd have to introduce a ton of electrostatic charge. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I have real science. I can prove it with an experiment. And you admitted, oh, we don't have the technology to prove ours. But somehow ours is wrong. And
I
yours
don't
is
deny. I
Oh,
don't.
back
wait a sec. Wait a
Falling
sec.
back now.
I don't deny it. I don't deny electrostatics. I don't deny you can cause things to levitate with electrostatics. I don't deny that. What I do deny is what causes mass. So what causes things to bind together? And you're also wrong. Electrostatics is a strong force at short distances, right? Very short distances is a strong force, where gravity is a strong force over long distances. So there is a difference between the two. But
No, I said
what-
overall it's weak.
electrostatics in short distances is a strong force.
I can move my hand and deny it. Like, look, I said overall it's weak. So what you're
No.
doing now is
10
strengthening
to
my
negative-
argument. That's all
10
you're
to the
doing.
up to 10 to the negative 32nd.
36 power. Do you
36, yeah.
agree? Do you agree that everything's electrostatic? You said yes. Do you agree that electrostatics is 10 to 36 power stronger? You said yes.
I don't
Okay.
agree. I don't agree.
What?
Everything's electrostatics.
Name one thing that's not electrostatic.
Everything has electrostatics involved in its makeup. Everything is not electrostatics. Everything is made up of bosons and fermions.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, dude! You just went all the way in the deep into pseudoscience. Can you name one
I don't
thing that's
care.
not electrostatic? Name
I
one.
don't
thing.
care. It doesn't matter. None of it can be proven anyways. He could say whatever bullshit he
Ev-
wants.
every-
Pseudoscientific times.
Everything has electromagnetic force, right? Electrostatics is an electromagnetic force.
Okay.
And it also has a strong and weak nuclear force. We've created friggin' nuclear bombs and blown them up. And gravity. Will you deny that? You deny
We don't need to
nuclear
get
reaction?
into that. We don't need to get into that.
I worked at nuclear power plants. I mean, you can
That's what's
deny
up.
it.
That doesn't mean that you understand
No,
it because
nuclear power is real.
I don't have to
they
deny it.
claim that neutrons, electrons, and protons all are different modalities of the same thing with the electroweak force. So, like, cool. So you're just making my argument stronger and stronger and stronger. What we want to know is, you claimed if gravity's real, the Earth can't be flat. Okay, can you verify your interpretation of gravity? Because we can scientifically verify ours, and you admitted we don't have the technology to do it. And by the way, the highest levels of academia on your side say gravity's wrong. We messed up. We need to change it. It doesn't work on the quantum or cosmological scale. So you guys should catch up. You have no evidence for your belief of gravity, and actually everything's intrinsically electrostatic, and it's very weak. I'm sorry about it. Like, I hate to break it to you, but that's just science and physics.
You're muted, Bittar.
Yeah, sorry. I wanna understand your position. Do you or do you not deny that mass attracts mass?
I deny the idea that mass attracts mass, just like Newton did. He said the idea that mass is innately attracting other mass or other matter is such an absurdity that no man with competent faculty of thinking would ever fall into it. Now, if I take like an electrostatically charged balloon, I rub it on my head and I stick it to the balloon, well, that balloon has mass, the wall has mass, so you could say the mass attracts the mass.
Okay. Look. It's a yes or no question. Okay, I have one object with mass here.
I deny it. Yes.
So they're not being attracted. There's not a vector. Is there a vector in this direction and a vector in this direction that are the same value in different directions and in the same direction?
Let's just stop the screen share for a second.
In the same sentido.
We'll get back to it.
Let me Google translate that.
The value changes, but yes, they attract. But I deny that it's mass itself. I just want to read this real fast. The first three forces are also collectively called van der Waals forces. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Okay,
so you don't deny that there is a vector between those two objects, one in this direction, one in this sense, one in this sense.
If there's enough electrostatic induction between those two objects and the medium, it's not the matter itself that's intrinsically attracting, it's the electrostatic relationship in the medium involved.
Okay, so if I touch them, then they'll have the same charge, right? Because they're not isolated by air anymore.
It will begin to equalize, yeah.
Yeah, and then now they wouldn't have the vector anymore.
But as soon as you pull them away, they start to have electrostatic induction with the medium again.
Oh, so you're saying because with friction with the air, then the...
Yeah, if you want to call it that, yeah. Like, because I mean, that's provable, right? Like, that's provable that, like, that's why we ground objects, because as soon as we pull the ground off, it starts charging up again. That's why we have to keep it grounded.
If what you're saying was true, if I were to step up on a, what is the name in English of that thing that tells you your weight?
Scale.
Scale?
Yeah, scale.
Yeah, if I were to step up on a scale, over time my weight should decrease. So right now I should, I might weigh 90 kilograms, and like in a little time I should be weighing less than that, if what you're saying is true. And that doesn't happen.
You would have to introduce a ton of electrostatics to you to significantly change weight that big.
No.
I've explained that.
Those objects are isolated. Now they're not isolated anymore. Because they're not isolated anymore, there is not a vector between them anymore. There's not there according to what you said, according to your theory, they're not being pulled in each other's direction anymore. If I step on a scale, according to what you're saying, like initially it will say 90 kilograms, and after like a few seconds it will say 0.
Yeah, I'm not saying that electrostatics, again, I really want to fall back, but I'm not saying electrostatics is pulling everyone down to the earth. That's an idea you guys have, we were all conditioned with, to think there's some force pulling things down to the earth. That's not what we're saying. There's a downward electric current that's 10 microamps per meter. It's very small, measurable. There's always electrostatics, and that's what gives you your density and your weight and your mass. Like, you couldn't exist and have density or mass or weight without being held together. I do understand. You're saying that if I touch the scale, then I'm going to discharge and equalize, so my weight should change. No, that's not correct.
Why?
All right. Look. What I want to do is, like, let's go. Like, I'll talk to you guys about it later. I don't want to take over the whole debate because everyone's like, they're not talking about flat Earth, blah blah blah.
Well, I just want to point out that...
Hold on a second there, Witsit. Yeah, over to you, Ozien. Sorry, I wanted to kick it over to you.
You have a delay in your voice. Anyways, but I just want to say the direction the current flow changes. So too, you're saying there's a downward current flow, but that direction can change.
Look, dude, look, here's the deal. It's a fact that what I'm talking about can be scientifically proven. If you want to deny it, that's fine. But I would love for us to get back to the point, right, which is that the Earth is not a globe, provably. The horizon isn't physical. What you claim is there isn't there. I don't want to take over the whole debate. So, like, if you want to claim I'm wrong, you can never, like, I've already explained it. You didn't get it. It's okay. Can we go back to where, like, where's the physical curve of the Earth? You claim it's a ball. We went and tested it. It's not there. The horizon's just apparent. You have no evidence for the claim that there's a physical geometric horizon anywhere. Can we talk about that? And maybe Kirby, you can jump in.
Yeah, maybe it would be good for you guys to address what I said. Sorry, Ozien, to address what I said about the moon. But yeah, go ahead, Ozien.
I'm just saying you haven't tested that in the lab. You just proved electrostatics can cause things to levitate. You haven't proved what causes things to fall in the lab. You haven't done that.
Okay, did you prove it was space-time in the lab?
No, we proved we have the Cavendish experiment. We understand how mass attracts mass. You can deny it if you want to.
Yeah, let me just answer that real quick.
Well, just before you get in there, Bittar, hold your thought there, Bittar. I want to get Karen in here because you guys have been talking for a little bit, and Karen, you must have some thoughts about all the things the fellows are saying here. So I want to kick it over to you to just kind of expound what you're hearing here and how you're feeling about this conversation.
I think most of what they're talking about is of no consequence to the shape of the Earth personally. But one thing that did come up earlier that I think is really an important question is for Ozien and his drone video. Like, if you believe that shows you curvature, that low amount of height right there, 150 feet, why isn't curvature visible like everywhere all the time, measurable? Why can we go to like places like the Bolivian salt flats and it be flat for miles and miles and miles in any direction with no curvature detected anywhere at all whatsoever? How come there are abyssal plains at the bottom of the ocean that are flat for hundreds and hundreds of miles? I mean, there are just innumerable things that happen that just they don't jive with a ball the size and shape that we are given. So how do you explain your magical, where's the curvature everywhere else? How come it can't be measured? I have a document, 120-page document, where we wanted to find curvature. We were trying to prove that the Earth was a globe, because it is not fun to sit here. You see the chat to get ridiculed and criticized all the time for denying this globe Earth that we've been fed to our entire lives. And we go and we can't find curvature anywhere. It cannot be measured. But you think you can see it 150 feet with your drone? Can you explain the discrepancy in that?
First of all, chat is mean. They should be nice to you. I appreciate your opinion. But let's go to the topic. So all I did was measure that more of the ship was exposed. So what is explained by the size of the Earth,
that has nothing to do with curvature. Then you saying your witness curvature. Then you're contradicting yourself, because you said that you played that video and you're like, I witnessed curvature because the boat got bigger. But now you're saying it's because of perspective, because the drone went up and you saw a bigger angle of view, right? That's why the boat is bigger. So is it because of curvature or not?
I'm not saying that's why the boat got bigger. I'm saying there's water that was blocking. You said that
earlier when you played your video. You said you experienced and see curvature with your video. But that's not true, is it?
That is true.
No, it isn't, because there is no curvature to be seen there. You can't measure it.
You're saying I didn't. You're telling me what I experienced, and you're telling me I'm lying?
No, I believe that you experienced curvature, but you didn't measure it. You took your drone and you went up and down, and you're assuming that the angle of view got bigger because of curvature, but actually it's become bigger because the drone went higher up in the air. I'm talking about where I took a team of people and we went and traveled to different locations across the Earth plane, and we physically measured stuff with cameras and lasers and all kinds of equipment, and we cannot measure curvature. We were able to consistently see and measure things beyond the distance that you should be able to see on a globe, the shape and size that they say it is. End of story.
Damn.
Yeah, do you
Yikes,
do
that
you
was
guys
rough.
do you guys want to talk about what I said about the moon that proves the Earth is not
Anything
flat?
but
Well, I
what
wanna
Karen
know-
B just talked about.
No. No, I'd have to see your evidence. I'd be interested in seeing all that evidence to see how you did the testing and how you took the measurements. I'm not
Yeah.
denying that you went out and did that, and not at all. I'm not denying that you have a testimonial that you believe is true. Just because I don't accept your testimonial as true doesn't
Objectively
mean
facts. I mean,
I'm
nobody's
calling you a
measured
liar or
curvature,
anything.
but we
Yeah, but she just
consistently.
refuted.
Hey, Karen, why don't you try to publish?
Where you
at? That doesn't
make a paper and
It is
publish it.
published, but but I can't
Wow.
post a link in
It's just
here.
a-
I can post it in
But
here.
It's just
I-
a tactic. It's just a tactic.
can
No,
put it
wait,
in
wait.
chat.
She just dunked on you, man. Can you
No,
address it?
I can. Well, then let me address it. You're talking.
Address that she just dunked on your alleged globe evidence, please.
No.
Address
So-
it
so
specifically.
I had two hypotheses. That
don't care.
either the Earth was curved or the Earth was flat.
Yeah,
If
but your
the Earth was-
hypothesis was wrong.
Okay, so there may be some other factors involved, and
Yes,
explain
you
why I saw
strawman
more
flat
of the
Earth.
ship.
You
I'm not
strawman flat
strawmanning
Earth.
anything. I may be strawmanning some claim that you had. So I set
Oh.
up two hypotheses based on basic geometry, what I would expect to see as my drone rose in altitude. I did not see what I would expect to see if the Earth was flat. I
Strawman.
saw how could it be a straw man when it's what I would expect to see when the Earth was flat? How's
Okay,
that a
so then
straw
you
man?
don't- Okay, fair enough. You don't understand flat Earth, and your arguments are relevant. And if you're claiming to have accurately represented flat Earth when testing it, it was a straw man. Is that better?
Set up two hypotheses,
They're wrong.
and one supported hypothesis 2, and the other one was evidence against hypothesis 1.
But your
Which refute
hypotheses
hypothesis
were
1.
wrong.
Well, then you try to say it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Well, it wasn't my
No,
eyes; it would be my
Karen
drone.
B even
It was-
just broke it
Nobody
down
even
to you.
said anything about
Like-
tricks.
It's weird. How do you let me break this down really simply. The ground appears to ramp up due to perspective. Okay.
My
So
sh-
as you looked at the you need to pay attention. As the ground ramped up due to perspective, it ramped up towards that boat. As
No.
you lift so now he's back to square one, which he's denying
Because my
that perspective
drone-
makes things
my
ramp
drone
up. I
didn't
can't-
go. My drone
can't
didn't
handle
go
this.
further away. My drone didn't go closer to the ship. My drone went straight up, so it wasn't ground ramping up. It was the drone going straight up, exposing more of the ship. So
Hey, bro,
are
hey,
you
when you get
actually
further-
saying? Are you actually
This is
saying
wild.
that the water is actually going up?
No.
Oh my god.
Appearing because of perspective. Oh, that's you don't do you no.
He
Geez.
doesn't get it. He
Exactly.
literally doesn't get it.
So it's not actually above me, even though my eyes, the horizon rises to my eyes. It's an optical illusion. So the horizon's not really at my eyes. Like even on a flat Earth, the horizon would have to be at my feet level or whatever other structures are out there on the horizon, whatever it would be.
Horizon is apparent. The ground is always below your feet.
I understand
Yes.
perspective.
So
bro.
the horizon would have to be below my feet, right?
It's not a physical place.
Exactly. I covered that in my
whatever
opener, dude.
No, I don't care about the optical illusion. Wherever that place is,
Ah.
the ground you're seeing at the distance, if that was a body of water that as far out as you can see on the surface, that would have to be at your feet.
Do I have to share my
Right?
presentation?
Would
Did
it
you pay
have to be at
attention
your
my-
feet? Can't you answer the question?
It optically rises. We covered it in my. I'm sharing my presentation.
But it's actually at your
This is-
feet, right? I understand this. Like this is
No, can
not
you address this? Is
rocket
this meme
science.
correct?
So when my drone goes straight up, it's not coming further away. It's not going towards it. It's not the railroad tracks going further off in the distance. Is my drone seeing more of the ship being exposed because the water is not blocking the ship?
Okay.
Right?
Now we're going to talk to the audience and everyone's going to hear this. Okay. Sharing the screen here. Cover this in my.
Well, we're having a debate. We're not debating the audience.
Yeah, but we're going to hear this and then watch you ignore it again.
Debates are for the audience anyway.
Exactly. The sky's ramping down to eye level. The ground is ramping up towards eye level. If I then raise up in a drone, it's going to change what the level of that optical ramping effect is because of perspective. If you deny this, you deny basic reality, bro. And I'm not even trying to be ugly. Look right here. We'll just cover this right here. Here's the horizon. Look, I'm raising it up. It looks like the horizon is raising above the initial point. Now, if the Earth were actually curving, it should be going down away from me. As I get higher, it should be getting further down. And what do we see in reality? It's rising up, which means the globe has to claim that this happens due to perspective. They have to claim that.
The air density, but whatever, it doesn't matter.
Wait. You think this happens because of refraction?
It could be. I'm not an expert at all. It doesn't matter to my drone footage because the ship
does. It literally
does. The ship was not at the horizon. The ship was not at the horizon. Not even close.
It doesn't matter
To the horizon.
The horizon, buddy. The horizon's doing the same thing as anything
let's
else
go
is
down.
due to perspective.
So
Not even
that's what I'm saying.
So I can still see the waves when you went up and down with that drone footage.
You clearly don't understand perspective, bro, and that's the problem here.
Okay, the ship got taller as the drone went up. You can see it clear as day. Well,
hey, can you address this video?
We don't need to keep seeing your video.
Why does the horizon appear to rise in this video?
Well, the horizon's at the same spot, so maybe your camera angle's changing. I don't know.
Okay,
so if you got a good drone, it's probably not. So
you have to deny reality. That's what I'm saying. Like I just showed at the beginning, you said that things don't.
I'm not denying anything.
You said that things don't ramp up due to perspective. And we had to go pull up a picture of streetlights and get you to reluctantly admit it does do that.
That's because of the altitude of my eyes.
Denying it.
No, that's
not going to be able to censor
altitude
me
of my eyes.
It's not going to work.
Well, you're just talking, so I'm not going to let you
just
filibuster.
You're interrupt.
I'm not going to let you filibuster for the entire conversation.
That's the point. So it's whatever. Like it's weird. It's weird, honestly, because if you think there's a globe, that's cool. Don't deny like basic perspective to do that. It doesn't make sense.
Bro, I falsified your model for gravity. You know, if you're according to your model, we shouldn't wait when stepping on a scale. Is that the name?
You gotta stick to the curve of the Earth, brother. That's the whole crux of the issue.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about me falsifying your things, right? You want to go back to another point.
I would dunk all over you with gravity, but I don't want to be disrespectful to the people that are debating flat Earth and just try to teach you guys basically.
Sure. Why don't you talk about how I debunked the Earth is flat with the moon then? Why don't you talk about that?
How does that
explain
Earth is flat?
Explain it. It's obviously he can't explain the actual facts of perspective and how his entire thing's easily explained, understanding the water ramps up optically. We'll move on and explain how the moon proves the Earth's a ball. Go ahead.
I think first you would need to tell him what the moon is.
I remember your explanation. You then said something about something being 2D. Like, there's no such thing as 2D objects in reality. It's just a weird thing to even say out loud.
Yeah, I'm saying if the moon is flat, of course. I don't mean its thickness is 0. I mean it's not.
That's what 2D means.
Yes, I know.
Okay, but yeah, so you're saying that the moon we should see the rest of the moon if the Earth is flat.
No, I'm saying that people from different perspectives should see different faces of the moon. Or if the moon was a disk, we should see different faces, different shapes. Sorry.
Why?
Simultaneously. Why?
Why? Yeah.
Again, if somebody that is here and somebody that is here, and the moon is an object over here, the person that is on the right side of the paper and the person that is on the left side of the paper, they're gonna see different faces of this object. Like the person who's here, let's say that the Earth, flat Earth is right here. Okay, somebody that is over here is probably seeing this is all inverted, is viewing the green side, the yellow side, let's say.
Okay.
Somebody that is here and somebody that is here is viewing like this. this
Get
side.
it.
So if there's a flat plane here, they would see different sides of a three-dimensional object. And if it was a disk, as you move a disk, take any disk, put it in front of you. As you move a disk, its shape changes from perspective. So the moon, you can say that the moon is a disk, or you can like nothing you can say. If the Earth was flat, we should either see the shape of the moon changing or a different perspective, like different faces of the moon. We see the same face, but it just turns around. So I'm in the South Pole. In the South Hemisphere, I see the moon twisted some degrees compared to you guys that are in the North.
Which happens on a flat surface. So now, we'll get back over to you're claiming that we should see the other sides of the moon based on where we are. So you're straw manning the flat Earth with a very short distance with solidity and ignoring optical effects of the medium. You're also ignoring anything that the moon actually could be. We can show electromagnetic polarization, showing holographic images, showing it the appearance of spherical nature. This is a fact. All this is a fact, by the way. It's all scientific. No big deal. Who cares about science? So you're assuming solidity and distance. So you're straw manning the solidity on a flat Earth and straw manning the specific distance. Or are you saying that it would happen at any distance? And what's the medium?
Yeah, like unless the moon was really far away, really far.
How far?
Are you saying that it's as far as the stars?
Just in relation to its size. So how do you know how big and far away it is? So wait. You just admitted that at a certain distance we wouldn't see the other side.
Yeah, but if the moon was that far, then like how fast do you think the moon travels, bro?
Wait, what if it was smaller? What if it was smaller?
It's traveling like faster than light? Is that what you think?
You see how easy it is to debunk this argument? If it was smaller, then how far it would have to be would get closer, right?
What do you mean?
You think the moon is a certain size and 238,000 miles away and rotating 10 miles per hour.
Are you saying the moon is closer or further away?
The moon is closer and smaller than your model claims, it appears. I don't have to make specific claims about it, but it refutes your claim, which is what Professor Dave said 4 years ago. You got to do better than Professor Dave. It's not going to work. That's where you got this argument. Professor Dave. And let's be real, bro. Like you just admitted, if the moon was a certain distance away, then we wouldn't.
No, if it was really far away, like the stars, for example, they are so far away that you don't see different faces of a star.
Okay, but
like
we didn't
just a little spot.
There's a sweet zone where optically you wouldn't see it based on the amount of the land of the Earth that can actually see the moon. But this I want the audience to make sure they understand. So your whole argument is what debunks the flat Earth because we can't show physical measurement of curvature. We never see the actual curvature of the Earth. Karen says they go out and test it specifically with physical tests and measurements and that the Earth is not curving. I point out the horizon is actually optical. We show that Ozien or whatever, he's actually just completely misunderstanding perspective. All right. So we ignore all that. We don't have any physical direct measurements. Let's talk about the moon and the fact that the moon, we see the same side of it. So what's the globe model's claim for why we see the same side of the moon? They claim They claim the moon is a sphere, 238,000 miles away, and that it's orbiting the Earth 2,200 miles per hour. And at the same time, it's rotating on an axis 10 miles per hour. And that it takes exactly the same amount of time for the moon to rotate once as it does to orbit the whole Earth. So it just looks as if it's sitting still and we only see one side of it. That's your model's claim. Just coincidentally, it takes the exact same amount of time to rotate as it does to orbit the Earth. That's your claim. You have no evidence for that. And then coincidentally at the same time, the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but just magically, by cosmic coincidence, exactly 400 times closer than the sun. So they look like they're the same side. What's the flat Earth position? We see a light for the day, a light for the night. They seem to be the same side. We don't make physical claims about it. It looks like it's in a fluid-like medium, and we know that with a certain size and a certain distance and a certain medium, you would just see the optical effect that is the light in the sky called the moon, period. So we address what can be proven. You make up fairy tales. So that doesn't prove the Earth's a ball.
What do you think causes eclipses? I'm curious.
Polarization.
Polarization?
Yeah, you can take two polar lenses and move it around. Do we have to cover basic logic here? Like I don't have to answer all your questions about the sky or the Earth's a ball. You guys think the Earth's a ball. You claim the Earth is curving. Karen and I just told you we went out and tested it. All over the world,
Wait.
it isn't curving.
Wait,
it isn't
you
curving.
keep talking.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
keep
but you're not
asking.
answering.
You keep
Provide
asking.
empirical measurement of the Earth
Wait.
curve, please.
You say we can't ask you questions about your model, but you get to ask me questions about claims that I don't make. There must be
You
some
don't claim the Earth's
fallacy
a
in there
ball?
somewhere.
You don't claim the Earth's a ball?
Not what I said. Not what I said.
It
You're claiming we can't ask you how to explain the moon, the Earth, all these other things. But it's
Well, the red
okay for
herring
you to
tells.
ask us questions about claims that we're not making. If I see the Earth as a
What?
globe, I could think I could believe there's some magical force holding the planet together in the shape of the ball. Unless you can point to some logical contradiction, you can't see there's something internally inconsistent about the claim. So you're trying to make that claim, I guess, about the flat Earth, which I don't think you've done. So we do, like I do, I believe the scientific claim about the Earth being a globe. Now, you brought me up
Oh my
with
God,
perspective
dude.
again. So yes, perspective, I do understand perspective. The point I was trying to make was it depends on the height of my eyes. So if my eyes are below ground level, it's not going to look like that.
Below
But
ground.
like
Why would your
the
eyes
center
ever
of
be
my
below
eyes,
ground level?
well, I dig a hole and I put the ground at the center of my eyeball. it wouldn't look like that. So
It
like
would
a
still
little
be above
friggin-
it. It would still
like a
be
little
above it.
like I don't know. I think we've seen
Bro.
that, and that's not the
Bro.
case.
Can we ask point blank questions? Where is the curve? Do we ever see the actual curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
Yes,
Yeah,
I showed in my video.
There's literally a life.
Now he says it is curvature.
Wait. So the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth?
There's literally a live feed from the International Space Station.
Wait, no, there's what? Dude, according to the geometry of the globe, you couldn't see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS, and they use a fisheye lens, and they cut it out constantly. Non sequitur. We're not appealing to the authority of the government. Wait, I want to know: is
Wait,
the
we can.
horizon, brother, is the horizon the curve of the Earth?
Is the horizon the curve of the Earth? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
man,
Is the horizon?
Is the horizon the curve of the
Yeah,
Earth?
you can't see past the horizon because the Earth curves. Yes, that's accurate.
So is the horizon the curve of the Earth that we're seeing?
Yeah, you can like the what we call horizon is like the division between, of course, land and air. It's the line. You can't see past that line because the Earth is curving. That's why from if you take a camera from Brazil and point it to Africa, from Salvador and point it to Luanda, you won't be able to see Luanda from Salvador because the Earth is curving.
Okay, but no one's at. Is the horizon that we see the physical curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
I just answered you, bro.
Are you saying yes?
Yes, I just
Yes.
answered.
Okay. Well, it's not though because it constantly changes. So how could it be the curve of the Earth? Is the Earth breathing in and out?
Bro, it's not hard to understand. Come on, the horizon.
It's not. I agree. It's not hard to understand. The Earth's not breathing in and out. The horizon's not the curve of the Earth. Look, hey, is the Earth? Look right here. You see my screen? Is the Earth changing sizes right now?
I don't see the
If
horizon.
this horizon, what?
I don't really see an horizon there.
You don't see a horizon.
I see a mountain range that's being distorted by atmospheric conditions.
I see a
There's
terrible
something in the
camera.
distance. Yeah.
Hey, wait.
They have
So
a
you guys
better
don't
Out of
see a
focus
horizon.
lens.
You guys don't see a horizon here?
I see it looks like a mountain range or something in the distance. It's being occluded by atmospheric conditions.
So we
Yes.
can't see the curve of the Earth here?
I don't see a physical curve of the Earth. Actually, it sort of looks concave sometimes.
So we don't see the curve. So the horizon isn't the curve of the Earth. Is this the curve of the Earth right here? Is this horizon the curve of the Earth?
It is curved. I would say that whole body of water is curved. I measured it.
Isn't the curve of the Earth?
Absolutely, it is.
Okay, so now you claim that where we see the horizon is the curve of the Earth. So whenever we see the black swan right here, wait,
Bro,
so
the whole-
wait.
the whole-
Let's just all watch it. So wait, is this horizon the curve of the Earth?
Bro, the whole surface of the Earth is the curve of the Earth.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
where I
is this
stand-
horizon the curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's in the surface. All of the surface is curved.
No. Is the horizon the curvature of the Earth, the leading
No, the
edge
whole
of a sphere?
the whole surface of the
You
Earth.
guys
is
don't
the
understand the
curvature.
globe model? I don't
According
understand.
to the globe model, there is a point on the globe
Here we go.
where the alleged
This
curvature
is
of the Earth begins to
globe model. You see, it's supposedly going over the horizon, and that's supposedly the curve of the Earth right here.
Yep.
Supposedly
Yes.
going over the curve. Okay, so
Don't
do you
I
guys
said
think
so.
that is the horizon the curve of the Earth?
The whole surface of the Earth is curved. Your question doesn't make sense.
can't
where I
handle
am right
this.
now,
I
it's
can't-
curved.
I'm standing on a curve of the Earth.
Yeah, we're
right now.
all standing
so-
on the curve of the Earth.
Do we ever see the actual curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
Yeah,
my
open
drone
the live
footage,
feed.
yes.
Open the live
So wait,
feed
but with
from
your drone
International
footage, you
Space
saw the actual physical, tangible location of Earth curve.
I demonstrated the water was curving. Yes.
You're not. Karen,
Are you
see how-
asking for a horizon curve?
answer the
I
question.
didn't because I'm not responding to a horizon curve. I showed the lake was curving away from the camera to the ship.
Red
You're
herring
asking
pals.
about horizon curve? Well, are
No,
you
yeah.
asking, am I seeing horizon curve? Because I never claimed to see a horizon curve.
Well, then
I
you could
claim
just
to
answer and
see-
say no.
So
Well,
don't
then
make curves
ask
between you and the
specifically,
ship.
because I said specifically that I stand on the curve. And Bittar pointed it out
This is
too.
so weird,
Every
dude.
part of the Earth is part of the curve. So we did respond. So the horizon's curved, but you can't really see it through the perspective. But the whole surface is curved. I measured curve from my drone
No, you didn't.
on the surface of the lake to
You
the
didn't
ship.
measure it.
We
did
debunked
measure
that. We
You didn't
debunked that. Hey,
debunk
look.
shit.
Ozien, you know why I say that we dunk on you? Because take debunk and take a couple letters out the middle, and you get dunked on. And
I'm
we
just-
already did that. We already did that.
I'm balling it. So
No, you're getting MJ, dude, tongue out. Like, it's bad. Like, this is what we're talking about. Is the horizon, we were all told boats disappear behind the curve of the Earth. Okay.
mhm.
Turns out we went out and tested the Earth. That does not happen because the boat looks like it disappears at 3 miles. And then when I go back the next day, I can see it from 10 miles away. So
Mhm.
that horizon is not the curve of the Earth.
It's part
It
of the
is
curve of the Earth.
No, it's not. It's just the apparent. The official globe model now states, because they changed their claims once Flat Earth came along, that we never see the actual curve of the Earth. We only see the apparent horizon, and I promise there's a real actual curve in there somewhere. You can just never see it. So are you denying your model, or do you agree with that?
I not denying my model. You're asking me if I can physically detect the curve of the Earth visually, just standing there looking at it. No, I can't detect it, but I can see it because it's all curved. But that's begging the question. I understand that's begging the question. So I went out there and I measured it with a drone, and I saw it with the drone. So yes,
So you can't see the curve of the Earth?
Where are your measurements?
I was in the video footage. I put the numbers.
But there's
here.
no measurement there because
I gave you the calculation.
You don't have a calculation. You have measured pixels on a screen. That's not measuring the curvature of the Earth. When we measure the curvature of
measurement.
the Earth, no, shut up and listen for a second. When we measure the curvature of the Earth, we have specific locations where we document where people are standing, how tall, how high above the water surface they are standing, exactly how far across the water we are making visual contact of said objects, and everything is documented to the T. You have nothing. You have a drone that goes up and down. You don't even know how far out that ship is from the sea. You don't even have a little diagram that says I was standing here. This is where I was. This is my elevation. The ship was way over here, X amount of distance away from me. That's a measurement. A measurement has numbers, dude. Like distance.
It did have numbers.
Okay, pixels, but when you're talking about distances and curvature, you need to have more than pixels of a boat in your picture, dude.
Exactly.
Especially because
No.
when the camera goes up and down, it changes your angle of view and it makes you able to see more of the ship because your drone is going up and down, which makes the distance this way irrelevant, dude. Like, it's not even anywhere near a fucking measurement. Excuse my language, but not even close. Not even close.
First of all, I can pick whatever unit of measurement I want. If I want to choose to use pixels, I can use pixels. I can do the calculations.
You're not measuring the distance.
Using
You're not
trigonometry.
measuring the curvature. You're measuring the pixels of a ship in a video, which does not have anything to do with Earth curvature.
Which demonstrates the measurement of curvature.
Dude,
No,
you guys
it doesn't.
don't understand.
It doesn't demonstrate anything.
I do understand it.
It demonstrates how little you understand anything about what you're trying to talk about.
Let me say one more thing.
Unit of measurement to finger widths.
I
can set unit of measurement to be finger widths if I want to. It could be whatever.
All right, cool. Yeah, you can do what you want to. Yeah. Let me say one more thing, and then I want Karen B's just going to keep dunking on you. It's almost embarrassing, but like I just want to point this out so the audience understands what we're talking about. So they claim the Earth's a ball that's curving, which means when you look out in the distance, you can only see so far because the Earth is curving away from you, so it's going to block things in the distance. Like if you're a little ant on a basketball and you look out, curve's going to block things in the distance. That blockage, that hump, that curve would create a horizon. You understand that? So the horizon that you see would be the curve of the Earth. There would be a physical geometric horizon, like you can't see around a curve of a corner in your house. Okay. Basic stuff here. Geometry. There would be a geometric horizon, a tangible physical location that obstructs things in the distance. Now we went out and saw, wait a minute, that horizon's not where it's supposed to be. We're seeing hundreds of miles too far. So now you guys change your position. So what we're asking is, where is the actual physical location of this alleged curvature? Where is the actual curvature? That's the question.
Well, first of all, no one's changing their position. You're just arguing with people that don't fully understand the claim. Like I don't fully understand the claim. So if you're arguing with people that want to explain their horizons 3 miles away, but you're not talking to the expert in the field of like optics or refraction and stuff like that, and understand the actual atmospheric conditions, all that stuff can be calculated and explained on a globe model. And you know that because you presented that information before.
Can you provide evidence of the actual curvature of the Earth? Why are you telling me what you can theoretically explain with calculations, even though you don't understand it, but you can appeal to the authority of some random other guy? Do you have actual physical measurement of the curvature of the Earth or not? Just admit you don't have it. You have to assume it's there, and you can never see the actual curve of the Earth. You just have to beg the question.
I didn't beg the question. I showed a calculation. I showed my measurement. I showed my calculation.
Karen, will you help me out? Will you try to explain to him that the difference in the apparent and geometric horizon? Maybe you can break it down to him, like
straw man fallacy, because I never claimed to see a horizon curve. I claimed to see the water curve from me to the ship. No, I did not. I never
said the magic word.
I never claimed.
We've done it, everybody. Just
I got to step away and use the bathroom.
That's fine because I do think this would be a good time to go into the Q&A. So if anybody does need to grab a drink, I think whatever we were going down there, we will circle back to because there's enough questions in here. We will be busy for a little bit. So I want to thank once again, Bittar for being here last minute. Everybody, if you need to take a bathroom break or get a drink, feel free. I just want to remind everybody, yes, we are going to go into Q&A. Witsit needs to use the washroom, so if you need to go, that's a one. Just want to remind everybody, you're hanging out in the old live chat or you're just watching, hit that like button. That's always a lot of fun. And, this just came in today, and I think we can all agree that this is flat and it's awesome. I've officially almost become a 30-year-old man, and I had to get a record player, and I got this lovely flat disc that I can't put on because it would absolutely get us a copyright strike, but it is my good old favorite. Green screens. My green screen's messing it up. You can see just a little bit if I move it around fast enough. It's Judas Priest's Unleashed in the East. So I've actually been messaging Sony Music because I'm trying to get the rights to delivering the goods to use as the intro songs. But I hope everybody's just enjoying listening to the jams that I've put up that me and my buddy wrote there. But I see a couple of you are asking in there. Sure thing. I mean, you're here, so I mean, as long as you're not talking about the other fellas, you can go
No.
ahead.
So on we had the Modern Day Debate Discord server. I don't know if you have the link in the description, but every Saturday I'm going to try to run an open stage where people are free to come up and we can have topics submitted and stuff like that. So I plan on doing that 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Saturday. Maybe we can do stuff about flat Earth. We did one about who should win the Republican nomination today. No one was there. Anyways, we had a good conversation anyways, just to plug the Discord.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I'm hanging out in there too and having a lot of fun. And that's how we found Bittar tonight to get him in here for our conversation. And we super appreciate him being here last minute. And I think it's been going very well. Everybody's having a little mini debate on tapes and vinyl now because I was showing off my Unleashed in the East record. So that was when Judas Priest traveled to Japan, and I think that was what does this say? I'm an old music fella.
Are we live? By the
Let's
way?
see, 1979.
Yes.
Okay.
We sure are. We're just waiting for everybody to get back, and then we're going to get right into our Q&A.
You know, I think
But
me being here last time, like you're welcome. I listen to modern debate a lot, especially the religion debates. I'm agnostic atheist. Yeah, you're welcome, bro. It's an honor for me to be here. I feel like I'm ill prepared though, not only because I didn't have time to study, remember things from physics from high school, but as I said, I study software engineering at Brazilia's University, and like I only have physics 1, which is mechanics in my course. I don't have like electromagnetism, which the kids in aerospace engineering, which is in the same campus as I have. Maybe one of those guys would be better suited, but I hope I'm doing a good job.
yeah, we super appreciate you being here. Witsit is back, so we'll just wait for Karen to get here, and then we'll start our Q&A.
Yo, can I ask a couple? Oh, there she is. I was just wondering, like, do you guys really believe this? I was
Yes.
just talking to my wife. I think
Yes.
It's weird. It's weird, bro. Like, why? Like, what? Like, do you have any evidence that the Earth's a ball that flies around the sun?
I see the sun and I see the earth and I see spaceships and I use GPS for testing, and not just for like getting
Oh my
around
gosh.
and navigating,
Okay.
but to do testing I use GPS. So I
Okay,
have
cool.
to
GPS uses a preferred direction, which is
I
anti-relativistic.
know
No, you don't.
it's not anti-relativistic. So you're complaining about the one-way speed of light, which
No,
we can never
nope,
measure. Two-way, yes.
Not what I said.
know.
Not what I said.
So we had an error in the GPS calculations, and we had to correct for that. I understand.
Let's just go to the Q. No,
problem with
there's a
GPS.
preferred direction from the ECI and the ECIF. The ECI is the inertial frame, and then the ECF is a non-inertial frame. There's a preferred direction based on the propagation of light with the Sagnac effect, which debunks relativity, which says that light is constant in all reference frames. Well, we can just go to Q&A. I don't think you're ready for that.
Different topic.
Well, I mean,
It's
you
GPS.
did
He
just
brought
come
up
at him,
GPS.
so if you do want to respond before we go into
He
Q&A.
brought up
No.
GPS.
but
He doesn't
we can
understand
jump right in.
GPS, so he should be.
No, I understand the problems we have with GPS, but let's move on.
You don't.
All right, let's go into
Okay,
our Q&A
I
and
don't.
keep those questions coming in, everybody. We do appreciate them. Yeah, and also hit the like button. Why not? There's almost, 700 odd of you watching. What's wrong with you? Hit the like button. We love it. Theo Megawordy, $2 right off the bat, says, don't forge your friends. Join discussion groups. So, if any of our modern day debate Discord peoples are in our chat right now and want to tag the Discord, sure do join our discussion groups. We appreciate to see you there. And who knows, that could be, your one-way ticket to get on the show and exercise your debate skills. Bittar is here tonight because he's in our Discord, and I see him in there very often having conversations. So he had the confidence to come out here, and we super appreciate that. Elijah Rivera, $5. A question for the Flat Earthers. What do they think hit the Pentagon on 9/11?
There's no
Little
evidence
strange,
a plane
but
hit
we'll-
it. I mean,
A missile?
looks
I
like
saw
a missile.
general.
Maybe.
I saw a general say on video he said it was a missile. I don't know.
Now,
I wasn't there.
if you're asking if we blindly believe what the government said about the fact that they had 80 something cameras that they didn't release, and then there's no footage of the plane, there's no plane debris, and then it just so happened to hit the very area of the Pentagon that had like the documentation of the missing trillions of dollars. Yeah, I mean, no, I don't think either of us believe the government. Weird.
We just started
Well,
a conspiracy
with a crack
theory
of that,
channel.
I will say let's if you guys want to have like 2 minutes to talk about that and expound, any thoughts on the other side?
Well, I don't know. 9/11 definitely wasn't done by the Zionists. That's what I'll say.
Well, that's what Elijah believes, but that's beside the point. So
Yeah, I mean, who cares about the like physical documentation and proof that they literally had Mossad there and camped out across the street and documented and got arrested for it? But
Why do you think Israel would want to blow up the Pentagon? Like,
why don't you go ask them?
because like Israel. Okay, I don't know if you saw that video from Joe Biden say, "Oh, if not for Israel, we would have to invade the Middle East and create our puppet state," because that's what Israel is. It's the U.S.'s puppet state. It's the U.S. imperialism on the Middle East. Everything they have is paid for by the U.S. Like, why would they want to blow up the Pentagon? That doesn't make any sense.
I'll tell you. Because what it did was they blamed it on their enemies in the Middle East. So then America went and fought Israel's enemies for them. That's why. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
Why didn't they blame it on Hamas then? Why would they blame it on? Didn't they blame it on Fatah then? Why would they blame it on like a dude in Pakistan? You know, like.
What? You mean the people that wanted the gold standard and refused the centralized banking system and was specifically going against Israel? The motivation for Israel to do it is just obvious. They claimed that their enemies in the Middle East attacked us. And guess where America got the intel for weapons of mass destruction? Drum roll, please. Israel. And guess what we found out? There were no weapons of mass destruction. But guess who the war benefited? Drum roll. Israel. So it seems pretty cut and dry. Yeah.
But the thing is, Israel doesn't need to convince the US to send it money. You know, like the US already sent its billions of dollars.
Talking about sending troops in a war.
Yeah, they didn't send troops to Palestine yet. You know, the people killing Palestinians are Israeli soldiers.
I believe the evidence of the 9/11 Commission.
Israel. Yeah, we get it.
So the testimonial evidence that was presented in the 9/11 Commission, I have no reason to believe it's not true.
There you go, man. Make sure you take your booster too, because like clearly they were. Just so you know, the dancing Israelis were arrested, and then admitted they staked it out. Admitted they had foreknowledge of it.
I've heard all these stupid stories.
It's literally verifiable through the FOIA request that the government came and provided the documentation of the dancing Israelis. They got arrested. With hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, refused to testify, refused to answer questions, contradicted themselves, failed polygraph tests, and then struck a sweetheart deal with the Israeli government and sent them back over there free of charge. Dancing Israelis, whatever, man. Yes, let's bow to Zionism. They love us. They would never do anything to hurt us.
All right, let's try not to get too sidetracked, but I think we might have found a source for discussion in the future. So, these fellas aren't shy. They'll tell you exactly what they think, and I think that's awesome. We do appreciate everybody being here, Karen, Ozien, Bittar, and Witsit, for having this discussion. Let's continue on with our Q&A because we got all kinds of it. I just want to make sure I give you guys equal love because I know I was giving Bittar a little extra just for popping in last minute. So I want to make sure you guys know I appreciate all of you. JC23, $2, no question attached there. Elijah Riviera, $10. If they said it was a missile, then this subject is propaganda from the CIA, so that missile would have to use the satellites, which use a GPS, which uses satellite, which needs a globe. All right, so we're back to September 11. Let's continue.
Oh, dumb. Like, by the way, GPS doesn't actually prove anything to do with a globe. If you don't know that, it uses an XYZ coordinate system that's transposed from Cartesian coordinate systems on small local data points. And of course, again, it actually debunks relativity in that the Earth is spinning and revolving, as it uses preferred direction of west to east, according to Einstein's relativity. There is no preferred direction, and light has a constant speed in all reference frames. GPS is actually the current globe model's worst enemy, but you would have to do research to know that. So,
But satellites.
I
But it
have.
talks to the satellites.
But by the way,
Name
do you think it's a missile? Is that why you think it was a missile that hit
we
the
don't really
Pentagon?
know, bro. We don't.
You don't know. You don't claim it. Okay.
We don't have evidence it was a plane.
Elijah might be somebody you can convince in the flat earther. You never know. Come to the Discord. He's in the conspiracy channel.
I don't
right
really
now
think
posting.
we want to try to convince or convert people. Like, if you
I'm
can't be
kidding,
honest
Elijah.
about the evidence, then like probably not for you, bro.
You don't know, but if
let's
you
try
had
to
to
move on
guess.
and,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I would guess missile.
No, that's okay. We're going to try to get to another question here. Hopefully, this one will be a little bit more on topic, but I do look forward to the potential of having that discussion with you guys about the talk around that date. I don't know exactly what gets us demonetized on YouTube in America. I'm in Canada, so
questioning Israel
anyways.
too specifically.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I was gonna say I might have gotten.
by
this
we
the
love
way,
them.
place, but that's
We love
okay.
them and we bow
So-
allegiance to the Middle East. Good.
But by the way, James, since you have politics debates, I've never seen a debate on is Israel an apartheid. You know, maybe that's a debate you guys should have on modern day debates. But yeah, just a suggestion.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And I will remind you, my name in the Zoom chat is James. So James is here in spirit. Mainly,
Oh.
I need his Zoom account because I'm not willing to pay for one. But my name is Ryan.
Sorry.
And that's on the screen. That's okay, buddy. We appreciate you there. Congo 44, $20. Question for Witsit and Karen: how do we reconcile your beliefs in flat Earth with all the modern technology you use every day that use physics you deny? You're on the internet. Cognitive dissonance or just dishonesty? Let's kick that over to you, Karen, first. We haven't heard from you in a little bit.
Well, that is just wrong from the beginning, because we don't deny any of the modern technology or anything that we use, and none of it proves or disproves flat Earth. So that's sort of, what is that? You're arguing against something that we don't even really believe. So
That's straw man.
straw man.
Like it's just weird, bro. Like, actually, all modern technology assumes the Earth is a stationary plane. Like, when you say we're using the technology, all you could possibly be talking about is like an accelerometer inside of your phone or maybe a computer. Accelerometer is just using an agreed upon average of downward acceleration, and that's just the effect that you're claiming the cause of, which is what we're actually challenging. It's just a gaslighting tactic. But once pointed out that not one piece of modern technology requires the assumption that the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning sphere, they'll just keep saying it anyway. It's a convenient way to try to make fun of flat earthers and say, you're using the very technology that you deny the science of. And it's objectively wrong, provably wrong. They'll never say anything specifically. So I find it to be pretty disingenuous and bad faith.
Yeah, it's pretty much just taking a shot. You're just taking a shot at us with that.
Yeah. Because you can't actually debate it.
All right. Well, thoughts on the other side? They're coming at you.
Oh, I just sort of agree in part. Like, it's like I'm a libertarian, so people will say, "Oh, if you oppose taxes, you shouldn't use public services." Like, I don't necessarily oppose taxes, regardless. They just you're a libertarian, so they strawman me there too. But anyways, beside the point. So, but I enjoy like the photographs we get from Mars. I don't deny those exist. So we do have technology that go. That's modern technology, equipment that went to Mars to send photographs back that I can see and enjoy.
No, but they said that we deny the modern technology that we use. They said we deny the physics required for the modern technology that we're. So you agree that's a really stupid, dishonest thing that they say?
It's. I think fundamental to a lot of the things that we do rely at least on Newtonian physics. So engineering does rely upon Newtonian physics, which, like you did see, it presupposes like a downward force of 9.8 meters per second squared. And I do agree with that. But most of the stuff we build doesn't rely upon Einsteinian physics, right? It doesn't rely upon the bending of space-time, except GPS. And
doesn't work
we do
with
use that.
physics.
It does, but we can have another discussion about that.
Better.
Like, No, that I'm done.
Yeah, it doesn't use Newtonian mechanics either, but we can move on.
Yeah. Sorry.
You literally don't.
They don't. They don't. We
Literally
literally
don't.
have multiple military people who deal in long range ballistics who say that they never have used Coriolis and don't use Coriolis. All of the firing tables that they have listing firing tables. It tells you distance and and all this other everything, but how much the Earth is turning. I mean, it just doesn't happen.
And the spin of the bullet out of the barrel
sorry
is
to the
significantly
live chat.
stronger.
Just 1 second there, Witsit. I'm sorry to the live chat. They missed the question because I had hit my mute button. They missed my terrible joke about hitting the scroll up button. Everything's a mess. No, the question, everybody, was another question for the Flat Earthers. Why do so many snipers in the military measure mile out shots by using the Coriolis effect and hit their shots? So that's what you just heard Karen respond to, and we'll kick it over to Witsit.
Yeah, so we talked to the person that broke the world record, said we've never accounted for Coriolis ever. I personally know multiple people that sniped in the military. They never account for Coriolis. What the ballers will then say is, oh, well, it's built into the machines they use. They said we don't even really use those machines, but even if it is, that the spin of the bullet out of the barrel is way stronger than anything Coriolis allegedly would be. And then when you account for wind, it's way stronger. So the truth is they don't account for Coriolis whenever they shoot long distance, and that wind's the primary correction used. This is just a fact. It's a fact. So like in order to just keep saying it, you have to kind of deny reality again, the occurring theme.
I agree that it's probably like a couple centimeters at most, depending on the range of the shot. If Coriolis has effect on if it actually hits a target, but a couple centimeters isn't that big of a deal for a sniper shooting to long range, and that wind would have a greater impact on the trajectory of the bullet than Coriolis would. So I agree. I think there's other ballistic issues you could discuss in snipers that would be issues, but
if you talk about the much longer distant trajectories, you could claim that they need a Coriolis, but actually I looked into that as well, and really the wind is still the way more the primary factor. And when they shoot those really long like ballistics, they always miss at first. They take their first shot and then they make their primary most important corrections because they can never hit their target the first time when they're shooting that far away. They can just get close. It's like, oh, we didn't count for the wind correctly. So Coriolis alleged Coriolis is always drowned out by the wind corrections and the spin of the barrel. So it's just kind of a weird thing to talk about, honestly. It's
also, Coriolis is a fictitious force based on a frame of reference. It's not even really a thing. So,
well, it is an effect. So
it's a fictitious force based on a frame of reference.
On a stationary Earth, it would be real. So if you claim it's real, welcome to stationary Earth.
No, it's based on the rotation of the Earth and the amount of land that's rotating.
Yeah, I know nothing about that. I tried to shoot a bow and arrow yesterday, and the arrow fell to the ground on my feet.
You should have accounted for the spin of the Earth, bro. It's the only way. And if you see if you shoot at a target that's further than the curve of the Earth, it's not actually there. It's an illusion. So shoot down.
Well, let's continue on from there, everybody. And I'm going to get my scroll on again here. And question coming in from LJ for $9.99. Thank you so much to you, LJ, for your super chat and everybody else for their super chats. NASA has billions and can break any law they want. Compare that to us normal, everyday humans is hilarious. Now go ahead and give me one video showing real footage of space. It's our tax money after all.
You want to go, Bittar?
Yeah, for sure. You can open the YouTube Live, literally, YouTube Live from the International Space Station. yes, we can see the curvature of the Earth from that angle, from that height. NASA can break any laws. What laws are they breaking? I'm not aware of any laws they're
Treason,
breaking. But
fraud.
Any
I would also like to point out that NASA is not the only space agency out there. You know, China has sent things to the moon recently. Brazil has a space agency. Russia, I don't know. They might
Japan
be.
crashed on the moon recently.
Hey, can we look up these people? Have you guys actually watched the footage from them, or are you just bringing them up? Have you ever actually watched the
Japan,
footage from them?
yeah, I
Which
know.
footage?
It's
The
the
Chinese
fakest,
footage.
dumbest stuff I've ever seen in my life. Have you ever
Well,
watched the
well,
Chinese
that's kind of
space
the
footage?
question. Like the question, like
Watch the one
so.
with the water. That's my
It's
favorite.
so funny, bro. It's
So
like
can you
if anyone, dude,
can
if
you
you
tell
believe
me
in the
the
Japanese and Chinese space footage, bro, like, whew, you might be too gone, bro.
so normal citizens get away with breaking the law all the time too. They get away with breaking felonies all the time. Not all criminals are caught. So the fact that somebody has billions of dollars, if they get caught, maybe they can get better lawyers to get out of it. The fact that NASA does have authority doesn't mean they are breaking laws, doesn't mean they are actually being treasonous. So yeah. So that's a fallacious argument.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, they're saying that he can. Obviously, they do have protection. They have all kinds of allowances under national security,
Corporations do.
etc., to lie and commit fraud, and admittedly, they do have protection. What his point was, it's like to pretend that we, as people who have just woken up to the deception, can compete with someone with billions of dollars allowed to lie with protection from the government is disingenuous. That was his actual point.
Like all corporations can have government protection is why I that's another debate topic. I oppose corporate protection in general. I don't think NASA should exist with the government protection it has. I think it should be privately run. But I think that's a
Wow.
different
So that
discussion.
we can't hold them accountable at all. They should be private.
But they're private, you hold
Audit
them
NASA.
accountable.
Yeah,
Go to auditnasa.com.
I wanna clarify something. Like Ozien's making a bunch of claims about politics. I don't agree with him. I'm not a libertarian. I'm very left leaning.
Oh, bro,
Yeah, so-
you were just so much cooler 5 seconds ago.
Why?
I don't
So
like.
yeah, I'm not a libertarian.
You're,
I probably
okay.
have I might have more in common with Witsit than Bittar, except the religious shit and the
Yeah,
flat
probably.
earth shit.
I'm not
but-
religious. Don't get
well, you believe in God, that's all I meant. So
well, yeah. I'm logical enough to understand the necessary antecedent to creation as a creator, and then it requires intelligent design, determination, and intention to have the natural intrinsic order that we have on the earth.
I believe everything's natural.
Do you believe there's an
unless-
order on the earth?
No, I believe no.
The earth isn't ordered. I thought everything in physics was constantly seeking equilibrium.
That's chaos.
Seeking equilibrium is chaos.
Yes.
So is equilibrium chaos or order?
Chaos.
Equilibrium is chaos.
Yeah, so when the heat
I'm-
spreads out, that's chaos. Yes.
Is equilibrium is a state of equilibrium order?
Where the thermal heat spreads out evenly, that's what everything seeks. It seeks the state of chaos.
All right, bro.
It does. It started out orderly. If like our current model is correct, the universe started out orderly and it's going to chaos.
All right, bro.
But those are just adjectives. They don't mean shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty, let's continue on. Yeah, everybody keep those live chats coming in. We got lots to go through, but we do appreciate everybody's super chats here. It's spurring on more discussion, and we always appreciate that here at Modern Day Debate. Why don't you click that like button while you're at it? Alrighty, let's continue on. Oh wow, yeah, I got it. I wasn't kidding when I said I'm gonna be doing that big scroll. Elijah Riviera. Another one for $5. To the Flat Earthers, did you guys learn about Flat Earth through a website and magazine called Popular Mechanics? The editor was involved in 9/11.
No.
I'm not sure.
I did not learn about flat Earth through Popular Mechanics.
They'll call you
how
a
we
scientist
confirmed-
stooge next.
You guys want to know how we learn about flat Earth? Someone mentioned the idea. We thought it was insane.
Yeah, I
And they were
laughed
like,
at
"Oh."
it.
Yep.
I laughed
like,
at it and I made fun of people. and I was gonna debunk them and make them look stupid.
There you go. And then we tried to do that. Honestly.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Objectively.
And then we turned into flat earthers because the earth is not a globe, and we had to learn the claims of the globe, which most people who think the earth's a globe have yet to do. And then we went and tested those things that we learned, and we found out this doesn't add up. The earth is provably and measurably not the globe they claimed it is. And then a bunch of people make it weird without ever doing that whole thing that we did, and then we had to sit here and entertain them and try to make jokes.
I just showed evidence. It's curved, so.
Okay, well, we'll let the audience decide if you showed evidence that the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I wanna ask you guys a question. Am I allowed to do that, Ryan? Real quick.
Sure thing.
I need 10 push-ups, and then you can do it.
Okay. I don't think I can. My shoulder's fucked up.
I think I can do
What's up?
10 push-ups.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
So,
what's your question?
do you guys believe in other things that are considered conspiracies, like vaccines don't work? Don't know. The virus came from
YouTube
China
doesn't like
and-
vaccine debates.
We don't believe anything came from China. We're actually not even allowed to talk about that. That's how you know. That's how you know exactly what they said is true.
You're gonna get
Because you're not allowed to talk.
trouble.
Yeah, sorry.
Not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, let's try
So that's
not
how
to.
you know
let's try
that
not to
that
say
it's
the
true.
V word anymore.
Yeah,
They just
sorry.
forcibly not allow them to talk about it. Definitely not suspects.
Yeah, and I think that's good. By the way, I think with all the respect,
I
think you guys should be
disagree
censored.
with Peter
Oh,
entirely.
that's the problem. You're the problem.
Wholeheartedly freedom of expression. I think you should have been allowed to do your friggin' stupid ass scientist impersonator at Mount. Where the heck you were?
Thank you, Mount Rushmore.
Mount Rushmore. Yeah.
You should read my
I do.
motion to dismiss, dude. You should read my motion to dismiss for
okay.
facial invalidity of the free speech law because the government's super corrupt. At least you're libertarian. I can maybe have a beer with you. You know, like at least you understand that.
Yeah,
I'm actually more of a social liberal, but leaning
Ah,
libertarian.
but don't like kill my vibe,
Leaning
man. We were just
liberal.
vibing,
Oh,
dude. Bruh, I was trying to meet you halfway, bro.
Oh, I can meet
libertarian
halfway.
for a minute.
No,
and
I actually think men can get pregnant and there's 7,000 genders. And if you question me and I don't bow to Israel and oh my gosh, science, the air is going to kill me and the government
8
loves
billion.
you killed the vibe, bro.
8 billion people, so 8 billion individual unique identities.
Yeah. Do you agree the government lies to us and we should think for ourselves?
Government can lie to us, yes.
You agree the government should just back up off of us and let us do our own thing and we're free creatures?
Yes, I believe in
so we
freedom.
can agree on let's agree with
Open
that.
borders, free trade. I'm all for all that. I don't think the government should limit us in those regards.
Should you be forced to open your door and unlock it?
No,
All right, let's
that's
not sidetrack.
That's a different.
Let's not
Yeah,
sidetrack.
yeah, yeah. But it would be a fun conversation.
All right. Well, I have a spicy. Well, not as spicy as we've seen, but it's pretty spicy. The Crawdaddy 029, $5. I'm confused. I thought Wit was a flat earther. His opening demonstrated the earth is a globe. Welcome to reality, Wit. Oh, wow.
It's just like a troll.
Yes, that's a troll.
Yeah. I pointed out
Yeah,
that the
I'm pretty
horizon's
sure it
actually
is a
where
troll.
But I'm always going to use it as an
Yeah,
opportunity
sorry,
to
go
teach the people, brother. So the horizon's actually where the sky appears to meet the ground, just an optical effect. It's the apparent location. It goes up and down, back and forth. It's not physical, but if the Earth's a ball, there has to be a physical hump, like a hill in front of you that blocks things in the distance. This is basic geometry. There should be a physical, tangible curvature of the Earth, the leading edge of a sphere that blocks things in the distance with a predicted distance. But we actually don't see that.
Everything
that isn't
falls.
the case.
Everything falls down away from you on a ball.
You know what I've noticed about you, man?
No hump. Falls down
You know
the
what
way.
I've noticed about you, man, is like, even though it was my turn to answer the question that was given to us, like when you start to hear me lay it out coherently and it begins to build, you feel the need to shut it down so that you can't hear the whole thing in context. I think that's why flat earthers get interrupted so much.
I think this is an excellent point. What's it?
Yeah, bro. Because me and Karen will just sit here and chill and talk about all kinds of super deep, profound things. We won't interrupt each other and we'll learn tons of stuff. But Glober's like, they can't take like more than 10 consecutive seconds of coherence. They're like, shut it down, censor it. I can't hear it. Abort. Just an observation.
All right. Well, let's continue.
I'm just making a
with the
point,
super chat.
clarifying a point. That's all I was doing.
You did it a little early.
All right, well, let's continue on with the super chats, everyone. All right, so LJ $1.99. You got a fan. Witsit gonna cook these two? Brainwashed guys. Flat bro. This guy agrees with you there, Witsit, and he's so that's a good offset right there. You know, we have one person coming at you and another one complimenting. So
Sure, more will
we've
come at
balanced
me.
the scales of the universe, everybody. Elijah Riviera at $5. Just be careful. Ozien has worked at the Navy, maybe Navy Intelligence, the same agency that hired Lee Harvey Oswald. Next time, get me to join you, bud. It's also a little bit trolly.
Hit me up on
Did you have
Telegram.
anything?
Hit me up on Telegram.
He thinks I'm a Fed, like I'm an actual federal.
I don't
agent.
think so. I don't think so.
I don't
A lot of
think
people
you're
say,
fed.
like
I'm
when
not.
people say that,
I was
think
in the
it's funny.
Navy. It's funny. Yeah.
Well,
I
yeah,
let
but you
them
weren't
think
paid-
it too.
You weren't paid to defend the globe, or you would be better at it.
Yeah, I think so. I would actually.
I'm
care
sorry.
more.
I'm not trying to be. I'm saying like when people say that, I'm like, dude, this person would come in just like PhD physicist professor dunking on people, slicing them up. They would actually know how to rebut basic. Like, nah.
Well-
you guys underestimate how much of like. It's embarrassing to go against the consensus, and some people aren't built for that, bro. Like they have to conform. They want to be considered smart, and they see a ticket being smart, but making fun of the people that challenge the consensus, no matter how much more informed they are. So don't underestimate what that will do. Like the require or like the longing to fit in and not feel stupid. That'll make people do all kinds of stuff. It'll make people act as if they're hired by the government to be their defense attorney, and that's what we get.
I'm a libertarian atheist. I don't fit in with it like hardly any groups, but I think
you just defended the mainstream propaganda from the government multiple times, though.
well, okay, but to bring up a point, I think a lot of people who are educated in this topic don't even consider debating these issues and even come on to these programs. Most of them don't.
When I talk to them,
They
they
would be
actually know
destroyed.
less. Yeah, exactly. I talk to like who are you talking about? Like PhD astrophysicists, physicists, quantum physicists, astronomers, geologists. Who would you be talking? I talk to all of them. They know less than the anti-flat earthers.
They don't come on to these debates. Is all I'm saying.
That's right, because they
On
couldn't
this channel.
publicly. They couldn't take the opportunity to publicly lose a conversation about something as foundational as the Earth. It would be detrimental to their profession.
With all due respect, that's not the reason. They see
Yes, it
this
is.
as losing time. Okay, so my teacher of numerical methodologies, for example, we're gonna have a submarine geoacoustics course, and he invited me, and he selected only some students, because he's accurate with his time. Like he doesn't want people that he doesn't want in the course. So yeah, they would see this, what we're doing, as a waste of time.
Yeah.
They would say, oh, I
To
could
be
be
honest
spending
with
time
you,
on my
I
research.
see it as a waste of time.
Because you guys aren't ready to listen, but it's for the audience. By the way, I talk to PhD astronomers who definitely don't think it's a waste of time when I bring up that the Hubble tension is off by 5 to 7 megaparsecs, and that the inflation theory is contradictory to early dark energy, which is the alleged explanation for the extreme formations of the early galaxies. And whenever I explain the horizon problem and the flatness problem and the cosmological problem and the cosmological constant problem and the axis of evil. So when I talk to these people, actually, they end up getting dunked on. So they prefer it to be behind the scenes. I'm not trying to be cocky. I mean, I'm not saying I'm amazing and know everything. I've talked to them. They said it's too fringe of a subject to talk about publicly because it puts me in a risky position. That's just a fact. That's what it actually is. They actually enjoy talking to us because we think for ourselves and we research things in depth. We don't just regurgitate, layman term propaganda. So I would have to disagree with
But they
you, man.
also
I don't-
depend on funding. They need to
Well-
keep their funding. So
Any teacher would see you guys as, I don't want to be offensive, but would see you as below their level.
Even though I
That's
just
why-
talked to multiple PhDs.
Okay, I just want to bring up a point. Jen, who had to go for emergency or
Just
something,
ignore
whatever. No, she has her own view of the universe. I don't know. I think you've talked to her before. Like she has this own theory of physics and stuff. So she's definitely out of the mainstream. She still believes the Earth is a globe, right? But what was I going to point out? What you said, axes of evil. What I heard that in there, right? Did you say axes of evil? What
You know
do you
that
mean
is?
axes? Well,
Okay,
like
yeah.
in World War II, like, but
Yeah.
yeah,
No, and it was also called that when George Bush was president about the Middle East, right? But anyway, there's something called the cosmological background, like the cosmic microwave background, CMB. Yeah. That's all the energy that was observed with a certain frequency of the electromagnetic spectrum in the background. Okay, well, the Big Bang model claims there was a singularity and everything exploded and expanded out from there, but it's actually simultaneously expanding from every direction at the same time. So it looks like we're in the center of the universe, even though it's just an illusion we're not, which is called a religion. But anyway, so they claim that it's isotropic. Isotropic means no preferred direction. And they claim it's homogeneous, evenly distributed. When they looked out at the CMB, it wasn't. It was inhomogeneous and anisotropic. It had a preferred direction. In fact, whenever you followed the inhomogeneous distribution of energy, it intersected directly on the Earth. So they called that the axis of evil
really.
because it went against the Big Bang cosmology. That's a fact. That's what happened. So
I'm
I
not
find it very weird that science is bringing up the word evil almost as if a religion or something. But yeah, it showed that the Earth was in the center based on the anisotropic and homogeneous distribution of the background energy.
I don't necessarily believe there was a singularity either. I do believe there was some expansion, but I do agree we do have problems with that. I think we have a glaring problem with dark energy and dark matter that we need to find a way to explain why we observe this lens or the phenomenon with gravity and stuff that's not explained by Einstein's physics. I understand all that. Like they have come up with other series like Mons, like
Those don't work though. Those don't
it
work.
doesn't work. I agree it doesn't work. I know that.
Well,
But they are
I
trying to
applaud
find
you for
ways to
being that
resolve it.
honest. Yeah, I applaud you for being that honest.
I am honest. Like
I think you're relatively honest. Yeah.
I can be wrong.
All
It
right,
doesn't
well, let's
mean I'm
continue on.
dishonest.
I think you're definitely up there with the best of them on the globe side.
Okay.
Well, let's
I'm trying to
continue on,
compliment you. I'm
everybody.
trying to keep it
Nathan,
real. I don't-
Nathan Thompson loved me for some reason. Like if you
Oh, that
watch
wasn't
that
like a-
debate.
Wasn't a good thing to
Oh,
bring
I
up.
love it.
Was it?
I love everybody. Let's continue on.
Everybody's like they were
LJ
shocked.
499. LJ for 499. Thanks for your super chat. Even my dog knows the moon landing was faked and the Earth is level. We're almost into the trolling super chats again, so thank you, LJ. Let's continue on because we've got a lot of super chats that are pretty pertinent to the conversation. Congo 44, $5. Witsit, please give the law of perspective. Please give me the function so I can apply it on an observation.
Yeah, so you have something called eye level, and that gives you your diffraction line or diffraction limit. So if you look out, basically you have an angle going out like this. Draw a line right through the middle of it. That's your eye level. So based on where you are above the ground, you're going to have that reach the ground faster than what's above it. Long story short, you have an angular resolution limit to the eye, and then what you're looking at will give you propagation and reception angles. And if those angles fall below your angular resolution limit, then you'll no longer be able to resolve it. So there you go. It's pretty simple overall. Like you can't see forever. You have an angular resolution limit. You can look into Rayleigh criteria. You can apply that to our observations. And that's why things disappear from the bottom up, because they actually lose resolvability first. This is basic physics. You can go look at the experiments done by Harvard, BYU, Cambridge, etc.
Alrighty.
I think that answered your
Well, let's
question. I
continue
forgot
on
what it
from
was.
there. And
Yep.
yeah, let's keep those super chats coming in. And thanks for the response there, Witsit. Did you have any thoughts on that, Karen?
No, I think Witsit got it pretty good. I agree with what
All
he
right.
said.
I mean, it was directed at Wit, but yeah, Pointless Poppy, $4.99. Wit, why haven't you flown a balloon up to the firmament? Sorry.
I actually think that we have a torus field that has different density layers of plasma. I don't even claim the distances, but that's just what the evidence shows. And we're like about to send up a high altitude balloon about 30 miles, I think. I mean, yeah, we're the only ones that do tests, to be honest, other than like pretending that we saw the curved horizon with a curved lens. But I don't think that you can send a balloon to the containment limit. That's insane. You can't send it higher than 120,000 feet. So that's a ridiculous question. I think that there's a torus field with density layers of plasma. It's illegal to even try to buy the fuel to send a rocket that high, which is again probably another point.
All right, well, let's continue on from
Is
there.
it illegal?
Kevo 499.
Yeah, you have to have the government's permission to do it.
Yeah, so Kevo for 499. This is for you, Ozien. No, I know what it is now. I know what it is. I'm
It's
just
fine.
picking. You've told me so many times you don't care. So I got it so wrong so many times, and then Hannah started
Ozien,
picking
right?
on me. So
Yeah, Ozien.
it is Ozien or Ozien. Sorry, I hit.
Bro, with the
Ozien.
Zionism, and chill out.
I've been
Ozien.
using the name for
Oh
like
my God.
30 years now. So
Kidding, bro.
I'm
Trying
sorry.
to take a jab at the
sorry.
grapplers.
Well, everybody, we're having a good time here. And if you're having a good time as well, hit the like button. Ozien has refused to concede that objects converge to eye level due to perspective, classic Globey, cognitive dissonance.
Please respond.
Anything to say there?
I didn't
As you
deny
know.
that they
I don't-
appear
I
to
don't know anymore.
converge. So they
At
do
eye
appear
level.
to converge at eye level. But if your eye level is at the sea level, like halfway below, the ground doesn't go up. The objects come down, converge to your eye level, which would be where you're right there with your eyes. And that's not what I was demonstrating with my drone. My drone clearly showed that 20% more of the ship was exposed.
No, what you showed was that you changed your as you got high. Your angle of resolvability, specifically your reception angle, increased as you increased in height. This is just objective science, physics, whatever. We could deny it, I guess. Sure.
Well, let's carry on. And yeah, we got lots more questions coming in here. So yeah, we'll just try to carry on there. So the Crawdaddy 029, I would like to apologize to everyone here on the behalf of Modern Day Debate for making us all dumber, happening to listen to flat earth nonsense. Oh my, maybe I shouldn't have read that one. That's a little spicy.
But that's all they
and
have.
not
It's okay.
really relevant.
I think it's funny. I think it's funny.
Why are these some of the most popular views you get? This and like
because people gravitate towards truth, and if all you have is like insult. I want to give this piece of advice real fast. I'll address that at super chat. One of the number one emails I receive, they say, "Bro, your debates woke me up to looking into the flat Earth, but you know why? It wasn't really your debates and what you said, even though you were good or whatever. It was the behavior of the ballers." When they would just change the subject, interrupt, and personally attack and gaslight and poison the well and ad hom, and everything they did was change the subject and interrupt you and insult you and lie about you and misrepresent you, that it made me think like, wait, why do people do that? And then I went and watched the rest of them, and I found out that almost all of them do that. And then I read the chats, and then I read the comment sections. I found out almost every Globe Earth proponent does that, and it made me wonder why. I don't want to be a part of a group that just basically does that. So then I researched it further, and now I'm a flat earther. So I want to thank you guys for your behavior, because ironically, it achieves the exact opposite of what you think it does.
I agree entirely. I don't think I should dismiss people that have views that are outside of the mainstream view. So they may be correct. Like, I don't think you're correct. I actually believe that you have false beliefs, but I respect that you do have these beliefs, and I respect that you've been convinced that these beliefs are true. And I would not call you irrational necessarily. But anyways, I think we won't need to get into epistemology.
Dude, people are
Yes.
spiraling because I called them out in the chat. I mean, can you help us? Can we mean that behavior? If you think
Yeah.
the Earth's a globe, you think the Earth's a globe, right? That behavior is detrimental to your
Yeah.
side.
Well, it's the same thing with the atheist and theist debates. Atheists,
They'll be ugly.
they get ugly.
it's
they get
because they
attractive.
can't.
They
yeah,
call
'cause
you
intellectually
mentally
they can't.
ill,
Yeah.
or they call you a conspiracy theorist, or I think you are a conspiracy theorist, but I don't think that's an insult. But you
You
can
know
call yourself
why?
a
It's because
truther if you want to.
You agree that people may
Whatever.
sometimes use tactics when they can't sufficiently intellectually debate the position, and the other person may be more informed and more articulate, so that they use that as a tactic. I mean, it's a well-known tactic. It's called ad homs and poisoning the well and diversions, obfuscation, red herring. Like, that's
Most
what
of
it
them-
is. That's what it is.
Most
Yeah,
people,
I
as soon
don't-
as you get into epistemology at all, they freaking run away. Bitter's not like that though. Bitter is like very engaged in epistemology and
I bet he seems
justification.
pretty
So
cool. He seems pretty cool, man. We have to pull you from the depths of depravity on the left, get you over here to the stationary plane existence where we have to acknowledge that someone put the earth in the center of the cosmos. Boom. You'll be golden, man. Find a nice Brazilian chick. You'll start making babies.
Witsit,
already have babies.
I
Well,
actually
big
don't
ones.
I actually don't
My
think
babies are this big.
I don't think you believe in the flat earth. I think you must be gaining something out of this.
That's your cognitive dissonance because you're trying to convince yourself I don't think that.
Yeah, let me-
You found out very quickly that I'm not stupid and that I know quite a bit about it. So you have to convince yourself that I'm playing some
A
role.
A smart
or
person
something.
can't possibly think that the Earth
No,
is flat for real.
So this guy must be making a killing.
No.
It's not 'cause-
Well, let's
it's not
let
because-
you did accuse Bittar there, so let's let him explain his
yeah,
thoughts
I
there.
don't.
I just told him I wanted him to make babies. I didn't think you.
Yeah, I disagree with you guys like on freedom of expression. I actually think flat earthers should be censored because, yeah, you're lying to people, and I think that's a problem.
You think we should be
Lying record-
censored?
Yes.
See, here's the problem. You
I
think
wanna
anyone that
quote
doesn't agree
somebody.
with you should be censored? It's
Can I quote
that's
somebody?
Disgusting, dude.
What a statist cuck thing to say.
I want to
So
quote somebody.
deplorable, dude.
I want to quote Sabine Hossenfelder, okay, who posted a video that says, "Flat Earth science, wrong, but not stupid."
Yeah, but the truth
think
is
it's
that,
stupid.
like, can you admit the reason that you just said you think I don't really believe in it is because you can't just call me stupid? Like, why do you think I don't believe in it? Well, like, I lost my job because of this. I lost a job offer for this. Made my life significantly more difficult to be so public about flat Earth. So why do you think I lie about it?
No, yeah, I think there's a market, for
Oh my
flat earth.
God.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
think
crazy that you guys say that.
people pay courses about pseudoscience, and I view that as a crime, which is of course charlatanism, something like that in English. So yeah, I think I
You
think
Fraud.
really believe that?
yeah. So I think
All right, bro. I
think,
feel bad for you. We can move on.
I think that the flat earthers, the big flat earth channels, are just people profiting out of gullible people that sadly didn't get a good enough education, should not know about flat earth, because we only need very basic science to know the earth is not flat, as I demonstrated in my opening. So yeah, I
Oh, you
think
got
you're
dunked
actually-
on with your whole opener.
I think you're actually profiting of gullible people that sadly didn't get a good enough education, and you're making it harder for us to educate them. So I think you
Okay.
should be censored for making society worse.
Oh, this is like a cartoon. Yes, dude. You're the one we should model ourselves after. You believe all the surface level propaganda from the government that consistently admits they lie to mislead us. You still think that the jabs are good, even though they've come out and told you, oh, sorry, they weren't good. Like,
Even the
so
documents have been released. It's literally public
Yeah,
for everybody
it's
to
like
see.
they came out and admitted it. Yeah.
Let's
so
let
we can
Karen
just
talk
move
there
on.
for a second. What's it?
So I just
Hey, go ahead.
can I promote or say something? Like I just went to Witsit Gets It YouTube channel. He has 25,000 subscribers. He's getting like 3,000 to 6,000 views, maybe 8,000 sometimes. You're not making a whole lot of money on YouTube.
No, bro. I'm super censored, bro.
Yeah.
You don't make crap on YouTube.
I don't
Right.
do this for money, dude.
I hope
like, it would
you
be
don't grow,
stupid.
by the way.
The only way that I make money is doing businesses far outside of anything I do online, by the way. It's the only way I can pay my bills. I don't care. I don't have to prove myself to people that just look for excuses to.
Yeah, sincerely,
reality.
I actually hope that's true, and I expect that to keep that way. If that's
Okay.
I
That is
expect that to
that
be
is true. I think that you should reconsider your mentality that people should be censored if they don't agree with you, or that you're the arbiter of truth. The
No.
government has consistently been proven to propagandize its people, to brainwash and take advantage of them. You should do some research and
No,
realize
I agree
even if
with
we
that.
disagree, we should be able to talk about it as soon as we can't. There goes all freedom, bro. It's not complicated. It's why it's the First Amendment.
Yeah, this is not a debate about censorship, but yeah, I think some ideas, when propagated, can make society worse. Like denying,
Like
Sure.
bioweapons are good for you.
yeah, denying.
Like the
Well,
idea,
let's before we
like the idea
freedom
that you
of
should
before we
speech
go
not
down
being
that rabbit
allowed.
hole,
That's the idea
Before
that you
we go
should
down that
censor
rabbit
speech
hole.
is a bad idea that hurts people.
Yeah, we
So yeah,
some
we can have that discussion another time about freedom of speech. There's all kinds of things. You've heard all kinds of dissecting points where these guys agree and disagree with each other. So I mean, you don't know what side of the panel these guys could be on next time on these issues, which is super exciting. Pseudonym for $5. Ozien. I'm gonna say your name all screwed up now. See, you got me all. You've done it
Ozien.
too many times.
Ozien.
No, it's Ozien, yeah. See, everybody's messing me up in the
Ozion
live
is
chat.
so funny
Ozien. Ozien, right?
Well, I'm
Ozien.
Ozien top.
I
I'll do my friggin' intro thing.
Ozone talks. Yes, I don't understand. All right, we got to stop because people are gonna think that I'm just a general bully or something. But really, me and Ozien get along very well. I don't understand hundreds of years ago when someone say a boat disappear. It's going past the curve. Right now, at 150 feet, the ship came back? Question mark at the end of that. That's for you.
The ship was never entirely invisible, but part of the ship was exposed as the drone went up in elevation. Yep. So I wasn't looking at the ship going over the horizon.
Alrighty. All right, well, let's continue on there. The Crawdaddy 029 for $2. Thank you so much. Did the flat earthers just say science denier?
Yeah, bro, it's
I think
hilarious.
they're
They're denying
accusing-
they're denying the physics of Rayleigh criteria and resolvability based on attenuation and reception angles. They're denying like basic science. They deny that electrostatics is intrinsically stronger than gravity by 10 to the 36th power. They deny that all
It is
molecular and
not.
intermolecular. They denied that all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Like the irony is, you guys deny science and physics. I'm sorry. If you deny that things can disappear from the bottom up because of optics alone, you deny physics. And if you deny that your explanation of the drone is actually explained with perspective, you deny basic physics. So like, I do find it funny to throw science denier back at them.
Well, I'm not a scientismist. I see that all the time. I don't worship at the altar of science. I'm a naturalist, which is different. I accept scientific claims when I look into them. Typically, I accept scientific claims like dark energy and dark matter is not a theory. It's a hypothesis to explain stuff we don't understand, but you'll get tons of people that will claim that dark energy and dark matter actually does exist, but we don't know that. So like, I don't worship at the altar of science. I'm not a scientismist.
Well, you're not. Yeah, you're not as bad as some of them. Yeah.
All right, well, let's continue on. Tango 44, $20. Witsit. So perspective makes things disappear from the bottom up. So a plane flying away from you gets smaller than disappears bottom up. Strange how a boat disappears bottom up, but a plane at a similar distance does not.
Yeah. So you just don't seem to understand it. Like angular size and angular resolvability are different things. Okay. And first of all, actually, even in the distance, a plane can disappear from the bottom up, which goes to show that, like, you're just like, I don't know why you just say things, but it's okay. Like, okay, so the fact that things change angular size is not the same as angular resolution limit. It's not the same thing. Sure, it's somewhat in the same ballpark of perspective. They're not the same thing. So when things, listen very carefully, when things disappear in the distance, they'll disappear from the bottom up because the reception angle is smaller below your eye level than above it, which means that that reception angle will fall down beneath the resolvable angle before the stuff above the eye level, which means it will start to lose resolvability gradually from the bottom up. It's just basic physics, bro. It's like provable. You can do it with experiments and labs. And of course, the bottom of the atmos is more dense, so it will absorb the light more in the higher levels of the atmos. That's called attenuation. So you will lose things from the bottom up. I explained it in depth right there. I would love to not keep doing it, but yeah, just look into angular resolvability, attenuation, and propagation reception angles relative to angular resolution angle.
All right, any other thoughts on that, or do we want to move on?
I'm
All
fine
right.
with that.
I think that's about that. All right, so for $9.99, and I deleted your name, so I'll get it in a second. To the globe heads, every globe toy says "not for education" on it. Do you believe in facking Santa Claus too, or are you just lying? I wonder if that gets me around the swear jar on YouTube.
Um,
This one
well,
doesn't actually say that. I have seen the ones that do, they say for educational purposes only, but I don't see that on this one.
No, decoration purposes, not educational.
Or
For
or for
decoration.
decorations. It doesn't say that on here either.
what does that mean for decoration purposes only? What can you not use it for? Like, that's the purpose of.
Although some people use them as decorations, so
Yeah.
that because they're not accurately to
Decoration.
scale.
Nobody picks up a globe and starts walking around and trying to navigate with a globe. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Nobody
but
does that.
they're the most accurate maps we have, by the way.
No, it's not.
Yeah, like if you look at the
I don't see it.
at the world map, there's clearly distortion. Like Greenland, that the usual map that we use, not the flat Earth one. Greenland is much bigger than it should be. Some countries like Brazil look way smaller, where Brazil is almost the same size as the United States. Because due to the projection, we use stuff in the North Sim bigger. But yeah, the most accurate maps that we have are the globes. If you measure stuff on the globe and then do the proportion to the scale, and then go to Google and research what is the distance, you're gonna see that it's very accurate. Exactly how almost like if the Earth was a globe. And if you do that on any flat map, that's not going to happen. So the globe is another evidence that the Earth is not a flat, but it's actually a globe.
Actually, that's not true. You have to make all kinds of magnetic declinations and corrections in the south, which are extreme and even get up to 179 degrees to navigate, because the British and U.S. government found out that as you go really far south, the globe doesn't work. So that's kind of ironic. I don't know why people don't
Well, let's try
understand
to continue
that
on from
you
there.
can live on a plane and turn
Sorry.
into a globe. I was listening the whole time. I just had to address it. It was just kind of hard, but go ahead. Hard to listen to. Like,
No, that's okay. Yeah,
it just
I
doesn't
see you
work.
got wireless ones on.
Who cares?
Yeah, I think Ozien has wireless ones as well there. But yeah, let's kick it over to Karen for this one. Elijah Riviera, $5. What's the incentive to hide the truth about flat Earth? What does gravity work on flat Earth? If I pay for a flight to outer space, would you go?
Wait, what?
Read
So
it
they're
again.
asking
Read it again,
if-
Mike Karen.
If they paid, if they, yes, it's a bit wordsy. I mean, they asked 3 questions there. So if I paid for a flight to outer space, would you go? What's the incentive to hide the truth about flat Earth? And how does the gravity work on flat Earth? So, yeah, would you go to space if somebody paid for your flight, Karen?
I'm sure most flat earthers would probably say yes. I really don't want to get on one of those rockets, those death traps, and like possibly be exploded into tiny bits. I don't really think that's necessary to prove that the Earth is flat or a globe. Please send somebody else to space. Okay. I have
I would-
children.
Me too. Touche. If they kill me, they'd be like, "Wait a minute." I don't know.
Right?
I
Like
think it'd
I
be
don't,
sa-
All right.
I think it'd be safer than going to see
So-
the Titanic, though.
Yeah, I would
I'm
go
not doing that
100%.
either.
I would go 100%. Think about it. We're all gonna die.
You
one of the
behave
painless-
yourself.
I know we're all gonna die. Nobody gets
Yeah.
out alive, but I'm in no rush.
Yeah, but it's
No
like a
rush.
painless way to die. It's not a suffer death. And if
Okay, you can
don't
go.
die,
Can we send Bittar?
Yeah.
We'll send Bittar.
I would go.
It's not painless for
So-
my children if I die.
I don't have
Yo, let me-
children, bro. I don't care. But yeah, go ahead.
Yo, let me say this. Like, I want to point out to the audience, what you'll find out is the people that adamantly defend the globe, they won't really talk to you about any of the gravy, like the truth bombs. So let me drop one on you real fast. He brought up the Titan. I gotta do this.
11.
So, like in the late 1800s, there was a science fiction novel written about the world's fastest and strongest ship, and everyone thought was indestructible and couldn't be sunk. and they put the world's wealthiest and most powerful people on it, and then it sank in the ocean by hitting an iceberg. That book was rewritten or retitled and then published in 1912, the same year the Titanic happened. The name of the book was called The Wreck of the Titan, and it was literally about the world's most powerful fast ship that was going to mysteriously wreck after everyone thought it was indestructible. It was published the same year as the Titanic, which had the people opposed to the Federal Reserve on it. And then the people that got in the submarine to go look at the Titanic were in a submarine titled The Titan. So, I just don't know how normal people can hear that stuff and be like, no, it's totally like 17 coincidences in a row. But
No,
anyway,
okay.
yeah.
What do you think? What is exactly the conspiracy you believe about the Titanic? Like, can you?
The people that were opposed to the Federal Reserve, like Jacob Astor, the richest, the most wealthy person in America that owned like 90% of all mortgages, he said he didn't want a Federal Reserve bank, a centralized bank. They put all those people on there. JP Morgan paid to have it funded. He was supposed to go there. Then he backed out last minute. Then it wrecked when they swapped out the sister ship that already had damage. They got millions of dollars in insurance. Look, dude, you got to research stuff.
Yeah, you're saying it was willingly sank. Sink.
Yeah. I think it's very possible that it was sank on purpose. Yeah.
And they've had this debate on Modern Day Debate too. I think if you look at
nice.
I think so. I think it's been brought up a couple times. I don't agree with you, but that's okay.
Everything I said was just a fact. I mean, you can draw your own conclusions. But I wasn't trying to distract too much. We explained gravity. Gravity is just the effect hijacked and the presupposed cause of the bending and warping of space-time. There's never been proven, is not verifiable, as a replication fallacy on its face. And of course, things can fall to the ground on a plane. So,
all right, well, let's try to move on from there, everybody, if we're good on that one. And keep your super chats coming in. Keep them friendly, everybody. We appreciate them. And hit that like button while you're at it. It never hurts to hit a like button. You're sure to agree with somebody here on the panel, so give it a like. Cool Lambo, $10. The existence of the spherical Earth is something that is not immediately evident. The existence of God is also not immediately evident. Why would you believe one over the other? So we're
Quick, short response.
Off track here for a second, but that's okay.
Yeah, I have evidence. I've been presented to good enough evidence about the globe. I've never been presented to good enough evidence about God. And some gods I've been presented to are actually contradictory. Some gods I've been presented to cannot exist logically. So, yeah, all gods I've been presented to either was with insufficient evidence or impossible. And when it comes to the globe, I've been presented evidence for the globe, which you can just go back to the beginning of the debate and rewatch it.
Yeah, we demon. He was asking basically, why do I'm not mistaken, he's asking the flat earthers, why is it that you believe in the globe it's not abundantly evident at first sight, but you believe in God when it's not abundantly evident at first sight? Like, why do you have the double standard? And the answer is obviously, the Earth is physically and tangibly accessible. We can go out and test it directly. We did that, and the curvature is non-existent. We proved the Earth is not what they said it is. And of course, an omniscient creator outside the confinement of material and time is not directly and tangibly accessible. So it requires logical deduction only to do that. So it's fundamentally different. It's not a good analogy.
Oh, I didn't think that was for the flat earth.
I agree. I think it was for the flat earther, actually. I think they're asking why the flat earther doesn't accept the claim that the globe is a globe because you can't physically see it, but they accept that God exists and you can't physically see God. So I think it was for the flat earther.
Yeah, like that's another debate, that we would have to analyze the reasons as why they believe in God, is it because of a cosmological argument, a contingency argument, to debate that, that's a whole other hours of debate.
Yeah, I mean, if the Earth is, hey, would you guys agree? If the Earth is in the center of the cosmos, and it had to be placed there.
The cosmos may be infinite, so the Earth would be in the center, but there would be no center. The cosmos is infinite.
No, I said if it's in the center.
No, if it's in the center. No, it could just be coincidence.
Yeah, coincidentally, the Earth is in the center of everything that exists. Okay, bro.
I would say that if the Earth is in the center, there could be a reason as to why that is. That does not prove that there is a will behind that reason. That would be a literal God of the gaps argument. We don't know, therefore God.
You have the irony of them saying God of the gaps, but then you can just make up anything you want to fill in your gaps. The multiverse. So the Big Bang doesn't work because
I
none
didn't
of the
bring up a
evidence
multiverse, bro.
I'm just explaining that's what your current side does. They're like,
I
oh, well,
do.
maybe there's an
Yeah,
infinite
like-
amount of universes. It doesn't matter, whatever. I'm just saying that logically speaking,
that's
if
not-
the Earth is logically speaking, brother, the Earth is in the center of everything that we see. Logically speaking, it would require intention to put it directly in the center to have a special and unique position where everything pays homage to it moving around it. That's just basic logic. This has been known for hundreds of years. Edwin Hubble, Einstein, they'll all tell you that. So, it's whatever.
Yeah, I want to say something. It
All right,
seems
well, let's,
like when you're. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say we've got a ton of super chats, so if you got something to say
I'll try
there,
and fall back.
Bittar,
My bad.
that's
Yeah,
okay.
it seems-
I usually try to let the speakers direct how long they want to keep it going, but then sometimes we get to the end and people are like, "That took 4 hours," and I was like, "Well, you guys
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
kept talking." But
We're at 3 hours
it's all
now,
right.
almost.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, we had a little mishap at the beginning there, but Richie Constitution, $5 for the Flat Earth team. Why have we never seen the edge of the flat Earth? We'll start with you, Karen.
Who says there's an edge? I don't know that there's an edge. That's just programming that's making you think that there's an edge. The edge is in your mind.
Yeah, it's stupid. Like,
I think as if pictures we see, like flat Earth, like
Yeah, because they
Pratchett.
put that idea, they implant that edge idea in your mind so that your initial reaction when somebody tells you that the Earth is level and stationary or flat is that you laugh at it because you're like, oh, all the oceans would be pouring off the edge of the Earth if the Earth was flat. But that's completely silly and wrong because it's just not like that.
Weird. Like, and who's to say you can see that far? You can't see forever. Why haven't we seen the edge? You can't go past the 60th south latitude. It's illegal. I don't
What do you
understand
mean?
these questions. To be honest.
We see stars light years away.
Oh, really? How'd you verify they were that far away? Do you know how far away a light year is?
Yeah.
How far?
We can measure their distance via parallax.
No. How far away is a light year?
I would have to make the accounts right now, and I'm used to the metric system, not the US stupid
Oh,
system.
good.
Yeah.
5.88 trillion miles away. 1 trillion seconds is over 30,000 years. I stacked up 1 trillion $1 bills. It'd be over 600 miles tall. It's
really
a number you can't even fathom. They can't verify the distance. They use the ladder method, which has been debunked with Hubble tension. You guys should research that.
Yeah, I know it takes around 8
Alright.
the sun is 8 light minutes away.
Eight light
from-
minutes.
It's 63,241 astronomical units if you want to go by AU, which is, I believe, the distance from the Earth
the
to
sun.
the sun.
Sun,
Yeah, it's the radius.
It's called pseudoscience. So
Whatever.
you
All right,
guys
well,
don't know the
let's move on,
distance to
guys.
stuff. This is ridiculous.
I just said what it
Howard
was.
Moore. I'm
I know, I'm
gonna
just saying.
continue on with the super chats because we have so many guys, and I don't want to keep you here all night. Howard Moore, $5. Thank you, Blue Bob, Jesse Gordon, and Jesse Kalowski, Larry Scott, Kosho, and George Knott. I'm not sure who these people are. Rest in peace. For the measurements, Karen B said don't exist. So I think it's a question for you. Do you know who these people are?
Again? Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
It said, thank you, Blue, Bob, Jesse Gordon, Jesse Kozlowski, Larry Scott, Kusho, and George Knott. Rest in peace. For the measurements, Karen B said don't exist. I think these might be, I'm not sure.
People that supposedly measured the Earth are anti-flat earthers. The reason they didn't say how they did it is because we would destroy all the claims that was measured.
Anything
So,
about that nonsense?
yeah, they're basically saying like
All right.
they did measure the Earth's curve, Karen. You didn't know, and Karen knows
No.
damn well that they did.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, please let us know. Let us know. when
All
you
right,
figure it
well-
out.
I've been looking for that, and I didn't know.
Along with
tried to
like
do it.
millions of people.
I
Yeah.
know, right?
Billions of people do
No
not believe
problem.
the Earth is
Well-
flat. But
Well, there's over 15 million in Brazil, where my boy's from alone. And in the 2022 survey in America said that over 11% answered that the Earth was
Oh,
flat,
you
which would be
think-
over
you think-
35 million people. So you're wrong about that. But
Wait a second. How many in Brazil?
there was over 10 million like 7 years ago.
11% would be 8
I'm
billion,
Googling
maybe,
it.
but I don't even think it's a billion.
11% of Americans, which would be like 35 million. Look up Brazil. Brazil is millions.
11% of 8 billion is not 8 billion.
Of America.
America,
I know.
dude.
If you
There's not
extrapolate
8
it to
billion
the
people in America.
if you extrapolate 11% to the entire world.
Why? I didn't say that. I said
Well, you
11%
said billion.
of America.
You said billion people.
11%.
You said
11%.
millions.
I said million, dude.
Oh,
Million.
millions. Okay, I misheard you then. Sorry.
Yeah, we have 11 million in Brazil. That's boring. I just Googled it.
Yeah,
I
dude.
believe
mean,
it.
you can
Yeah,
say it's
that-
worrying, but the truth is,
There you go.
you're not the. You haven't tested the Earth.
There you go, Ozien. That's why this guy should be censored.
I don't agree.
Because you can't go and like you can't entertain
I hate to break it
alternative
to you,
ideas.
but I don't speak Portuguese, and I wasn't telling the Brazilians it was flat, dude. It ain't my fault.
Yeah, I know.
They went
I
and
know.
tested it themselves.
I know who was. I know who was.
If you censor people, they'll find other ways to communicate to avoid the censorship that has happened.
Actually, if you
Every
censor
single
people,
time you try to censor people, people have found ways
Yeah.
to avoid censorship.
No,
They
check about this.
just
What
do.
is it? What's it called? What's something effect? The Ryzen effect or something? That when
Uh-huh.
you actually tell people they're not allowed to do something, they do it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
actually, once again, this is where the ballers don't understand basic logic. If you try to force people not to look at flat Earth, they're gonna be like, "Wait, why won't you guys let us see that?" Just like when you lie, attack, straw man, and red herring, they're like, "Wait a minute, what's going on with flat Earth?" So that's actually a friendly piece of
let
advice.
me
to
answer
you.
to that.
wait.
Let me answer to that real quick. There was a Brazilian comedian. His name is Leonardo Lins. And he had a show that had racist jokes, and he was censored. And then everyone uploaded his show, and with hundreds of thousands, millions of views. It's exactly the fact we are talking about. However, I posted a video during the World Cup, and my video was immediately not available in a list of countries because it was official footing that I was publishing. That kind of thing, if it's previously censored, if it's impossible to be published, if we have AI detecting the words flat Earth and it's not published, then
They'll create their own platforms to avoid the AI censorship.
Anyone
Finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, go
we
ahead.
know this as children when we're told not to touch something, when we're told not to say something, we feel entrapped. We feel like, oh shit, like I'm going to get hurt if I try to express myself. One of the things we fundamentally know as human beings, I think this is the most fundamental thing to being human, is the freedom to express ourselves religiously, artistically, verbally, vocally, screaming, running around, friggin' being LGBTQ.
Not if you're making society worse. Not if you're making society
I don't.
Oh, you mean
You're-
like sexualizing kids?
Censorship makes society worse. That's what makes society worse.
Yeah, we'll have to agree,
Not if
disagree
you
on this,
censor the
man.
right
It's a
things.
basic logical principle, man. Like, the reason people censor ideas is because they can't intellectually debate.
Nope. In Brazil, racism is censored. Not because you
Yeah,
cannot intellectually debate
Okay,
it.
yay, you guys are so awesome, but you're not. So it's like whatever. It's like,
Nazism, Nazi. You can be a Nazi here.
see, there you go.
You can't.
There you
You
go.
can't say it was good for the United States to bomb Japan.
Yeah, I can say it. Even though Pearl Harbor was a setup and they didn't nuclear
Yeah,
bomb, it was
I
fire
think-
bombing. It was carpet bombing.
I opposed the bombing of Japan. I did that debate. I'm on your day debate Discord. By the way,
It was carpet
anyways.
bombing. What would we
Oh, they
do
did
without
that too.
Japan, dude? We have a Nintendo
Let's go.
64.
Let's go to the next
It's a
question. By the way,
different
Let's go to the
conversation.
next
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
let's
Censoring
let's
is
continue
what
on with the
cuts
super
one
chat.
another.
Super chat.
Yeah, we've gotten off base, guys. We've gone back to the free speech discussion. Esteban Razo, 199. Witsit, do you JQ? Question mark.
I don't know what that.
It's JQ. I don't want to accidentally look up anything that's like suspicious. So
UJQ.
I've already screwed up my algorithms enough by hanging out with modern day debate. What else do you guys want me to do? What do you want me to do, everybody? Stop it.
I don't know
All
what
right,
JQ is.
Theo Megwordy. $2. Gravity is non sequitur. We experience down, not in. Thoughts on that?
Okay, we experienced down. I
All
think
right.
we all agree, right?
Yeah, thanks for your super chat. Yeah, it's a little vague, so we're having a little trouble with it there, but we'll continue on. Congo, $10. Witsit, give a 5 kilogram plastic ball. Given a 5 kilogram plastic ball 2 meters from the ground with 5 newtons of force applied, please use your electrostatic equations to solve where the ball will land.
It's crazy, dude. This dude just invoked 5 newtons of force and then pretended that he didn't like beg the question of Newtonian mechanics to do so. Then asked me to replace Newtonian mechanics. He didn't even understand what he was doing. He literally begged the question and reified Newtonian mechanics and then asked me to replace it with his variable that was reified.
Yeah,
Goofy, dude.
That's,
There's an agreed.
that's
Well, let me explain this. So there's something called a kinematic equation in which you can solve for 9.8 meters per second squared with initial velocity, height, and time alone. You don't need any presupposed dynamic relationship of Newtonian mechanics. It's called a kinematic equation. Everything's intrinsically electrostatic once the vector is determined, which is down, and it has an agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared. It's a fact. You could do all engineering, you do everything in the world using a kinematic equation of height, time, and initial velocity. And anyone that denies that is denying basic reality. It is really weird if you do.
Yeah,
The equation is the same. The equation is the same. It uses different inputs into the equation. The forces for electrostatics are not strong enough at distance to explain why things are accelerating down at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Didn't even understand.
I did understand. It's the same equation with different inputs.
No, what I just said was you don't even need to use a dynamic assumption. You can use kinematic equations. Kinematics is how bodies move in relation to each other. Dynamics is supposedly the force that causes them to do that. Okay. You can use a kinematic equation to solve for downward acceleration on the Earth using height, time, and initial velocity. And downward acceleration due to electrostatics is not because electrostatics is a force pulling things down to the Earth. So when you say it's not strong enough to do it, that's a straw man fallacy. This would take a long time to fully explain, but
I heard your original argument. I heard the original.
You didn't get it. You didn't understand it.
About buoyancy and all the other stuff, I did understand what you were trying to claim. Well, let me rephrase that. No, I didn't fully understand it, but I heard your argument. I knew what you were trying to claim.
Well, go listen more carefully after.
Yeah, again, I just want to say he's not assuming Newtonian mechanics. Newtons is simply the measurement that we use for force. We measure force in newtons. True, honor his name.
Yeah, exactly. So if you presuppose Newtonian mechanics and ask me to replace it within the very variable that you
He's not doing that.
He did.
You said he did because he said newtons. Newtons is not presupposing Newtonian mechanics. It's simply the measurement.
It literally is.
No, it's the unit. Newtons is simply the unit. If you
unit of the presupposed force.
No. So, if you measure the magnetic strong and weak forces, you're gonna measure it in newtons. If you measure the force, the force between two magnets, you're gonna measure it in newtons. It's not saying that the gravity is why magnets are being pulled.
Yeah. Okay. So assuming a force pulling things down to the ground because of the effect of downward acceleration is a begging the question and reification fallacy. I just explained in depth that the density relationship and the electrostatic relationship of the object and the medium is what's going to determine its vector. It can be directly manipulated via scientific experimentation. We can move on.
I answered your.
It'll take forever. We'll debate some other time about gravity. It will take forever. Yeah, I don't mind much of what you're saying, other than that Tesla quote's actually misattributed. Tesla did not actually say that quote where the Earth is a realm. I
Yeah.
don't think that quote. Yeah, that's misquoted. But I mean, Tesla did make it very clear that everything's intrinsically electric and that the sun and the moon are local phenomena and that we get energy directly from above us. He said that the idea that space and time bend and warp is ridiculous.
Oh,
You went away.
That
What's it?
oh, he froze.
Oh, you're back.
Wow, I don't know. Anyway, Tesla, it says my connection is unstable. So yeah, anyway, yeah, like
Paused again.
All right.
I love Nikola Tesla. Like I think he was probably one of the most influential people in world history because of AC. But I don't worship Tesla, and he wasn't right about everything. He was a genius engineer. He could functionally make things do what he wanted them to do. Which, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That's it.
Yeah. Something happened with Witsit. The stream's ending.
Well, I think he's using a virtual camera.
Yeah. Just give me a second. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. That's okay.
Might drop. Just
Sorry,
so you
everybody,
heads
that I
up
was
if it
muted
messes
for a
up your
second.
camera. I might drop. I drop just so if it messes up your camera. I'll have to drop and come back.
That's okay. Yeah, that's all right. We've dealt with that before in the past. Sorry, everybody, if I was muted there for a second. Let's move over to our screen share while we wait for Witsit to get back. And let's continue on with our questions because we got so many questions. Yeah, Teo Magawarty, $5. Show up for a flat earth debate. Instead of going off into the weeds of gravity, gravity is non sequitur. Down is down. Globe needs inwards. So I think they're complaining about our discussion about gravity, which we just kind of said we should move on from.
Well, I think they reframed the question. They're saying inward to the center of the earth, but that's what we call down in the globe model. So that sounds like a non sequitur to me. We're both saying down is to our feet.
Yeah, down is towards the center. Depends on the reference. What I count down, someone in Japan counts up.
Alrighty.
What? No, I don't agree with that. Down is to my feet.
Yeah. What the down for me, which is this direction, for
the center of the earth.
It's
upside down.
If you continue, that's eventually up for Japanese people.
I don't agree, but that's okay.
All right. Well,
I understand what you're saying.
Well, we wait. All right. Well, KCR, low Mike Ryan, modern day debate legend. Well, thanks, KCR. I never fail to let you down at least once per debate when it comes to that mute button, do I? I was doing so well for so long there, but I got pulled into this as well kind of last minute, so I might be off my A game a little bit. Bite Me, thanks for being a member for the last 2 months for $10. We might have to wait for Witsit for this one. Has he has not tried to join back yet.
What is it? Maybe
All right, we'll wait on that question. Sure thing. Well, this is kind of a little bit of ad hominem as well. Witsit, you're making a joke out of yourself and ruining your own reputation being a flat earther. It's sad because I think you're actually smart. It's sad watching you put that to waste. But it's your life. Yeah, he's not here
There's
to
no
answer
question
that, and that's
there.
pretty personal.
That's
And
no
it's
question.
it's not. It's kind of just an. Yeah,
And he won't
it's
care
not
because
really related.
Witsit is a
doesn't.
smart guy and he's confident in his knowledge and
it's about your values too. Not all people value a good job or high incomes. Some people value what they believe is the truth, and they value promoting what they believe is the truth. So that's why I think I wouldn't call him a liar. I don't think he's being deceitful. Now there's probably our pose. If you don't know what PO is, it's like somebody where you can't tell the difference between the person that legitimately believes something is true versus a person that's pretending to believe it's true. I don't believe that either Karen or Witsit are those people. What was I going to say? Yeah, that's it. You don't necessarily value money or that type of success. Success can be found in other things. Some people value believing in God. Some people value doing charity. There's nothing wrong with that.
All right. Witsit is back. Let's get the screens reorganized in just 1 second, everybody. Don't mind me. My name is James right now, but I'm actually Ryan. You guys never know what happened to James, right? Yeah, I think he's hanging out doing schoolwork right now. The Crawdaddy. You just missed a personal question there, Witsit. Can you hear me? No, I can't hear you, Witsit.
Are you serious?
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now. So yeah, we just finished saying that we didn't think you'd really care about this ad hominy type super chat that we just got. Witsit, you're making a joke out of yourself and ruining your own reputation being a flat earther. It's sad because I think you're actually smart. So it's sad watching you put that to waste, but it's your life. So we'll move on from there, but I figured you'd like to know that somebody was giving you some heat, and we all agreed that you probably wouldn't care too much.
Can you please provide physical, verifiable, empirical measurement of the Earth's curvature?
Yeah, I like how we didn't really ever continue on the Earth curvature thing. Nobody ever wants to talk about the lack of measurable Earth curvature.
They avoid it like
lack
the
thereof.
Keeping it on point.
That's all I talked about.
We appreciate that.
No, but you didn't measure
the-
anything.
So Crawdaddy for $2. Also another ad hominem. We'll just move on. Dr. Mantis Toboggan, $5. Where did Witsit find his info on electrostatics? Did he do it to himself or is he trusting science? Good job, Ozien and Bittar. You wrecked these fools. Oof. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Well,
Everybody's
you
a
must
little
be
bit spicy.
lit. You must be lit. But actually, I did the test myself. I used a Van de Graaff generator and I changed the weight of an object. I changed the acceleration rate. I made things levitate and I actually made it go up as well. I manipulated the independent variable of electrostatics and changed the vector weight and direction of the object, proving that is in fact a causal agent. And you can verify that all objects are intrinsically electrostatic simply by using electrostatic induction experience. So yeah, I actually did it myself, which is kind of how science works. So I get you guys don't like it. You try it.
Aluminum reacts
All
differently to electrostatics, and lead reacts differently than iron does. Depending on the
Doesn't
type
matter.
of material it is, it reacts differently to electrostatics.
Well, electrostatics holds it together and gives it the density, i.e. the compactness of matter, which means it's more compact than the matter of the medium it's surrounded in, which causes it to go down and drastically change the actual directionality. You have to significantly introduce electrostatics relative to the amount of matter. Slow it down, run it back, word salad, whatever.
There's 4 fundamental forces, not just one.
Yeah, you'll get there.
One isn't explained by quantum physics yet, which is gravity. I understand that.
No, you mean it's not in any way compatible with quantum physics, can't be discovered scientifically at all, and it doesn't actually exist. Okay. So
Guys, real quick, I'll be right back. I have to leave. Sorry.
all right, will you go find the Earth curvature while you're gone?
All right, that's all right. Let's continue on, everybody. We're all having fun here, and yeah, I don't usually like to ask those types of questions, but I know Witsit's such a good sport. I've hung out with him a few times here on Modern Day Debate, and I know that he every time I say, "Oh, that's a little bit kind of attacking you," he's like, "No, read it. I must hear what you guys have said in your debacle about what he might have said," which is. That's all fun to us over here. So Bittar's gone now, so don't mind us. We'll just continue on here because we got so many questions. Teo Megawordy, perhaps I will join Modern Day Debate one day and school optics. I'm not really sure what
Unlikely.
they mean with that.
Please do.
Unless you're if you're a flat earther, maybe you do understand optics. Globers seem to not like it. They deny that the street lights go down. Weird.
They don't go down.
Oh, you see what I'm like? Case in point. Case in point.
You're talking about
Well-
they could appear to go down, but that's an illusion. They're not actually going down.
That's what perspective.
So yeah, I thought when they said the optics, they meant me, and I was getting my first compliment of the night.
Hey, touche.
Sad. All right, let's continue on. Well, all right, Will Bennett, $1.99. Witsit, why does the moon have shadows and craters? Thanks for your first super chat, Will.
Yeah, nice assumption that they're craters when they're all like allegedly perfectly 90-degree impacts, which makes no sense logically whatsoever. But we can replicate the moon with a holographic projection based on electromagnetic polarization. An assumption to claim that it's shadows. I will agree it does somewhat look solid, especially when we've been agreeing with that idea, but you can show solidity or the appearance of solidity with a holographic projection based on the electromagnetic polarization. So yeah, there you go. And it looks like the phases are actually just a cyclical nature, like the energy cycle itself, and also polarization.
Why couldn't God just make it look like it's there? Why does it have to be anything?
I don't know. Why couldn't God just make it what it is, which is the light of the night?
Like you can make any claim. Like we've been to the moon, but
Yeah, except we haven't. Okay, we can move on.
It's
weird to me that you still believe that.
Can I?
All right, so
Not if you believe in the moon landing. No.
Yeah, like why would the Soviet Russia not deny the moon landing then?
Oh man, I don't know. I've actually heard two different Russian astronauts and Soviet astronauts specifically do that very thing. I guess they don't count. Now that we've offered you actual cosmonauts from Russia that said the moon landing was fake, now they don't count. We can just keep asking why they didn't deny it.
Yeah, I would expect the cosmonauts, but like, why would not the Soviet state deny it? You know.
Because for one, the Russia gets to tell their people what they want to propagandize them, which is we were the first ones to send an animal to space, the first one to send a person to space, the first one to send a satellite to space. And then America gets to propagandize their people by saying we were the first one to land on the moon, so everyone wins. They all work together. They're all signed to the Antarctic Treaty. So it seems pretty simple to me, but a lot of people seem to not understand that they all work together. So that's why Flat Earth is sent. You would realize that it's all
I don't think you realize how strong class hatred was in Soviet Russia and how much people would hate the U.S. and want to be better than it.
Yeah,
they would absolutely deny it.
You're talking to the leftists.
So.
Yeah. I know freedom sucks, huh?
No, freedom is great. Yeah, let's.
All right, well, let's continue on. Before we get down that freedom talk again, we'll have that some other time. Commercial sound and video, $2 says Flattoberfest 2023 Las Vegas, October 21st and 22nd. All right, you can clip that and use that for your audio, whatever that is. I don't endorse whatever's going on here on either side because I'm a moderator, but I read that.
Oktoberfest. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can come as long as you allow me to intellectually dunk on.
I'm just glad we didn't get into bedroom talk. Just thank my lucky stars. All right, as soon as you said that, I was getting worried.
Oktoberfest.
Yeah.
Las Vegas. Hey.
Flattoberfest.com, that's correct. A bunch of flat earthers, a bunch of crazy flat earthers are going to be all together in one place in Las Vegas.
Yep, breathing oxygen, freaking rebels.
Yeah. It's fantastic.
Darn those rebels. Blast them. All right. All right. Run Boston Bear 999. Witsit, why in your playlist in the field are you able to talk to a professor of astronomy, Dr. Roberts Parks, for 3 hours and 45 minutes with minimal drama, but in here it's all drama? Seems weird. Are we all drama?
I don't think
No, but
so.
I mean they do make a good point that when I'm frozen again.
No, I can
I'm
hear
not
you.
You are frozen.
I can hear you,
In
but
the
you're
worst position.
frozen.
Video.
I'm not even touching anything and everything's glitching out. But like I will say if you can hear me, it's interesting that the PhDs can talk to me about high level science and their theories without all the drama and ad homs and fallacies. I can talk to them for 4 hours, get them to make all kinds of concessions, but when I debate on modern day debate, then they seemingly can't do that.
What's a debate versus a discussion?
Okay. Yeah. So the professionals have no problem conceding as opposed to the people on MDD, but whatever.
All right. Well, if we don't have any other thoughts with that one, let's continue on. Yeah, vote. Flair for the drama. Why not? You know, let's have some fun. Amanda, member for 2 months. Here, not really a question. Teabaggins, $10. Karen and Witsit are legends, no doubt. Keep up the great work out there, and thank you for continuing to try to wake people up to the truth. May the Creator bless you and your family. So you got a fan out there, you two, from Teabaggins. Thank you so much, Teabaggins, for your $10 there and your nice compliments to our speakers tonight. Jean C. Alicia says for $5, who paid the ancient Greeks to be part of the conspiracy?
I mean, the people that were constantly molesting little boys, and then like the 1% of the world that claimed the earth was a sphere because the perfect shape was a sphere. And then out of the philosophers, just a couple percent of them even thought that, and they all debated it. And they said it had to be a sphere because the perfect shape was a sphere that God made. And then they claimed that boats went over the horizon with the naked eye. I don't think anyone had to pay them. They're just retarded pedophiles.
You think Greek philosophers were retarded pedophiles?
Yeah, provably and admittedly, they were pedophiles. Yeah.
Yeah, but
All of
you think
them?
they were retarded though? Like you think?
Yeah, I think they
Socrates-
were retarded. Yeah, they said the Earth must be a sphere because the quote unquote perfect shape is a sphere made by the sun god. So yeah, I find that pretty retarded.
Okay.
Well, let's
Philosophers
just
are
try
Based
to
on-
mitigate
there-
how much we are using those terms, because I do know that can get us in trouble in my
It's-
country, and we do want to watch it here
sorry.
in my country. So just that's all right.
Freaking Canada.
Yeah. Other thoughts, Ozien? You had some thoughts there, Ozien?
I mean, the foundation for epistemology and knowledge comes from those philosophers, regardless of how moral or immoral or right or wrong they could have been about different issues. We built Western civilization upon those concepts over
Oh, so everything they said was
2,500
right.
years.
Yeah.
No,
So I guess well,
every
then
no,
that doesn't matter.
That's a fallacy, right? That's a fallacious
No,
argument.
no, I'm actually
Yes.
pulling your argument out and then
Just-
making the logical conclusion, which was
No.
since we used their philosophies, what they said about the Earth must be
No,
more valid or
It's
something.
not what I said.
Then what
just
your points are
because-
relevant.
Just because he said one things are true, just because we built upon their knowledge, doesn't mean everything they said or did was good or moral. What I said,
Or
But-
correct. Exactly. So that was
but
our point.
I wouldn't dismiss them
All right.
entirely.
I don't want
and
to cut
call
off
them-
the conversation,
Yeah.
but I kind of have to because we've got so many more chats to go through. Like I'm scrolling through and I'm like, holy lightning. So let's try to keep rolling through it. Surgeon General, thanks for being here in the live chat tonight. I appreciate everything you do, buddy. He says consider being a member for $2 a month. Amazing. Thanks for that, Surgeon General. I appreciate you once again for everything that you do. Teo Omegawordy, $2. Bittar, why does ISS show different curve rates?
Does it? I don't know.
Dun, dun,
I don't
dun.
know if it does. If it does, I don't know
does.
why.
when it moves, like
Maybe it's almost like it's about the camera.
I don't
they
know.
have different.
Can you explain that? I was like,
Yeah, the camera
They have
imposes
different
curves.
types of cameras on the ISS.
oh,
But we have like satellites that are further away that get full views of the Earth. So
No, we don't. No, we don't. They admit they stitched those together and they claim it's every 10 minutes and then it takes 45 minutes.
wish I
Stop.
had that.
Well, keeping it all on brand, Teo Megawordy for $5 asks, in addition to that, Ozien, can you please explain to Wit and Karen how you don't understand that opening propagation angles to reception angles means you can see more? So it seems like we're all in the same vein there.
Open.
So I'll let you guys continue.
Open and propagation angles. So like the camera lens, how it's open doesn't mean. I'm not sure of the question. I'm not an optics
Okay, he's,
guy.
he's talking about how based on aperture and Rayleigh criteria, based on simple resolvability or angular resolution, the reception angle and the propagation angle of the light from the object that you're looking at, that reception angle relative to the aperture determines resolvability. When you're looking in the distance and things fall below that resolvable limit of whatever optics you're using based on aperture, you can no longer resolve it, which makes it disappear. Things below your eye level will be closer to eye level, so they'll disappear first, disappear from the bottom up. So it's just basic, physics.
Optics, physics, whatever. Yep.
Well, yeah, supposedly it's physical.
All right.
Everything's
Coming in
physics,
from
technically,
Dr.
I guess.
Dino. All right, thanks for Ozien for wrapping that up there. Dr. Dino or Dino, $5. Witsit, how do plate tectonics work on the flat Earth? We can measure the plates moving using GPS and physical means. How do earthquakes happen?
Wait, you're asking me how plates work on a flat Earth? Well, like, what are they balls? Because if they're plates, then they work perfectly on a flat Earth because plates are flat. So are they balls? Are they tectonic balls? So yeah, there's like horizontal layers of parallel planes that make up the Earth, and there's electrical vibration within the Earth. And whenever there's discharge, we get vibrational resonance. So pretty simple. I mean, actually, the question is, how do tectonic plates work on a globe?
Yeah.
The Earth is spinning and has a mantle, and the crust rotates at a different rate as the mantle does. And I mean, I'm not a tectonic plate expert either, but I know that's the general gist of where we get tectonic plates.
Dude, the question is, like, if it's a plate and it's flat, how does that work on a globe?
That's just a name. Like
No, it's not. It's we use seismology with horizontal parallels.
So they're asking, you're seeing the force that causes the tectonic plates to move and earthquakes and stuff is explained by some release of electrostatics. Is that
electrical discharge? Yep.
Okay.
Which is just science. I mean, who needs that, right?
It's not okay. It's not science.
Yeah, you keep
How do
playing
plates
hard.
work? Are
Let's
they
try to-
tectonic bowls or are they tectonic plates?
It would be the name we use doesn't friggin' matter.
Sure.
And plates are like this anyways.
Flat.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Are you
Plate-
kidding me? Well, how many plates have you bought that were flat? Usually they're curved to hold food in them, like a frisbee.
Wait, you're saying there needs to be a curved higher elevation at the edge to contain things like water? Wow, it's crazy. Antarctica is the highest elevation.
The plates are inverted though; they're upside down plates.
All right, bruh. You let me know how.
If you want to be
plates work on a
pedantic,
globe.
if you want to be pedantic about names, because we call it plates, that means they're
okay.
flat. Plate doesn't mean flat.
Finally got my camera fixed. Let me explain to you. Seismology doesn't work on the globe because the globe prediction doesn't match the actual seismic activity. We have arrival times that are off by up to 7 minutes based on the propagation speeds. That's like all the way across the Earth. So an object or a location that's right here, thousands of miles closer than another location, will receive the signal last, even though it's closer to the epicenter. We also have all kinds of anomalies with the globe model with seismology. We use plates that are horizontal and parallel to even map it out. And it's electrical discharge that causes vibrational resonance. Okay, move on. I've done this too much, honestly. It's honestly
All
fine.
right. Sorry for laughing. Everybody's the mods in the live chat are giving me a hard time on the Discord for once again mispronouncing Ozien's name. Ozien.
No.
You know what? I think they care more than you do, but you know
Ozien.
it's making me.
It's probably
It's making
Hannah.
me. Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
They anyways, it's funny and Surgeon, but I appreciate you guys trying to keep me on track here because yeah, I do have short-term memory. Do you know how many lyrics I have to keep track of in this brain here?
I've talked
let's
with
continue
you.
on.
Anyways,
Just let me have this. No, I'm kidding. All right, Elijah Riviera, $5. You can measure curvature, a small circle of radius on the surface with center at that point, and to calculate the circumference or area of the circle.
Oh, wait to not
Wasn't
give
really
any
addressed to
specific
anybody.
It's not
methodology.
curvature.
Yeah, duh. Well, he didn't even say a method. He just said, you can do it, I promise.
A circle and a circumference. Okay, that's still not curvature.
Yeah, where's the radius to the sphere matching the convexity of the surface? Where is the physical empirical measurements of Earth's alleged curvature? Crickets. That's what we get.
Was that a question for me? I thought you were responding to the
That's a
super
question
chat.
for all ballers for going on 7 years now.
Uh-huh.
What's your question? Can you repeat it?
Can you provide physical empirical measurements of the Earth's alleged curvature?
Yeah. If you watch that Netflix documentary, they literally the flat earthers did it themselves.
No, they didn't.
Exactly. Which is what goes to
With the
show where you are. In
flashlight.
this, that's so bad. It's like,
Big
admittedly,
It's
Dude, the
funny
person-
too that ballers think that flat earthers prove the Earth it has curvature.
yeah, like they can't, do,
even
it
do it themselves.
Pendulums do it. Gyroscopes
Yeah.
do it.
The person that made that
They don't.
documentary literally said, well, there were some flat earth results and some globe earth results, and sure, we took you out of context, but it's because we decided to make it a flat earth hit piece and be dishonest. They said that themselves.
Yeah, just watch the documentary, folks, and
Yeah, to
Watch
completely
the
ignore what the
dishonest
producer of the film said
Yeah.
about being dishonest and lying. Who cares what they said? Just watch the documentary and believe the lie.
All right, well, let's continue on there. Mr. Monster, you've been a member for over 18 months and you've asked a question. We appreciate that. And you said, oh, no, you didn't ask a question. You're just saying this is the best channel for debate. I happen to agree with you. That's kind of why I wanted to be here. Hopefully everybody else agrees with me. Smash that like button. That's always fun. And give lots of love to our speakers that are out here tonight. All of their links are going to be in our description, even in the podcast. Elijah Riviera, $5 to the Flirts. Do you think the Earth is 3-dimensional?
You just said nothing's 2-dimensional. I agree.
It's insane to think flat earthers don't. Yeah, Earth has depth.
The universe is flat though.
Yeah,
I
which is
agree with that.
a you problem, because that's called the flatness problem, which is which is a big issue for you. How did the inner density just so happen to be 0.00070
Yeah.
zeros? Yeah, it's called the flat. It's impossible to explain in your
I
cosmology.
don't necessarily believe it's true. I just believe that's what the evidence is indicating. But,
Yeah,
All
I
observations show us that, yeah, but it doesn't work within your cosmology. It should be negative or positive curvature based on the energy density and the mathematical statistical probability of it being positive or negative. Then they proposed the inflation theory, which said it was curved at the beginning, I promise, but then it just flattened out because it moved so fast. Then they saw that the galaxies were way too formed, so they had to add the early dark energy. And then they were like, oh, wow, that actually contradicts the inflation theory of the inflaton particle that turned into everything. So, yeah, your cosmology is kind of weird.
We didn't maybe there's different physics in the early universe.
Yeah, whatever we, but that's not God of the gaps, though.
Well, I think we have, until we exhaust all the physical explanations, then I wouldn't presuppose a non-physical explanation. That's typically my position when it comes to that.
We've already exhausted all the physical explanations. So right now, for over 100 years, we've been sitting here saying, I think there may be something else we'll discover one day.
Yeah, I heard that the universe is flat. I don't necessarily understand it. Can't explain
Well, that's
it.
the idea, bro. What it is like, say the Big Bang says there was a singularity, then everything exploded and expanded out from there.
Yeah,
So
I
in
know
order
the
for-
Big Bang. No need to
real
explain
fast. The flatness problem, that the universe is flat, is that if there would have to be the perfect amount of energy density.
Bro, with
for
all
it
due
to-
respect, no need for you to repeat yourself. We have like
Yeah. I mean, like, you don't need to know your religion. You can just believe it.
I don't have a religion, bro.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I'm close to Buddhism though, but I wouldn't
Wait, no, you
consider-
believe in the Big Bang cosmology, but you don't know why or what it is. And that's kind of a
Yeah,
religion.
it's not my area, bro. I believe whatever the scientist tells me. If you want to
That's called-
discuss,
That's a religion. That's a
if you want to
religion.
discuss software, I have my materials here about how does the
Bittar,
RAM
Bittar.
memory stores the addresses of
You're
the.
you're
Really, that's a
defining
religion.
religion. You're defining religion differently. So go to the
It's a belief-
Oxford
it's a belief-
Encyclopedia, not encyclopedia, Oxford
Britannica.
Dictionary. No,
Good.
Oxford Dictionary. I paid for the OED, the
Okay.
Oxford Dictionary, and
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Look, can I
Want
just
me
say
to?
something? Bittar. Hey, Bittar, here's the problem.
What's
Right?
up?
You said, well, no, I believe it, but I trust the scientists. That's what a Catholic would say, right? They'd be like, well, yeah, I believe that's what the Bible says. I don't know why, but priests say it, and they've been studying it for way longer than I have. They went to college for it. That's a religion. You believe you believe something built upon the doctrine of men, void of empirical evidence. You don't know exactly what you believe. It requires blind faith and belief, and you just trust the authority that told you what to believe. That's what a religion is.
No, everything in science needs empirical evidence. Like you can have like hypotheses to explain a data, but like everything in science needs falsifiability, needs empirical evidence. Science, you know, what science claims, a lot of the times it isn't true. You know, we prove science false all the time, like spontaneous generation was proven false in the past, you know. Yeah, science is just the best explanation for the stuff we have today. That's the best explanation the guys that study the universe came up with. Oh, the universe is flat. They don't know why. Okay. I'm not challenging that. It's not my area. My area is software engineering, you know, if you want to discuss that. I'm not a scientist.
Sorry,
I'm a
Sorry,
graduate.
I know you guys hate the word religion.
No, I have no problem with
let's
you
continue on,
redefining
guys.
religion that way. That's not how I use religion.
Let's just say you have a belief system that you don't know what is.
I have beliefs I accept as true. Things I accept as true.
Based on, even though you don't know what it is, you accept as true, and you just trust the authority figures are going to tell you the truth, and you blindly believe whatever they say, even though you don't know what it is. So, I mean,
I have justification for accepting certain testimonial claims. So I have to justification.
I just want to say religion.
It's justified. It's not unjustified. I have justification.
It is unjustified. All the evidence shows the Big Bang cosmology is wrong.
Justified in your mind doesn't mean it's justified.
Religion, the way religion
but not science.
You believe your beliefs are justified,
Bittar,
right?
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
The way religion is usually defined is like a religare, from Greek, reconnect. You know, so reconnect to like the spirity, whatever that you believe. Like I'm very close to Zen Buddhism that doesn't believe in souls, in God, doesn't believe in reincarnation or any of that stuff. But that's an exception. You know, most religions, they're about reconnecting to a lost supernatural, and there's nothing supernatural in science. Therefore, it's a category of call science of religion.
Well, it's actually a belief system built upon the doctrine of men, void of empirical evidence that requires faith, typically regarding a deity. So it doesn't have to be about a deity. So,
yeah, again, science doesn't fit what you just said. Science,
but
is a methodology.
Science doesn't fit the Big Bang cosmology, where you say there may be a million universes. I don't know what had been at the beginning, but I promise it was expanding from a singularity, but there is no center and all this. Science doesn't talk about the creation. We can just move on. It's whatever, bro. The audience can decide.
I know
there's people that deny having any beliefs, that accept scientific claims, but deny having any beliefs. So
yeah, but then when I ask them about the flatness problem, they say, I don't know what that is, but I believe whatever the scientists say. So that's a belief. So we can move on.
Yeah, we have a whole page of super questions or super chats. So let's
super
yeah,
questions.
definitely. The more we can carry on the super questions. Super questions. Mr. Monster, $5. So I'm guessing you think that ships just sink when they dip below the horizon. The moon and the sun go underwater. Seems a little trolly, don't you think? Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks that.
Oh, yeah.
The Science of Science, $5. Ozien, how much curvature did you see in your drone video? 1 inch, 1 foot, 1 mile of curvature?
20% of the height of the ship. 19.8% or whatever. But that's a rough, so it could be off.
All right.
You're not measuring curvature if the drone is moving. If the drone's going up, the ship is getting bigger because your angle of view is increasing. It is not curvature.
Oh,
well, fast to address this one single time. If you see what I'm sharing here, you see the eye level or the horizon. You see that the angle below that is smaller than the angle above it. So it's going to actually, the reception and propagation angles are going to drop below the resolvability angle first, because that angle's smaller. With his example of the drone, it's like taking this little person and moving him up. As you move him up, that lower angle is going to get bigger. Very basic stuff.
Indeed.
All right, well, let's try to continue on from there. I'm sure we all understand where we disagree from both sides there. Annabelle Taffer, $2. What about the Colin O'Brady track across Antarctica? Does anybody know about the Colin O'Brady trek
I don't
across
think he went across the
Antarctica?
South Pole. He went.
They didn't actually go across the middle of the continent and back over it. They just like dip inside the continent a little bit, then pop back up north. Just
I
super.
did not. Even when you look at the map, if they show you supposedly of what he did, it's not. It's not going across Antarctica. Come on, buddy.
Kind of weird that they had to lie about it, but why would they lie?
He crossed Antarctica, but
What?
I don't think it was across the South Pole.
He
However you
went
wanted to
to
define
the
cross.
island. He went
And
into
a
the
part
ice.
of, he
It'd
went
be
across
like-
a little part of it.
Yeah,
He
it'd be
didn't,
like
like-
crossing Florida east to west versus north to south.
He just
Without
dipped
going
down
through
the
the
ice a little
center.
bit
They were-
and then popped back up north. That's all he did.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they were implying either, but yeah, let's continue on from there. Pedro, HM, $25. Bittar, did you feel that the language barrier was a big issue during the debate?
No,
I mean, I've worked at a
I
call
speak-
center, so
I speak with
ahead, Tom.
fluency 2 languages. I can make do with German, and of course, as a native Portuguese speaker, I can understand Spanish fairly enough. The problem with using Portuñol is that they don't understand us back. But yeah, I can fairly understand German. If you drop me in Germany, I'm not gonna starve to death. And yeah, English is a stupid language. English is a very poor language. It's actually good that English is the worldwide language, because imagine if it was Chinese or Arabic.
He
So yeah,
did.
English. Go ahead.
Sorry, he did cross the South Pole, but he did it across the narrowest part.
So yeah, I did not, just answering, I did
Pop
not
back
feel
up
that.
north.
Yeah, I did not
Alright.
feel that because I've been studying English since I was a kid. So
So I would say your English is good, bro. Your English
yeah,
is good.
thanks.
Whatever they're talking about.
absolutely. Yeah, it's been a great debate, and yeah, I wish I could speak more languages for sure. That would be probably a handy
Just
thing.
study, bro.
especially where
Come
I
on,
am.
speak a language.
Just study Mandarin before they come take us over, bro.
This isn't the
I'm
This
too
isn't the
busy
first
playing
time I've
music and
debated-
hanging out with you fellas.
this isn't the first time I debated
Oz.
Bittar either, and I've never had any. There's some words sometimes you ask, but
Yeah,
overall
like
it's
what's
fine.
that word? Like a
Yeah.
word that pops up.
Like curvature.
No, I
Yeah.
know curvature.
It's all
Seems like
good.
none of the
Richie
ballers seem to
Constitution.
understand the question. Like, can we get physical, tangible, empirical measurement of Earth curvature? That question seems to just like shut their brain off.
Let's get these questions out of the way because I'm going to fall asleep. I'm an old man.
All right, cool, yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say I'm an old man too. I got 2 kids, so that
Let's
automatically
rush through 'em.
qualifies me as an old man. What's the flat Earth model from Richie Constitution?
She just had a baby. She had 6-month-old. It's my wife. Flat Earth model. Good.
6-month-olds? Awesome.
What?
You have a 6-month-old, you said?
Yeah. Yep.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Mine are
Yes,
22,
congrats.
21, and 19, almost 20.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I'm in my 50s. I'm the old dude.
My oldest
Yeah.
son is 20 today. Happy birthday,
Hey,
son.
happy birthday.
Happy
I'm
birthday.
22.
Well, since
well,
we're
then you-
doing
you still have
this,
time to-
happy
you still have
birthday
time to
to my
figure out.
9-year-old daughter tomorrow, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
happy birthday.
Which is
yeah.
why I should behave.
Yeah, but Dar, you still
I
have
should
you still
behave
have
so I
time to
can get
figure
up
out.
and-
You still have time to figure out that.
Karen, you look really young. I wouldn't say that you have a daughter my age. Congratulations.
Well, it's a son, but thank you.
Son. Okay.
Yeah, he's 20.
Yeah,
I have gray hair.
yeah, you're preserved, girl. Congrats.
Doesn't date baller. Sorry.
Okay, let's before we start making other pitches, debates and whatever else we're doing. Let's continue on with our super chats, everybody. Run Booster Bear 9.99. Karen, when you couldn't find any Earth curvature with your Earth curve with your team tried, how were you able to walk away from the ball Earth? Seems many can't or won't. Very
Well,
well written, but
I'm not sure what.
Basically saying
Yeah.
he's like, when you went and tested the Earth and you didn't find any curvature, how were you able to walk away from the ball? Because it seems like a bunch of people can't do it.
Oh, yeah. Well, that made it easy. Actually, before we actually went and did the measurements, I was already a flat earther because I had already lived on the coast and grew up in California on the coast and grew up looking at ships, literally looking at ships on the horizon. So, when I started looking at all of it and asking the right questions, I realized, oh wow, Earth really is not a ball. But it, going out and actually doing the measurements was the best thing because it really sealed the deal. It was like, wow, it really is. Like all of us are here and we're all seeing the same thing. It's not just me. It's not just in my head. We're all seeing things we shouldn't see based on the size and shape that they tell us that the Earth should be. So that makes it easy. That's why, I don't consider this a belief. Like, somebody like the other guy was saying, "Oh, your belief this." I don't have a belief, dude. I used to believe in the globe. Then I tested it and I found out it wasn't true. And now I know Earth is not a globe. I don't really know what Earth is, but I know it's not what they tell us it is because we have tested it. And every time we test it, it fails. That's all there is to it. So, what Earth is, I don't know. It appears to be level and stationary. That's why I go with that. It's just that simple.
All right.
My
Well, that was for
pedantic side
you,
comes
so
out
we'll
about
continue on.
beliefs, but go ahead. Like, belief is just
Yeah, I was
something
gonna say, we
except
got
it's
so many
true.
questions.
That's it.
Yeah,
So-
whatever, man. Like, give us
I
physical
don't
measurement of
care.
curvature, or we're gonna move on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should move on just because, like I said, it's a list. Rick Wright, $5. Ozien, can you show me credibility? Do you have proof or evidence of how far the boat was? I still struggle to see what you were proving. Thanks for your first super chat, Rick Wright.
That as the drone went higher, more of the ship was exposed.
Angle of viewing.
Alrighty. Well, let's continue on. There's lots of conversation, I think, about that particular thing there, so definitely check it out. Kelly on V, $5. What is the difference between magnetic north and true north, implying each shape of the Earth?
I think it
Doesn't have
really
anything to do with-
matters.
Try to limit to 2 minutes.
Yeah, like the true north, no, magnetic north, if I'm not mistaken, is like the center of the Earth.
No,
No.
Like,
that's true.
Axes.
True north would
Let
be-
Karen,
Yeah,
let
like-
Karen B explain.
Okay.
yeah, like it has. No, let me finish. I think I got this. Like it generates a magnetic field, and like it isn't necessarily where up north, it actually moves. If I'm not mistaken, that's the difference.
Yeah, let Karen B's got you. She'll teach.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 1,200 miles south of the magnetic north is about 1,200 miles south of the true north, which is the axes
Yeah.
of the Earth.
There's
North
all
Pole.
kinds of different souths though.
There's 3 different points up there. There is the actual geocentric center, okay, true north. There's actually 2 magnetic poles over there. One of them is moving and one of them stays relatively stationary. So that's the difference. And where your compass points to is considered the magnetic north, right? But that is not the same as true north. True north is supposedly the actual axis, okay, or where the point in which the sun goes around. But the magnetic north is different from that. And then you have magnetic declination, which is the difference between in degrees between the true north and the magnetic pole that the compasses point to.
I think I saw the video where you were showing how to test that or whatever using an actual compass and stuff.
Yeah, you can measure it. You can measure your own magnetic declination. You can track the sun and you can figure it all out and you can compare it to what USGS tells you. All that good stuff.
Now let's do it in the south and see how accurate it is.
Yeah, and in the south it doesn't work the same.
They're not hiding in the south.
All right. Well, let's try to continue on, fellas. We have one from Esteban Razo for $4.99. I'm not going to read it, Esteban. Try to be a better person. Taylor B, $10. Ushuaia, Argentina is 9,845 miles from the North Pole. On a flat Earth, this would put the distance to traverse the globe at 61,791 miles at this latitude. However, it's actually 3,959 miles. Why?
I didn't fully follow it.
Me
The
neither,
first
bro.
part.
Well, I've had a question. I asked another flat Earth proponent. Why can't you circumnavigate Antarctica and tell us how many miles it is?
People try to do it. They go like way like 60,000 miles. It's illegal to go beyond the 60th south latitude. Basically, if I
Can't
can,
even get
then
within
follow
eyesight.
this.
You can't even get within eyesight of the Antarctic coastline legally. You're not allowed to go.
What do you mean? There are
close.
tourists that go there. Tourists.
You on a guided
yeah.
tour, you can go to very specific places on guided tours under supervision, but you cannot take your own boat and go sailing south of the 60th parallel and try to go storm Antarctica. You will get stopped. It's happened before. It's
What do you
not
mean? Like that land doesn't
There's a-
belong to any country. Like it's international waters around it. You can circumnavigate.
no,
You
you can't.
can't.
It's against the Antarctic Treaty.
First, somebody did it in a 72-foot oyster yacht.
I seriously
Catharsis
can't. I
too.
can't handle like this is another one of those things where you make so many flat earthers because flat earthers say you can't freely and privately explore Antarctica. There's an Antarctic Treaty signed in 1959. Tons of subsequent legislation since then, and as soon as you get past the 60th south latitude, you will be monitored and intercepted, and you don't get due process according to the U.S. government. But you can go to approved guided tours on tourist trips in a couple locations, and then Globers will say you can go there. So then the honest people are like, wait a minute. They go research what the flat earther says, sees that they're telling 100% the truth, and they're like, okay, I'm not going to side with these people that just deny reality. Like, you guys make flat earthers. I don't.
I'm not
Well,
saying
I-
to go to Antarctica. I'm saying why don't you sail around Antarctica and tell us how many days it takes to sail around Antarctica?
You mean beyond
My
the
phone
60th
just-
south latitude?
Close enough where you can see part of Antarctica. Go to the 60th
Can't-
latitude.
That's the
can't
thing. You
see
can't
Go to the
even get
60th.
close enough. The 60th, you can't see Antarctica coastline from 60th
Oh,
parallel.
then
Exactly.
fine.
It's 500 to 1,200 miles away. The 60th south
Tell us-
latitude is up to 1,200 miles away from the coast.
Tell us how many miles the 60th latitude is.
Up to 1,200 miles away from the coast.
Okay, so how many miles around is it to circumnavigate at the 60th latitude?
I don't know. When people actually try to do that, it takes them way longer than they think they have to try to go around Antarctica.
Well, it doesn't matter how long it takes. You calculate how fast they traveled,
How do you
How many
calculate how
days it
fast you
takes?
go in a boat?
how many days it. Well, yeah, you have to
Okay.
presuppose the distance.
Yeah. Let's just
Whatever. Leave me
Yeah.
alone.
All right, let's try to carry on.
By the way, my phone just died, but I'm
But you
Yeah.
can calculate like wind.
That's okay.
Yeah, you can calculate
not-
your
it's
ship
not po-
speed.
No.
You can
thank
calculate ship speed. Yeah, you can
Very
calculate the
difficult.
knots.
You have to know the distance.
They've been doing it, but they've been
Speed
doing it
equals-
forever.
Speed equals distance over time. In order to be in an ocean and try to determine how fast you're going, you need to know the distance and the time, which means you have to presuppose a specific model like the globe and know how far of a distance you travel divided by the time. It's just very basic stuff. We just move on.
They were literally doing it for thousands, using knots, actually knots on roads.
Thousands. Here we go with this thousands of years.
Well, maybe
You
not
have to know-
thousands of years,
You have
hundreds
to know
of
the
years.
distance and time, man. Let's just move on.
Accurately measure it.
Next
They can
super chat.
calculate the speed.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, we've gotten a pile of them tonight. So yeah, Teo McGuarty, $5. Mr. Adiohead, around uncertainty is greater than any supposed Coriolis artillery are bracketed in 100-meter swings. Coriolis is a claim, only a claim.
Next question. Like, okay.
He
We
said,
already
yeah, I
discussed
know you're
this.
right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put
Yeah,
my
we did
baller
kinda have that
glasses on so I can
discussion, so
answer. for
sorry,
you
yeah.
guys.
Well, I want to go to bed.
Awesome Lawson clips, $10. Friday, May 13th, 2011, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Mars, Raglaries, the 13th alignment. Photo from Earth at night. Impossible on the heliosexual model. Explain globies. 30-second video on YouTube. Pull it up.
What is in the video? What did he say the video has?
Some
Glories.
some specific celestial positioning in the sky they're claiming is not explainable on the heliocentric model.
The
I'd
position
have
of the
to
Southern
s-
Cross.
yeah, I'd
It's
have
getting
to
so
see this.
bad for the Ozien, right? You
Yeah.
know it's getting really bad for the globe out here, bro. Like it's so bad now that it's like almost embarrassing. I'm not even joking. Like everything that you guys believe has been destroyed now. You just let it go. It's like getting embarrassing. Like by 2025, it'll
Well, let's
actually be
continue
like
on, if we can.
Okay,
intellectually criminal to think the Earth's
on
a
the
ball.
flat Earth model, how long does it take for a radar signal to travel 1 radar range mile?
Depends on what
I mean,
direction
I
it's
can
going.
ask you all fucking stupid types of questions that I don't specifically know the answer to. It doesn't mean that it's false, right? So just because I don't know his very specific type of claim, some celestial arrangement in the sky, doesn't mean there isn't an explanation for
All
it
right, bro.
on a globe model.
I was just trying to give you a
That's
friendly
all.
heads up, dude.
Well,
We can move
well, I
on.
understand, but I could ask you questions that you don't have the answers for, too.
Right.
I don't.
No,
I
but it
just
doesn't matter.
did.
Like, dude, here's the deal, bro. The globe's a positive plane. We went and tested it. We debunked it. The Earth's default position is a stationary topographical plane. We went and measured it. That's just a fact. People that deny it, they're a little behind the times, but it's okay. People still believe in the moon landing and think that bioweapons are health. So, we move on.
Yeah, let's avoid that.
I'm gonna start being a baller. That'll help us get this.
Well, let's get through these super chats because there are quite still a few. So angle of elevation, $10 Canadian. The pressure gradient in air is proportional to the sound vector acceleration according to Euler's equation governing flow. Gravity doesn't do that. Infrawaves do. Sound keeps you on Earth, not gravity.
Sound. Okay. Sound's a vibration. Vibrations keep us on Earth, not
Low key
gravity.
bass, bro. Low key bass because vibrational resonance is what everything is comprised of. There's nothing that doesn't have an intrinsic vibration. And what is sound? It's the medium's vibration. That's why you can't hear things in a vacuum because it's actually just the air vibrating. So sound, but more specifically vibrational resonance of all the mediums, including the etheric background, would create a downward pressure from the energy above us, basically rippling acoustic vibrational resonance down to us. But that's for truthers. It's not for those that it's not. All right. Pretty base. He said, I don't know. Next.
I didn't say I don't know. I'd say I disagree.
He said, nuh-uh. Next.
Yeah, thank you. Next.
All right, let's continue on. So Taylor B. Low altitude radar demonstrates the glow model. Why do aircrafts disappear?
Why do aircrafts disappear? They go over the curvature. That's why.
All right.
You guys,
No
you
thoughts
guys
on the other side there?
Yeah, I mean, that's just rough. Disappear because of perspective.
They get so tiny that they become indiscernible by the human eye and therefore out of sight? Away?
How dare you use basic logic?
All right. Well, let's continue on. Everybody,
Modern is far.
you can hear us now, Bittar.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm not trying to say anything.
Oh, I thought you wanted to respond. Just give me 5 minutes.
He's currently coming.
please,
He's
for
coming around the flat
$5.
Earth. Good.
No, it's all good. These Globers make true Earthers every time they speak. LMAO. Keep it up, Globers.
I know we should almost
Just
pay
give me
them.
5 minutes. It's not really a question. The science of science for $5 seems like it's hard to get people to defend the globe myth. Try for globe debaters for showing. Thank you for the globe debaters for showing up. Well, thank you, Science of Science. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a backhanded compliment, but we do appreciate our speakers being here this evening. And I'm trying to move through these because Ozien might have older children than I do, but I feel old, okay? I feel it because my kids are going to be up so early. Teo Megawordy, $2. Bittar, why are you so corrupt and closed-minded? My
Corrupt
Bittar,
and
are you corrupt and
closed-minded?
closed-minded?
Corrupt and close. I don't necessarily know what you mean by
Should we
corrupt.
spend
Do you
any
mean
time with this
evil?
one?
I I don't think I'm corrupt, closed-minded. I'm open-minded. You know, not to stupid
Except that
ideas.
you think people should be censored who don't think like you.
Yeah, that's where you
Not that
lost
don't
everyone.
think. Yeah, not people who don't think like me. People that uh, ideas that are bad for society.
Yeah, but that's a subjective determination of bad. That's why.
Yeah, what makes you who are you to say what ideas are bad for society?
No, you're right. Good and bad is 100% uh, uh, uh,
I think
subjective.
censorship is bad for society. You
Sure.
think about that.
I think being told that we're tiny specks of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness is bad for society.
Sorry, what?
I think that being
Nihilism,
told-
basically, he's saying.
I think that being told we're tiny speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothing is bad for society. I think that experimental medicine being bioweapons but proposed as actually good for you is bad for society. I think censorship is bad for. We have differing opinions. That's why we should all be able to vocalize our differing opinions. I think.
Well, I expect you're never the one making the laws,
Yeah, because our world would be so base, bro. Pedophiles getting the axe. Let's just move on.
All right, let's move on indeed. So the Crawdaddy 029 $5. We can absolutely dismiss nonsense like the flat earth outright and make fun of it because it is demonstrated fact there is no flat earth argument. Well, thanks for your sentiment there, Crawdaddy.
Yeah,
We've
bro.
answered so many
Baselessly
questions. We're
assert
going
your
to move on from
conclusion.
these. These are a little ad hominy. They're not really questions, so we're going to move on from them. But the Crawdaddy strikes twice. $5. It's nothing like the theistic debate because a god is defined in a way that can either be proven true or untrue. Oh, Crawdaddy, are you trying to send us down another rabbit hole here? What's
Yeah.
going on, buddy?
Yeah.
We're
Not really.
going to try to
Always.
move on from these
Yeah.
theistic
Let's move on.
questions here.
The globe's a religion. We all agree.
um,
We can move on.
Well, hopefully that's what you were looking for there, buddy. So, Vegas, Montana, 777. Carl, the devil's younger brother, 777. For 99 cents, a pink ice cream cone. Well, I guess that's a meme. I don't know. Maybe it's because I copied and pasted it. Vegas, Montana, 77, $1.99. No question. Just continue on. Forte, $5. Why are conspiracy theorists less analytical when tested compared to non-conspiracy theorists? Any thoughts on
That's just
that?
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I've never seen that.
That's just a made up nonsense, bro. Like, hey, does IQ do IQ tests use analytics? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't.
Let's compare IQ test of conspiracy theorists to like normie NPC regurgitation machines called bots. Let's see who has a higher IQ. Let's see who per capita is more creative. Let's do that.
Yeah,
See who's pattern recognition. It's so stupid. Just a talking point. We can move on. The irony of that. Let's just say if you compare the small group of flat earthers versus the globe earthers that are zealous about it, way more creativity, way more musicians, way more independent thinkers on the flat earth side. This is a fact. So that's ironic.
Yeah,
And
like
if you don't believe it, you can come hang out with us in Las Vegas in October. This October 21st and 22nd, there'll be hundreds of us. Bring your best globe proof.
Yeah, come on and see. You guys will switch up so quick. You'll be like, you guys are cool. I'm sorry. This would be so funny.
I wanna talk a little bit about IQ tests. Like I took mine, it was 111 if I'm not mistaken, and like what my psychologist told me, oh, if you weren't so anxious, it would have been higher. Why? Because every time it was being timed, I would do way worse on all the tests, because some of the tests are timed. Yeah, because I'm anxious. So yeah, I don't trust those tests to tell you how intelligent you are.
I agree.
Because
I agree. There's a lot of variables in the IQ test. Some people don't like being timed, but the point was like the idea that they test the analytics of the brains. Like, no. Like conspiracy theorists are some of the smartest people in the world. I know this firsthand.
Like I've seen correlations between high IQ, schizophrenia, and conspiracy theory beliefs. So
there you go.
If anything, doesn't mean shit. Like,
that's That was pretty slick. You're pretty slick, bro. Let's just move on because I don't like we could go into that, but we'll move on.
I don't agree with it.
All right. Let's continue on because we do have a few more. It's flat and amazing. That was from Ominal. Thanks for your membership. We'll move on from that. Rick Wright and Bittar, I'm right. They're wrong. Censor them. Beta. I didn't do that right. Beta.
Beta.
There we go.
Beta.
It was too low energy. It was too low.
Yeah, I can't
energy.
even. I
had
can't
to
even match
get a little bit more in there.
JLP. That's a lot.
For sure.
Amazing. I was gonna say I've
Yeah.
got so many awful impressions I can do Jordan Peterson pretty much right on the fly. But you've heard
That
me
sound
do
like
that
Kermit
one a
the
few
Frog.
times there, Witsit. It's a little bit like it's a little bit like I was gonna say it's a little bit like Kermit the Frog, but as soon as I start talking about the hierarchies and how we have to clean our room, and you just need to know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I was gonna say
It's just like-
get my Canadian in there.
Trump-
I
Sky
swear. I
Scion.
promise. I promise. We
Dollar.
exploded
I-
nothing. I swear.
I actually created a Jordan
All right.
Peterson animation. One of those, but whatever.
Prove it.
Can you do? Can you
Oh
do?
yeah,
Trump?
yeah.
On my
do you
YouTube
need
channel,
do you need
it's
a
pretty
voice
cool.
actor?
I
Oh,
promise
no,
we
I
came
just
from
use
rocks.
his
We came
voice.
from rocks and we're super not important. We're in the middle of nowhere, tucked away in the corner. We're insignificant. We should be happy. Thank God. Praise science.
I'm not
I'm a Glober.
I'm not a nihilist, dude. So.
You got to be a little nasally
right.
and just
All
praise
right.
authority, and then you're a Glober.
Well, I was gonna say I'm just trying to do an impression here. I'm not trying to call out anybody.
Sorry, I love you guys. It was a joke. Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. So we're starting to wind down, everybody. Isn't this exciting? Isn't this
Yes.
exciting? We'll soon be able to pee freely. All right, Teo McWordy, $2, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. If you don't want to debate, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. Okay. I mean, you can come join us in our modern day debate Discord. We got a Flat Earth section, and you can find other people that are either like-minded or unlike-minded, and it's a lot
Or
of fun.
moderators that are slightly
So
biased.
check us out.
The mods are biased, but we
Not
don't.
me.
I
You
heard,
only-
I heard it. I heard it is not a place. I won't even say it.
We have tons of flat
yeah.
earthers.
I was
on
gonna
there
say
that
I
debate.
mod on there
Yeah,
every once in a while.
yeah.
I'm pretty unbiased, I think. about
Yeah.
most things.
yeah. You're not bad. You're not bad. I'll give you that.
Aren't-
I told you that the last time.
Oh, thank you. I was gonna say I think I'm pretty nice. Anyways, no, it's all good. Leo Crow, $5. Question for the ballers: how does the sun supposedly maintain its axial rotation when it is supposed to be a ball of burning gas? It makes no sense.
Wait a second. The sun is not gas. It's
Yeah, it
too
is.
hot. It's too hot to be
Plasma.
gas. It's plasma. Like the atoms. They're separated. Like it's another
Plasma
state
is
of matter.
ionized gas.
No, plasma is a different state of matter. Plasma and gas are different things.
Yeah, it's
Because-
ionized
No,
gas.
no. Plasma. When you have plasma, like it's not gas. It's a different state of matter by definition, physically. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Ionized
Yeah,
gas. Yeah.
It's not burning as well. It's a fusion nuclear reactor. Fusion nuclear reactor. Okay.
There's no evidence for that. The electric sun theory can explain all the spectroscopic readings.
Electric sun.
Good they had
Yeah.
Jen on here. I think
All
that's
right.
her opinion. But
She's smart, Ben. She's
well, let's
smarter than.
continue on.
At least she doesn't just freaking drown in pseudoscience next.
plasma is synonymous with ionized gas. It doesn't matter.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
When I
agree.
think of
You're right that
plasma-
it's a different state of matter, quote unquote. It's all good.
I was gonna say when I think of plasma, I just think of playing Halo. So let's continue.
Oh,
on.
Halo
I was
used to
gonna
be
say
fun.
because I was gonna say I
Like,
just
you're talking
bought
about the
Master Chief
grenades?
Oh, the
Collection and I've been
plasma.
enjoying.
Must be the grenades.
Like the grenades. Oh, sorry. We can move on.
Oh no, just the weapons. I like the little pistol that charges up.
Oh yeah, it
Anyways.
charges up. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Anyways, I got to behave myself here.
That's all good.
So
That's all
I
the
killed
spaceships
Earl,
are. Is
$5.
fantasy.
I don't like first person
Oh,
shooters.
actually, sorry. I missed one from Vegas, Montana, 777. And if you get a bow and arrow Minecraft Ozien, that's pretty much the same thing. I know I picked on you about that before, though. just get a bow and
Minecraft
arrow
uses
on,
flat
creative mode.
coordinate systems.
All right.
I prove it every time I play Minecraft.
Flat Earth. That's
All right,
what's
I'm
up.
going to try not to detract too much because, we'll try to get through these. Explain from Vegas, Montana, $4.99. Explain why people have witnessed 24/7 sunlight in Antarctica. You can't say it's fake when everyone there experiences it. How does this work on a flat Earth?
No one thinks flat at 24/7 sunlight is even a problem for flat earthers. It would be seeing the sun in the sky for 24 straight hours, which has never been adamantly and accurately documented. So yeah, we can have 24-hour sunlight using coffee cup caustic. Very simple. Caustic mathematics explains it. 24-hour sunlight is not a problem for flat earth at all. Basic math and physics will show you.
All right, let's continue on. And we're going to try to keep these super chats for one speaker per side just because we'll try to get through them here. Katsura, $10. Sorry, that we already read. I killed Earl, $5. Flurvers, please explain how the Big Dipper asterism is not visible from Australia and the Southern Cross cannot be seen from most of the USA. So we'll kick it over to you first there, Karen.
Yeah, Karen, why can't we see Polaris from Australia?
Because it's too far away.
It's so funny that we have to say such rudimentary things.
It's too far away, man. Perspective.
Duh.
Alrighty. Katsura. Let's continue on. Esteban Razo, $1.99. Witsit, can you debate Michael Certain for all of us?
Oh, Witsit.
Yeah,
It's Michael Certain.
Michael
Sartain.
Sartain.
Yeah, he just debated
Sardines.
John
Sorry.
Circa, I guess. Yeah, I reached out to him recently. We are talking about maybe setting it up for debate-a-thon. I don't know how that's gonna work, but yeah, of course, I'll debate anyone. I don't know if you will. See what happens.
Well, yeah, as long as he doesn't hear me call him sardines on this channel, maybe he'll come over here. Elijah Rivera, $5. You can measure curvature, a small circle of radius on the surface without center at that point, and to calculate the circumference or area of the circle. Should we
Again, he didn't say the
cool story
methodology.
or continue?
Yeah. I mean, you can't just use signals alone. In fact, they go far beyond the geometric horizon and even the radio horizons. You're not using signals alone to in any way depict the Earth being a ball. If you were going to use radio signals and their propagation efficacy, you would actually come out with a planar outcome and product. So I don't know. He avoids the specifics of the methodology. That was the second time in a row. So next.
All right. Dr. Dino, $2 coming at you. So I'll say it and we'll just continue on. Another field Witsit is incompetent in. Big surprise. Well, as we've established, Witsit feeds off of your hatred. It feeds his anger.
Yeah, it
to
makes
the
me
dark
power
side.
up. No, I still
Feed
love you,
his
man.
power.
I get that you're kind of going through this cognitive dissonance struggle where you have to like attack me for being the messenger, but it's all good. Karen and I are just trying to help you guys out, and you'll see it one day, or maybe you won't. Maybe everyone's not supposed to see it.
Awesome. Teo McWherty, $5. Ozien, I clearly demonstrated to the audience your ignorance about optics and consequences of the angles. Your drone footage is moot. You are wrong.
I disagree. Okay, thank you.
His answer was nuh-uh, but yeah, you are correct, Super Chatter. The propagation reception angles completely dunks on his alleged claim that verifies that the Earth's a ball because it's basic physics.
Well, it doesn't seem like they want us to go. This is some of the most this is the longest list of super chats I've had.
I guarantee you,
think
the
ever.
end of them,
Trolling.
are going to be a lot more insulty. Towards
Are you in the half of it at least?
Yeah.
We are almost to the end. Don't worry. It's just that this is a lot, and I just want to say thank you to everybody who did stay here, and especially you as well, Bittar, because you came out of the blue. So I mean, everybody else here is kind of a little more used to this and ready for it. You just kind of popped in here, so thanks for that.
I don't know what
Trolling
time
for
it
the
is for
truth,
you guys.
$5.
Aaron,
Yeah,
did you
sure.
know you were going to be here for 4 hours?
No, I didn't.
Didn't know. Not for
It's 1:40 for me, bro. But yeah, continue.
We're almost done.
It is 1:40 for me as well. We're in the same time zone. I'm in Nova Scotia. Ozien drone tests was climb a tree on steroids. That's from Trolling
Yeah.
for the Truth.
Okay,
We'll just
thank you.
continue on.
Basically, what
There's
he's
not much
saying is
to
there's a
go
really
on there.
stupid comment people say about the prove the Earth's a globe. Just climb a tree. You can see further that proves the Earth's a globe. He's basically saying that your drone was that on steroids. All right.
You know, I think I think I did cap the open discussion at a good time. It's just these super chats. They pulled us into
dude.
a whole
Yeah,
new
you're
number.
good. You're good.
Iron Horse, Iron Horse, $5. It's all fun. James has opened a spot for me to debate Professor Phil Bell next week, and he's too cowardly to front up and defend his fantasy ball. So Iron Horse, sides with
you
you
out,
there,
Phil.
Flat Earth and Karen, and.
On you
somebody
out,
doesn't
Professor
want to
Phil.
debate him,
Professor
so-
Phil, don't be scared, bro. You spam my DMs on the regular basis, watching my videos with your commentary. Why don't you just debate the guy that's trying to debate you, man? Prove that you know so much about the Earth being a ball. Debate Iron Horse unless you're scared, Professor Phil.
Iron Horse won't bite you. He's not that bad. I
Yeah,
debated
he's
him.
cool. He's cool.
He can get anyways.
Oh,
Another
okay.
talk.
No, it's all good. Teo Magwordy, $2. Is this a social club or a debate? This is a debate. What have you been looking at? Like, did you miss?
Yeah, we've
most of it?
intellectually
Like, these guys
eviscerated the
don't agree
globe.
about much.
We've destroyed the globe so much that it kind of does become like a social club in a way. It's kind of like, you guys can get there. We got you.
You know, I think it's
No
so
hat
funny
ons. No
how
poison
you-
in the well.
Yeah, it's so funny how you have to reaffirm how you won all the time. So it looks like
No. You guys didn't provide any physical measurement of Earth curvature, and we've been waiting for 7 years, so it's not really anything to reaffirm. I'm only here for the audience.
Yeah, you're just repeating what I just said. Eugene.
Yeah. Well, give us physical empirical measurements of Earth curvature, and then we'll reconsider.
Bro, I debunked you, okay, when I did this with two objects, like
Okay.
with
No.
We'll let the
I
audience
should
decide, bro.
I should step on the scale and not weigh anything because
Strong
there's
man.
no electric like the electrons pass. Yeah, now
Oh,
I'm
straw
having
man fallacy. It's not a
now I'm
very
having
good
an
argument.
English barrier. Yeah.
That's all good, brother. I see what you're saying. I
All
know
right.
what you're saying. You're wrong. Give me one.
Well, let's continue on.
Sorry.
So, Angel Quellis, $5 for the Flat Earthers. Do you believe the center contains Mount Meru?
I think it's possible.
What's
Possible.
Mount Meru. I feel
It's
like
possible.
I fear
Mount
to ask that
Meru.
because I don't want to.
Supposedly a magnetic mountain in the center. We don't know that there actually is a magnetic mountain in the center, although in the old maps it does say that there's Rupus Negris El Altissima, which means the high black cliffs, and it describes them as being 33 leagues tall, and yada yada yada. And then all of a sudden, somewhere around 1500 years ago, the islands and everything disappeared off the map. But we still do have our two magnetic points, but they're not in the same place. Because they're
Yeah.
traveling magnetic points. This is why I'm not necessarily sure that there is a magnetic mountain in the center that's above the surface, maybe below the surface, because there's certain types of minerals that have a natural magnetic field, like magnetite and such. It's possible, but I don't know.
Or Karen, what do you think? Maybe like it's like above the surface, but it moves around like when Cammy showed me where like the quadrupole was like over the 4 magnets, and then they put that piece of like magnetite over top of it, and it was just like levitating above it and kind of moving around.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who
Maybe
knows?
it's floaty. Maybe it's a
Yeah.
floaty pole.
Maybe it's float. We don't know. It's a trap. It's a trap to try to get us to sound crazy, because the truth is that this Earth we live on is way more amazing and incredible than we were told, and people aren't ready for the gravy.
People aren't ready for the gravy. All right, well, let's
brother.
continue on. We got a couple more here to go. Oh, just hold on a second here. I had tried to copy and paste the other ones here.
I just think it's so
what is the
weird
best
that, like-
Bible verse.
I think it's so
Sorry, I was
weird
going to ask, what
that
is the?
you believe in a flat Earth. I mean,
Yeah.
I
Right.
could say the same shit over and over again.
All right, cool story, bro.
Well, let's continue on. Angel Quail says, what is the best Bible verse affirming the flat Earth?
Oh man, I don't know. The earth takes shape like clay pressed under a cell. The earth is stationary, immovable, and fixed on pillars as a firmament stretched out, strong as bronze. It's impenetrable, and we're grasshopper inhabitants within it. There's a few of them. There's like hundreds of them. It
You're
said heavens
Christian.
above, the fountains of the deep are below. That doesn't prove it. So you can go ahead and save that, Strawman.
About the firmament being hammered out like glass, like
Like
You're
molten
Christian.
glass. No, I don't adhere to labels of religions, but you know what's so funny, man? What I was gonna say is what I find very funny. Never do we get physical empirical measurement of Earth curvature, and it seems as if the ballers don't comprehend that that's the entire reason we're here. That's the crux of the whole issue. They claim the Earth's a ball. We should physically measure curvature at a specific geometric location that's tangible, and we do not. It isn't there, and they've changed the excuses for the last 7 years. Oh, we never see the curvature now. They'll just keep changing it, and like every debate we do, it's never addressed, and it seems like people can just ignore it. Like they don't understand that that's like the entire debate summed up in one point. And if there isn't physical tangible curvature of the earth that's consistent with the radius value, the entire model's wrong. That's why we know you guys believe in something that isn't true. You guys should maybe understand that.
All right, let's kick this one over to you again. Elijah Riviera. Actually, yeah, sorry, yeah. Let's try to kick it over to you, Karen. What is the incentive? We were already asked this kind of. Elijah Riviera, $2. What's the incentive to cover up flat Earth? And we'll let you expound on that for up to 2 minutes there, Karen.
Well, I like to say it's just because if they lie to you about where you live and where you are, and you literally have no connection to the creation or the creator, then it just opens up the door for them to be able to lie to you about everything else because you have no compass, you have no connection, you don't know nothing. Your whole belief system is based on lies. So what is more lies on top of it? That's what it is.
All right.
Why does anybody
Well, let's
lie? For
continue on.
control.
Yeah, why'd your girlfriend lie about being at the club?
Most
Yes,
Christians
she
believe
lied.
in a
All right, well-
globe, so it doesn't seem to detract them from
Yeah,
believing.
most Christians are religiously
globe.
brainwashed individuals.
Most people are.
Well, we got our
brainwashed.
first super chat here. This is from no, let's see. I'm really gonna get you on there on your super chat there, Teo McWherty. Teo McWherty, I'll just read your super chat now. Said, "Can we go fund me for some reading lessons for Ryan? I mean, maybe some punctuation lessons for you, but yeah, send me money anytime you want. Anybody.
I think he's funny.
That's fine."
Yeah, you should be a flat earther though. I don't know what you're doing.
Punctuation's key.
You can
if
even
you
play
wanna take a
guitar, dude.
punctuation
You're
course-
way too creative to be a baller. I don't know, man.
I was to say, you don't know where I stand on all this stuff. Now, just
That's
hold
true.
on.
You're
But I
way
was
too
gonna
good on the
say,
guitar to be
but-
like die hard baller.
I got a friend that plays guitar. He's a flat earther. He's been playing
of course.
guitar for a long time for a band called Deftones.
Have you ever heard me sing though?
Just a little
I was gonna say, I
band.
sing
Just a
better
little
than I
band
play
called
guitar.
Deftones.
Just a little band called Deftones.
All right, so let's continue on. And Rekisource, $5. Look up what scientists mean when they say space is flat. They don't mean space is flat like a pancake. It means space has no curvature over long distance.
Yeah, we know. It's
We
called the
know.
flatness problem. It's called the flatness problem, bro. It means that it has a specific parallel depth all the way out. It doesn't have positive or negative curvature, which is expected if there was actually a singularity that expanded out. And it has to be 0.00070 zeros, that close to zero, 0.070 zeros, 1, that close to zero to explain why it's so flat, or it would be positive or negative curvature. No one can explain it statistically and mathematically impossible. They call it the flatness problem, the fine-tuning problem. That's the actual point, that there's no way to explain the energy density requirement statistically for it to be flat. It should be positively or negatively curved, but it's not. Who cares?
All right,
Just
that was
debunks
our
the
first
Big
super
Bang.
chat from Anarchy Source. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Were you gonna say something there?
Yeah, like that's why I didn't engage much on that topic. I don't know much about Big Bang cosmology. I study software. If you want a calculus 1 or 2 lesson, I can talk to you. how to solve derivatives. I know that. I don't know nothing about uh, Big Bang
Yeah, it's cool.
cosmology.
It's cool. Do the equation for the Earth's curvature, which is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height of feet, should be where the geometric horizon is, and see if you can help us find the curve of the Earth. We've been looking for like 7, 8 years, and it's literally non-existent, provably.
And it's just a
All
paper
right,
release
so,
talking about a different shape of the universe too. It's like we don't actually know.
Yeah, we know it's not what
All right, well, let's
you
carry
guys
on.
say it.
Word.
Well, let's carry on from there. We're almost to the end of this here. Teo McWherty once again says, Ryan, my Datsun Titlys cost money. LOL. Well, yeah. Maybe if I keep calling you out, you'll keep sending it, and then I'll get a few tips. Who knows? Hey, you never know what's going to happen there. All right. Teo McWherty once again. Twitch, join 24/7, a Flat Earth debate, Flat Earth Discord 2.0. I will set up a debate between you and Witsit. Ping IA Ardent when you get there. So this Teo, somebody you know, Witsit?
Maybe.
Yes? No? I mean, they say they can set you up with a debate, so I mean, I figured they must know. Who you are.
Yeah. If they're on 24/7, yeah. I mean, no. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't hear the
Okay.
name. I don't remember.
Well, let's continue
Everyone
on from there.
All right. Yeah.
Well, their name in here was Teo McWherty. Megawerty, sorry.
Oh yeah. It's not, yeah. Yeah.
I've been saying that as like, yeah, one full name. So anyways, awesome.
Well, you
Lawson Clips,
misidentified
$10.
them, and there's a civil lawsuit for bigotry, but we'll let you slide this time.
Straw man.
Oh, thank you. Oh man, well, I guess I was gonna cry. All right, awesome. Lawson Crips, $10. Didn't answer my question about the rare Friday 13th alignment globies. How can we see Venus and Mercury and Jupiter and Mars at night in a photo? Impossible. That's the part that was screwing me up. Impossible in the
Hey, your brain was-
heliocentric model. Explain, please. Yeah,
Your brain was
really
reading
did.
the next word as you were pronouncing out.
You're making the claim it's impossible. The answer is going to be the same it was last time. I don't know your specific question. The answer to the specific
Damn,
question.
bro, you just have a religion, brother.
I accept things are true. Yes,
I assume
Without
that
knowing
question
what
is
they are.
referring
but
to
that I didn't
Mercury.
accept that was true or false. I never
But
said
Karen
it
was about to help teach you your belief, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Karen.
I think that question was in reference to the inner planets, the two planets closest to the sun from Earth, right? That's Mercury and what's the other one? Mars or Venus? Which one is it? Venus?
Venus and Mercury.
I always forget, sorry. Right, so Mercury and Venus, but they're on the inside, right? So why are we, if they're on the day side of Earth, why are we seeing those planets at nighttime?
Why are we able to see the outside planets that they mentioned, like Jupiter, at the same time?
Yeah, at the same time as inside planets. That
I don't
doesn't
have
make
the
sense.
answer.
Oh, that's okay.
I said that the first time, second time.
No, it's all good.
Now
It's
the
all
third
good.
time.
The truth is that your model is mathematically and physically impossible in like a million ways. It's okay.
No, I know it's not impossible because I know there is an answer for this question.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
says
know the
sprinkle
answer.
a little magical dark
The answer
energy
is
dust
that
on it.
They're not.
God done it.
There you go. It's a better answer than what they
Alrighty.
say.
Not what
Let's
I
continue
believe,
on.
but yes.
Once again, I'm gonna get Theo's comments out of the way towards me. So Theo has assured me it is Theo Mega Werty. LOL. Knit. Theo, I forgive you. I'm sorry. I knew somebody who was French whose name was Theo, and that's how they spelled it. So I just assumed. But yeah. Don't bother me on that. Tyler 432, $20. The sun destroys the entire globe model. What do you think about that?
They were asking if the sun
Any
if the
thoughts
sun
on
is
that, Bittar?
They're asking you if the sun is gas or plasma, how does it maintain axial rotation?
How does it maintain axis of rotation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't see how the two things relate.
well, you would actually need some mass to actually cause the gravity well with enough density to cause the axial rotation within the gravity well? He's saying if it's gas or plasma, how is it maintaining axial rotation?
Well, mass, gas, and plasma have mass. What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, I understand your position would just be like, yeah, I promise it works. Plasma maybe kind of saves you, but it's not the same as material causing the gravity well distribution. So I kind of see their point as well. The real problem with the sun is beyond that. It's based on what's called solar seismology or helioseismology, which debunks supposed compositional claim.
Seismology? Solar seismology? You mean
Yeah,
like
it's called, yeah.
tremors on the Earth?
Yeah. Like they claim to be able to research the vibrational output of the sun. The helioseismology doesn't match the elemental composition, and all of it can be explained with the like spectroscopy, which helps give us the elemental composition. All of it can be explained with the electric sun. Look, I get it, man. This is I don't have time.
You think? Wait a second. Are you saying that the sun causes earthquakes?
No, it's the study of the vibrations within the sun. It's called helioseismology. That's like
okay.
Astronomy.
Oh, sure.
I don't.
All right, let's continue on. Nominal $5. How do we see the same constellations while facing the opposite direction in space every 6 months? Thoughts on that, panel?
Well, the equatorial stars do change throughout the year.
I'm all out of baller life jackets.
I'm not a cosmologist. I don't
Oh,
look
you're
at the
not
stars.
even trying anymore, dude.
Bro,
No,
don't they have any questions about
I'm like 4 hours past my bedtime, so
It's all good, bro. Just admit that you have a religion.
I just want to know how gases congeal in a vacuum in the first place. Usually when you let release gas in a vacuum, it fills the space. But somehow, in space, the gas giants congealed and turned into a ball.
Yeah, can we get an
because
experiment?
gravity exists.
Cool. Can we have an experiment to prove that?
Cavendish.
But how did
Cavendish proves that gas
come to be with all the little gas particles spread out in space? Where does
Wait. Cavendish proves that gravity will come together into a ball in a vacuum?
Yes.
Cavendish proves that gravity will make gas come together in a vacuum.
Yeah, because once you establish that matters pull matter, all you gotta do after that is do the vectorial.
Basic logic.
Just make that basic.
Can I finish
that
what I'm
leap in
saying?
logic, right? Exactly.
Can
Just
I finish?
the assumption.
Let's let Bittar finish his point there.
Once you establish that mass attracts mass, that there's a vector from mass pulling mass. All you gotta do then is, if you have a big cloud of gas, which is how stars are born, is do the add up the vectors. So you do a mathematical model when you have the big cloud of gas, which is how stars are born. We can actually observe that in the sky. And then you do the simulation with all the vectors adding up, and they become stars. Like, it's really easy to do.
Yeah, because actually we don't observe anything like that in the sky. I don't know why you said that. And actually, when you add the kinetic velocity of gas seeking equilibrium in a vacuum applying the second law of thermodynamics, that would be way stronger than any downward acceleration bias could possibly cause any coalescing of gas into a sphere, because again, the second law of thermodynamics reigns supreme. So we can move on. The answer is no, you can't provide experimental evidence for it. It's a story you believe, the creation account void of evidence that you believe because other people in lab cults told you, like priesthoods.
Poisoning the well.
Religion.
Poisoning the well. I thought you were going to engage in fallacious arguments.
Dude, poisoning the well was preemptively discrediting your opponent to an audience. I didn't do that.
Okay. It's literally just adding up vectors. That's all you gotta do. Okay, it's a simple simulation.
Adding up vectors.
Yes.
Proves that gases congeal in a vacuum to form a planet.
Yes.
Really? What's the vector? What's the vector of gas in a vacuum?
What's the vector of gas in a vacuum? No. Okay.
You just said add up vectors. What's the magnitude of gas seeking equilibrium in a vacuum?
The magnitude of the vectors are gonna vary as gravity pulls them together, because gravity as the radius decreases, the magnitude of the vector increases to the square of that. So the vector is actually going to be variable, and it's going to pull the mass together until the point that the vector is so big that it causes it to nuclear fusion. And of course, the planets, what happens to the planets is that we don't have enough gravity to keep the hydrogen in.
And what's
So
the mass
hydrogen?
of the gas?
Let me finish.
This is
So
so much shit
hydrogen.
I'm
Let me
about to
finish.
say.
Like
Let
10
me finish. Hydrogen escapes from the Earth because we don't have enough gravity to keep there in. It reaches escape velocity. The Earth is losing hydrogen like every day, and then what we're left with is just the metallicity. Like those clouds have metallicity, which is all the rest except the hydrogen. It's how you identify which cloud does the star come from. You look at the metallicity of the star.
All right, bro. We'll buy a science fiction novel to hear the rest.
No, it's not science fiction. You can literally do this math. Physicists do this math all day.
Math does not dictate reality.
Exactly.
Math describes reality. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Math also can describe Superman flying. Math doesn't prove things. We want physical demonstrations. You're making claims antithetical to physics.
Pictures. It's the pillars.
Oh my god, I'm getting dumber. Can we wrap this up?
Next super chat.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So everyone watching, just type the pillars of creation, which is a nebulous cloud. That is exactly what I'm talking about, which is like stars being born out of the cloud.
No, that's you assuming what's happening. DM us the rest, bro.
We're seeing what's happening, bro. We see that in the sky.
All right, I'm sorry, Bittar. We got 3 more questions to go, and I do want to let
spam
Ozien, Ozien, all the other names that I can try to wrap all those syllables around. We do want to let everybody go here soon because we've gone on.
We're at 1 a.m.
Leo Crow from
Same here.
Leo Crow, $5. Regardless of what the sun is, plasma or gas, how does it maintain its axial rotation? You guys didn't even answer it.
Basically just said like, it has mass and should be able to do
How does the sun maintain its axial
it is openly admitting that
he's asked 3 times. He must want an answer.
He's openly admitting that like his belief system
means that if an object is already moving, no, that's not it.
Adapts as he types it in Google. Like that is his new belief. What is my algorithm update?
No, I'm not claiming it as a belief. He's asking a scientific question. I don't have the answer to.
Yeah. All right, better than veteran. Don't want to let him in. He got trouble to let him in. I'm gonna start rapping, bro. Let's get out of here.
Look it up if he wants to.
How many we got left?
Well, we got 2. Yep, $4.99. The year is 2031. Science officially proves the Earth is flat. What do you do the next day? So I think they're asking like, what is this really going to impact on your day to day at the end of the discussion?
It shows that all these countries are working. Shows all the countries are working together. If the Earth's a geocentric stationary plane, Earth's in the middle. It changes a ton philosophically. It shows we need to come together and demand that we are able to freely and privately explore the world that we live in together. And the fact that we have to fight the other slaves to be like, hey, let's be able to freely explore is super weird. If you have to ask what it would change, then you haven't even actually been honest enough with yourself to look at the conversation seriously.
I think a fundamental human right should be freedom to travel wherever we want to, including Antarctica, anywhere.
Right.
When science proves the Earth is I'll become a flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, bro. Sounds good.
Well, I was gonna say, we've had plenty of closing thoughts as far as the Q&A goes. So I do, I'll read off these last few super chats here, but we're not gonna get any input here just because there's not really a whole lot of conversation. But there are some compliments. Witsit for the win. I'm now a flat earther from Stephen McCool reacts for $2. Stephen McCool once again says for $2 a Glober is why be closed-minded drones. Try waking up. Those are a little ad hominem, so we're going to move on. And also, we've had such a long conversation. Stephen McCool, you behave in that live chat. Yeah, exactly. We want to go to bed here. At least this was entertaining. Any globe curve from Teo. From Enslaved by Truth, $2. Research toilet bowl Earth. Yes, and while you're at it, research that the Earth is a bag of bread, as I made James say on air many years ago when I first did a super chat, and then I never did it again. All right, so I just came over here to work. Stephen McCool reacts for $5. The more globers have to defend their position, the more convoluted it becomes. Why do we have to make up so many theories to prove what we see? Well, Stephen, I would say review the debate here because we've gone a little over time. There's, I think, plenty of discussion here between these people here to flesh out what they think on this subject. So I hope everybody had a good time. Thank you, Karen and Witsit, Bittar, and the Ozien for coming out here tonight. And we appreciate you guys. And we'll see you next time, okay?
Alrighty.
Much love.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye.
Stay flat.
I'll make it weird.
Yeah, bye.
You baller.
Ciao.
Wasting time, all of my life, living in a world of regression. Tyranny's mixed with self-oppression. What am I to do but tear away when I'm boiling at the top? Try to find a way to fight the fires, smother right from the mind's flyers. With all the shots you bow your heads, the marching never stops. The stars could be free, but this insanity burns you right by the neck. Running in circles now for something that can't be found. Out of breath, you hit the wall. The rain starts to fall. You run away, sing a tune that's true. I'll be beside you. Who's the one that holds you down? Push through there in your way, anything to make you stay. Cut the strings before your life starts to decay. From tears of blood, regrets of laughter, turn around and I'll be faster. Your hollow shape as the faith begins to drop. Shelter confined, your thoughts of suicide is hanging down by the fray. You're running in circles now for something that can't be found, and there's no time for today. You play it away, but the world would be untrue. I will rise against you. nothing can matter at all. Oh, the stars could be free, but this insanity bends you right by the nail. Running in circles now for something that can't be found. Out of breath, you smash the wall. The war consumed all. You prayed away that the world would be untrue as it rose against you. Yeah. It's all here, but if you try, the pain unveils through genocide. Until we're gone, nothing can matter at all. We're gone, nothing can matter at all.